699. 3,000 Taoists from Qing, Ming, Tian entered the Fifth World in an orderly manner. Among them, the Baek Kyung building occupied the largest share, with more than 1,000 people. Other than that, the Xuandu Temple, Sui Gong, Immortal Staff Sect, and Bingjie Mountain were all first-class sects with 200 to 300 Taoists. The number of Taoist sects below them decreased accordingly. However, regardless of which sect they were from, most of them were orthodox Taoist officials of Qing Ming Tian. Due to the Taoist certification system, they were widely accepted in the world. In addition, there were also 3,000 Buddhist disciples. There were also refugees who crazily rushed into the Fifth World. 2 years after it opened, there were already close to 10 million people. Below the nascent soul realm, there were people from all walks of life. There were cultivators on the mountain and ordinary Taoists at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of people who had experienced great sorrow and joy after surviving a disaster. They came from the southeast Tongya continent and the southwest Fuyao continent, respectively. However, there was a huge difference in the number of people from the Fuyao continent and the Tongya continent. The Fuyao continent only migrated from the eastern coastal area, while the Tongya continent fled from the entire continent. There was a great sword immortal in charge of opening the two doors. The one who opened the door with the sword was the old great sword, immortal of the sword Qi Great Wall, Qi Tingji. The sage of literature's lineage was left and right. In addition to opening the door, these two sword immortals also had to guard the door from being destroyed by the great demon. The approximate location of the 3,000 Taoists was in the east. The Taoists of the Baek Kyung building had worked together to create a large sea of clouds. The purple Qi was vast and mighty, and rain and dew fell, moistening the earth. The sea of clouds was uneven. All the mountains that were higher than the sea of clouds were the places where the Baek Kyung building and the other Taoists fought for. Some of the mountains were not far from the ground. Some of the mountains were empty, but still could not be higher than the sea of clouds. The amount of spiritual Qi and luck was determined. The Taoists of the Baek Kyung building tried their best to choose the 5 adjacent mountains according to the instructions of the 5 cities, 12 buildings, and their respective sections. They inscribed the true shape of the 5 mountains on the 5 adjacent mountains and used magic weapons to suppress the mountains to gather spiritual Qi. Every time the 5 mountains were formed, it was the embryonic form of a big dynasty or a small vassal state. In addition, there was another magical effect. The mighty spiritual Qi of heaven and earth was detained near the mountains. The many hidden treasures of heaven and earth in the area of the 5 mountains would often be unable to hide the light of treasures. Once the Taoists of the Baek Kyung building followed the clues, they could immediately search for it. It was a bit like the method of draining the pond to catch the fish. In fact, it did not damage the spiritual Qi at all. Instead, it could condense the scattered Qi of heaven and earth into wisps of Qi of heaven and earth, lingering around the 5 mountains or driving it into the rivers before stabilizing it. It would be the location of the future mountain god's mansion. However, the sword celestial lineage of the Xuandu Temple annoyed the Taoists of the Baek Kyung building the most. They only occupied a few mountains with decent spiritual Qi and began to deliberately destroy the Taoists of the Baek Kyung building. Every time they painstakingly inscribed for true shape of the 5 mountains, the Taoists of the Xuandu Temple would then secretly draw a sword celestial guide map of their own temple. Even if one of the true shape of the 5 mountains was missing, even if it was all wasted, it would not be easy to choose a new mountain. Moreover, the loss was immeasurable because of the crazy actions of the sword, celestial lineage of the Xuandu Temple. The few top celestial families were pleasantly surprised. They all signed contracts and roughly circled out their own territories to minimize unnecessary conflicts. All of this was to quickly obtain as many feng shui treasured lands as possible before the Beko Keikyung building. In short, the 3,000 Taoists each had their own long-term plans, and conflicts of various sizes were endless. The 3,000 monks were located in the west. The refugees of the Fuyao continent poured into the north. The refugees of the Tongyi continent were located in the south. The city occupied by the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located in the middle. Ning Yao rode her sword alone to the east. After seeing the purple sea of clouds filled with Tao intent, she pondered for a while and directly headed south. The mountains and rivers were far away, and the heavens and earth were lonely. However, there were two more strange heads among the objects in front of him. However, there were far more than two battles. This obviously meant that the fifth world, which had yet to be named, was extremely dangerous. Over at the heavenly gate, Lu Qin stretched out a finger and rubbed his lips. He smiled and said, "Taoist son, it's not very appropriate to hurt the harmony like this, right? When I return to the Beko Keikyung building, it will be hard for me to explain to my senior brother. That's enough. You know, my senior brother's temper. When he's angry, he doesn't care about anything. When he goes to the Xiandu temple, I won't be able to persuade him." Junior brother Shan Qing stood at the side with a serious expression. The little Taoist child who was carrying the Dolyong blade, strengthening gourd on his back, was gloating. He couldn't wait for Lu Qin and Daoist son to scratch each other's faces. Daoist's son said guiltily, "These disciples of mine don't follow the orders of their ancestors. They're like wild horses. Young people are still angry and don't know when to stop. What can I do? If they break the rules, I'll help you persuade them and be the peacemaker." The little Daoist child, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, felt that Daoist's son was really good at lying through his teeth. He had to learn from him. If he met that old scholar again in the future, he didn't know who would be scolding who. Daoist son smiled and said, "However, Daoist Lu, you have to inform the scholarly sage in advance. He can't let me break the rule of not going beyond 1,000 feet. After all, it's a rule set by the Sage of Rights himself. I still respect the Sage of Rights. Taoist Lu, you're different. You're bold, and have such a great master backing you up. However, I'm unfortunate. The founding ancestor of the Xiandu Temple has already left. I'm the best at fighting. If I really lose in a fight, who can I complain to?" Lu Qin said helplessly, "I'm not on good terms with the Sage of Rights. Taoist son, don't you know?" Taoist son laughed and said, "I'm old. I forget things easily." The little Taoist child was impressed. Shan Qing frowned. If the Xiandu Temple continued to stir things up like this, a slight move would affect the entire situation. If one step was slow, the second sect master's senior brother's plan to gather 500 spirit officials through the fifth world would most likely be pushed back by hundreds of years. Lu Qin raised his hand and stroked the lotus Taoist crown. He smiled and comforted his cute little junior brother, who was worried about the sky. Every result, big or small, is the manifestation of thousands of great Taos. Let nature take its course, and we'll just watch from the sidelines. Lu Qin really did not care about the conflict between the Beko Keikyung building Taoist priests and the Xiandu Temple sword immortals. However, there were some things that he had to talk about. When he returned to the Beko Keikyung building or the little Lotus Grotto heaven in the future, he could brush it off with his senior brother and master. However, in the eyes of his little junior brother, the matter was right in front of him. It was his own matter. It was not bad, but it was definitely not good either. Lu Qin jumped twice and looked towards the south. "Little stinky cow nose, it's time for you to get down to business. I can help you pass that metal ring and the blade-strengthening gourd to the scholarly sage." The little Taoist child was furious. "Sect Master Lu, you have to be more polite when you speak to me. The little Taoist child of this temple had always been well-behaved when he was with Lu Qin. In fact, he was not afraid of Lu Qin at all. However, before his master left for the green netherworld, he instructed him to do 3 things. One of them was to not make enemies with Lu Qin. Another was to take out one of the lotus blossom-blessed lands and place it somewhere in the 5th heaven. That place was currently uninhabited. There was a majestic tower in the Tongya continent. It was an aged parasol tree called the Demon-Subduing Tower. It had a similar meaning to the Zhunbei's tower. It was just a scholar who did some superficial things. The old temple master did not touch the foundation of the Demon-Subduing Tower. However, without the metal ring that belonged to the old Taoist as the core of the formation, it was meaningless. Therefore, there would be an additional transaction of merit in the process. Together with the blade's strengthening gourd, it was 2 strokes. According to the little Taoist child's own guess, if his master accidentally lost the argument with the Taoist ancestor, he could still use these 2 merits to ask the Sage of Rites for help. Then his master and he would be able to return to the vast heaven. They would no longer have to stay in the green netherworld to look at other people's faces. As for what his master was planning and what he would do in the end, the little Taoist child did not care. After all, he was used to relying on his master. On the other hand, Lu Qin was scolding the little Taoist child by calling him a little cow nose. He even scolded his old master. As a disciple, of course, he could not tolerate it. Lu Qin said, "Little cow nose, the old temple master saved some incense for you. You've almost used it all up. Take it easy." The little Taoist child was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The little Taoist child had always regarded himself as the first disciple of the temple master. However, the old Taoist did not see him as a direct disciple. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Qin smiled. The lotus blossom blessed land was divided into 4. When he gave the umbrella to Qin Pingan, he knew that Qin Pingan would not be at ease. He would definitely cultivate there and cultivate. Then he would come across numerous difficulties that were difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Things were like goose feathers that piled up into a mountain. Moving them would be much more difficult than moving rocks of the same weight. In the end, Qin Pingan would only realize that cultivation was all about one's heart. One could take care of it well, from big to small, from complicated to simple, from 10,000 changes to 1. By then, Qin Pingan would still be Qin Pingan and not Qin Pingan, because he would be on the same path as the old temple master. He would be further away from the path of Confucianism. Now that you're carrying one of the lotus blossom blessed land with you, the old temple master is reminding me to be patient and given to you. Ooh. The little Taoist child nodded and said, "That makes sense." Taoist's son smiled. One dares to talk nonsense while the other dares to pretend to know. You 2 are a perfect match. Lu Qin did not think much of it. The little Taoist child put his right hand into his left sleeve. There was a wutong leaf inside. It was one of the lotus blossom blessed lands. It was divided into 4, and the last disciple of the old scholar took one, a young Taoist who was thrown into the blessed land by the temple master lost his memory. Then he met a young scholar from the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom who was studying abroad in the northern Jin kingdom. The young scholar was accompanied by a little white ape. Lu Chuan took one of them. Yu Zhini of the Songsui kingdom was the first person to cultivate in the history of the lotus blossom blessed land. His blessed land was now taken to the lotus grotto heaven by the master of the temple master, Yu Zhini, who was given the great prophecy by the Taoist ancestor, stay in the human world for 1,000 years and always look like a child, must have great luck. Even the little Taoist child was envious. The little Taoist child hesitated for a long time and took out a metal ring from his sleeve. He passed it to Lu Qin, who was not serious in his actions, words, and cultivation. Lu Qin was born in the vast world and was the number one in deviating from the orthodoxy. Even the Holy Master was scolded by Lu Qin in his book. The little Taoist child had a good relationship with the old scholar, but he was not familiar with the Confucian temple. Therefore, he was not willing to interact with those old-fashioned and pedantic sages. Moreover, according to Lu Qin, there were not many oddities in this world, but they were huge. If he traveled alone, he would be eaten by those oddities. Lu Qin held the metal ring in his hand and bent his knees slightly. He assumed a martial art stance of gathering qi in his dantian. Then he spun his body, stepped on the ground with one foot, and raised the other. He leaned forward and threw the metal ring with all his might. It turned into a bright rainbow light and flew towards the sky canopy where the scholarly sage was. The little Taoist child stretched his neck and reminded, "Don't throw it in the wrong direction. It will make the scholarly sage look for it." Taoist's son chuckled and said, "Shouldn't you be worried that it will hit the scholarly sage's head? Scholars care about their reputation the most. When the Confucian temple pursues the matter, the metal ring that Lu Qin threw is yours. Therefore, you and Taoist Lu will each take half of the blame. He can leave without a fight, but where will you run to with the blessed land?" The little Taoist child laughed awkwardly and said, "Not really." He stared at Lu Qin with all his might. Lu Qin nodded and said, "My heart is steady and my hands are accurate. It will go wherever I point. There is no possibility of any mistake." Taoist's son nodded and said, "It will go wherever I point." The little Taoist child felt more and more guilty. He looked at Lu Qin, who was helping him, and then at Taoist's son, who was speaking up for him. He was a little uncertain. Taoist's son shook his head. This little Taoist child, who burned the fire, is really a little fool. The metal ring flew into the sky and traveled thousands of miles. The aura ripples left behind on the path alone were enough for Lu Qin to make more accurate deductions. This made Taoist's son miss Taoist Qin, whom he met in the North Continent. That was a person who was willing to use his brain and think more. He was indeed worthy of the East Sea Monastery head's long-term planning. Back then, when they met on the mountain, both parties treated each other with sincerity. They were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. That was why they parted on good terms. Taoist Qin, you must be honest. Taoist son, you must be fair in business. At this moment, Taoist's son stroked his beard and smiled. Such a smart young man was still very likable. It was just that the path he passed by was a little too barren. Fortunately, before they parted, he addressed them sincerely, "Taoist son, Taoist son, Taoist Sunday." Shan Qing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Little senior brother, can I travel alone?" Lu Qin slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. "We are of the same generation. Why are you asking this? Do you mean that you can't travel more than 1,000 feet without being in the green netherworld?" Taoist's son stroked his beard and smiled. "Taoist Lu, congratulations. You've found yourself a good junior brother." Shan Qing bowed towards his little senior brother and Taoist Sunday. Then he turned around and strode 1,000 feet away. As he rode the wind, he broke through to the pure jade state. Almost at the same time, a Western bodhisattva broke through to the pure jade state. Lu Qin nodded and shook his wrist. "That's good. That's good. I almost couldn't hold it in." Taoist's son smiled. "Taoist Lu, you don't have to make things difficult for yourself. Just tell me next time. It's a matter of a slap. It doesn't matter who slaps you." The little Taoist boy asked worriedly, "Sect Master Lu, how did you know that I'm going to temporarily lend the Dolyang gourd to the Confucian temple? Master cast a camouflage spell, and you don't know what happened in the Tongyi continent." Lu Qin smiled. "I'm in a high position and have nothing to do every day. All I can do is let my imagination run wild and make wild guesses." The little Taoist boy reached out and touched the gigantic golden gourd behind him. Lu Chen said, "This Dolyang, old monastery head, you, the sage of this place, the Confucian temple of the Middle Plains, the embroidered tiger of the Aquarius continent, and old Yang. After so many twists and turns, it will eventually be delivered to a lady with the surname Li." The little Taoist boy frowned. "Sect Master Lu, are you making wild guesses again?" He was a little reluctant to part with this parting, even though the Dolyang would definitely be returned to him in the end. Lu Chen smiled. "Have you ever thought about who made the 7-blade strengthening gourds? 7-blade strengthening gourds were born from a single vine. In the end, it was a single entity in the vast world. The 7 meridians flowed and merged into one. The Taoist ancestor used this to observe Tao. It was the same as watching a pond of lotus flowers bloom and where the water droplets fell. The Taoist ancestor's Tao was omnipotent, but he would not really do anything. The Confucian temple naturally had no reason to break these meridians that were rooted in the vast worlds." The little Taoist boy said, "Of course." Then, Taoist's son smiled. "It's like playing the lute to a cow." He was scolding all 4 of them at once. Lu Chen said helplessly, "Taoist son, they are very respectful towards their teachers." Taoist son was puzzled. "What did you say?" "I'm old and muddle-headed. My ears aren't very sharp." Lu Chen dismissed it with a smile. Since his master did not care, as a disciple he should not meddle in other people's business. The little Taoist boy was left with a confused mind. He only knew that the gourd vine that the Taoist ancestor planted personally bore the 7 best blade strengthening gourds in the world. The inverted hanging mountain spring banner house and sword immortal Xiao Yunyan's gourd vine were naturally incomparable. The huge golden gourd behind the little Taoist boy was one of the 7 most precious blade strengthening gourds in the world. It was called the Dolyang. It contained the water of the Eastern Sea. It was rumored that the water level of the Eastern Sea had dropped by a few feet. However, his master did not let him nurture the sword. Instead, he used it to catch and nurture flood dragons. Before he'd ascended to the green netherworld, the old temple master had secretly done something big. When Li Lu and Gu Ken reunited on the dragon resting stone on the sea, there was not a single flood dragon on it to stop the rain. This was because the water flood dragons on both sides of the Tongya continent were almost all captured by the old Taoist. The water flood dragons in the other sea areas also took the initiative to enter the Dolyang. In the flood dragon ravine, between the inverted hanging mountain and the rain dragon sect, the weary flood dragon did not need to stop at the dragon resting stone. The scholarly sage did not stop this at that time. Of course, the Confucian temple had its own considerations. In addition, there were 6 priceless blade strengthening gourds. They nurtured the most swords and were called ox hair. The name was not good, but its quality and power were very scary. It was also the best to help the master win the favor of the sword cultivators and sword immortals on the mountain. The natal flying sword embryo was formed the fastest. It was called Road of Mount Xiongnan. The more talented a sword cultivator was, the more natal flying swords they had. Once they had this blade strengthening gourd, they would complement each other the most. The flying sword that was nurtured was the toughest. Its name was also strange. It only had one word, 3. It was the sharpest sword. A sword cultivator could break 10,000 techniques with one sword. The sword in the gourd could break 10,000 swords. It was called Burden of the Heart. The flying sword was the smallest and the most delicate. It could be refined to be truly invisible and ignore the river of time. Immediately, it was the most suitable to store wine. When a cultivator drank wine, they were absorbing sword qi without any side effects. It was called good wine. It meant that drinking wine was the most beautiful thing in the world. A total of 7 blade strengthening gourds were left behind in the vast world For some reason, the small Aquarius continent had great fortune and had two, Jinyang Mountain's purple gold blades strengthening gourd, ox hair, had once been given to a female sword cultivator, Su Jia, who had high hopes for her sect. Of course, it was not an ancestral item of Jinyang Mountain. Jinyang Mountain did not have such a foundation. It was obtained halfway. Winsnow Temple also had a snow-white blade strengthening gourd. It was obtained by Wei Jin, who had reached the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. The little Taoist boy guessed that it was the good wine. In addition, the eldest disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord of the Central Plains divine continent obtained a 3. The god of wealth of the White Mountain continent's Lu family obtained of Mount Zhongnan after half buying and half robbing. He had kept it for a long time and did not show it to others easily. He spread the word that it would be one of the betrothal gifts for his son Lu Yuzhou when he got married. The Great Sword Immortal of the North by Shang of the North Continent obtained road of Mount Zhongnan. However, the 2 most suitable offensive blade strengthening gourds for sword cultivators were Worry and Mind, and immediately. However, they were nowhere to be found. The little Taoist boy wanted to regain his dignity, so he smiled cheekily and said, "Sect Master Lu, do you want to meet a descendant of the Lu family?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen. It was interesting just thinking about it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to meet a child who can't even light the incense of the 3 pure ones in inverted hanging mountain." Dao's son looked into the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an interesting Shanqing. He said that he was going to travel far away, but he was going straight to a mountain that Xiandu Temple had recently occupied. Looking at his posture, he was going to kill all the Taoists of Xiandu Temple below, the nascent soul realm. Lu Chen exclaimed and stomped his foot. "This is outrageous. Aren't you afraid that little senior brother will beat Dao's son to death?" Dao's son nodded and said, "When you drive a dog into a corner, it will do something desperate." Since Dao's son had said so himself, Lu Chen had nothing to say. Dao's son sneered. "That's true, but is it that easy to kill him? So what if he has many treasures on him, and his combat strength has increased by 1 realm? The sword immortals of Xiandu Temple may not be as rich as the old and young immortals of Baek Okekyung building, but when it comes to fighting, they are still quite capable." A young monk from the west broke through at almost the same time as Shanqing. A young and beautiful woman from Xiandu Temple, who carried a sword on her back, broke through slightly slower. However, Shanqing, who wielded a sword, had the strength to fight. Although it was difficult for her to win, she could hold Shanqing back for a while. When the cultivators of Xiandu Temple went down the mountain, they would either be amiable and allow others to scold and beat them up. They would not easily fight with others, or they would directly attack and beat them to death. Apart from that, the Taoists of Xiandu Temple liked to call their fellow disciples and friends to gang up on their enemies. Therefore, the Taoists of the lower 5 realms of Xiandu Temple were usually very experienced. Of course, after ascending to the upper 5 realms, they should not do things so openly. According to the words of the old Grandmaster, it would be bad for their reputation if word got out. As for what they did in private, Dao's son was always traveling outside. He could not see or hear, so of course he could not care about it. I taken disciples, and disciples taken grand disciples. I only care about imparting Taoist techniques and sword techniques. In the future, when you go down the mountain to travel, it is up to you whether you bring honor to Xiandu Temple or not. In fact, Sun Huaizhong did not care about small matters. That was because he had a catchphrase: "I have achieved success in my cultivation, so I am calm." The old temple master only cared about important matters. Therefore, he had another catchphrase: "I have been diligent in my swordsmanship all my life." Is it to reason with fools? Actually, after Lu Chen opened 2 new doors in the 5th world, he often used his fingers to calculate. Dao's son asked, "Do you miss the vast world that much?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "In the Pearl Grotto heaven, I have set up a fortune-telling stall for many years. It is inevitable that I miss it." Dao's son shook his sleeves and raised his hand to quickly pinch his fingers. He exclaimed and said, "What a coincidence! I did not expect Daoist Lu to have such deep karma, even though you have only been away for a few years. I did not expect that we would have such karma, even though we have gone our separate ways. However, I have good karma while you have bad karma. I am worried for you." Lu Chen agreed and said, "Yes, I am worried. After all, Chao Si was only at the peak of the mountain. That year when he returned to his hometown, he set up a stall in that small town to tell people's fortunes. Unfortunately, he only had a Wen Ke by his side to check his literary fortune. If he had another Wu Ke, Qi Jingchuan's camouflage would not have worked." Lu Chen shook his sleeves and stopped pinching his fingers to calculate. Dao's son was still pinching his fingers in his sleeves and laughed. "Daoist Lu, you can't take it anymore?" Lu Chen said impatiently, "Temple Master, stop pretending over there." Daoist's son laughed and shook his sleeves. Even if he was pretending, he had won against Lu Chen. After returning to Xiandu Temple, he had a chat with the direct disciples and reminded them not to mention such trivial matters to their disciples. Lu Chen lamented, "The door to this world has been opened, and all 5 worlds have been connected." Daoist's son retracted his smile and nodded. "Divination 1 is the most difficult." Both of them were silent. There was also a fire-burning Daoist child who felt that it was useless to listen to Daoist techniques. Lu Chen said casually, "It's a pity that I can't meet Daoist Frost's Daoist companion." "What a pity! At most, she is half Daoist Frost's Daoist companion." Daoist's son sighed. "People are trapped by love." Daoist Frost did the opposite and trapped his sweetheart. He was infatuated and ruthless. Outsiders can't tell right from wrong. Palace Master Wu Shuangjiang, the most famous Daoist magnate in the history of the Lunar Palace, had almost single-handedly raised a second-rate sect to become one of the most outstanding sects in the green underworld. After he gained a firm foothold, a large group of geniuses, including the guardian of the Lunar Palace, rose. Wu Frost himself was once among the top 10 of the Green Netherworld sect. Although his ranking was not high, he was still quite capable among the top 10 of the entire world. He could have broken through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm, but he remained in seclusion. Because Wu Frost had not appeared for too long, he fell out of the top 10 hundreds of years ago. The little Daoist child was most interested in the inside story of the mountain peak. He asked curiously if Wu Frost fought without restraint and used all his techniques. Would he be able to defeat the two of you? Lu Chen smiled. "Isn't the purpose of cultivating Daoist techniques to avoid fighting?" Daoist's son nodded and smiled. "It shouldn't be just for fighting." The little Daoist child snorted. What were the Beko Keikyung building Daoists and the sort of mortal Daoist lineage doing? Lu Chen tiptoed and looked at the flow of fate in this world. He said without reason, "There's no doubt about the first place." Daoist's son said, "You should be glad that Daoist Chen isn't here. Otherwise, it's possible that the 2 worlds will collide in a sword battle in the future." Lu Chen smiled. "You're wrong. If he's here, he'll only be more and more restrained." Daoist's son stroked his beard and nodded. "That's true." The little Daoist child whispered, "Can't you two talk about something I can understand?" Lu Chen said, "It's difficult." Daoist's son said, "Extremely difficult." In the central area of this world, there were 2 Confucian sages guarding the sky screen. One was from the Li Ji Academy of the Sage of Rites, and the other was from the River Academy of the Secondary Sage. They were both accompanying Confucian sages. One of them recorded everything he saw and heard in a book. The other watched the east and west gates to prevent cultivators of the upper 5 realms from sneaking in, and nascent soul cultivators from the north and south gates. The 2 sages each brought a disciple of their own lineage. They were both gentlemen of the academy. One of the gentlemen had a long sword, the Great Spirit. It was given to him by a friend when he traveled the Great Wall of Sword, Aura. Because of their relationship with the sages, the 2 gentlemen were able to observe the world. There were many strange people and interesting things. For example, among the 3,000 Taoists, there was a Taoist sect, one of the ancestral courts of the Talisman sect. The leader was a nascent soul cultivator named Nanshan. As for their sworn enemy, Harvest Mountain, they also had a nascent soul cultivator. Her name was Uran. Not only were the man and woman born in the same year and month, but they were also born at the exact same time. Apart from this, the 2 gentlemen also knew a lot about the green netherworld. In the past, the books of the sages did not record this. In the vast world, there were 10 types of rogue cultivators, including the tailor and the lone rider of the South Sea. They were defined as evil cultivators that everyone wanted to kill. In the green netherworld, there were also 10 types of cultivators that were not welcomed. Although they were not as bad as rats, they definitely did not dare to approach the Beko Keikyung building without permission. They were the rice thief, the undead immortal, the curtain roller, the red crisp hand, the porter, the coffin bearer, the mountain patrolling envoy, the dressing lady, the machete master, and the one-character master. This time, the 3,000 Taoists entered the New World. Apart from the large sects, there were also hundreds of mountain and lake cultivators in the green netherworld, due to fate and good fortune. Each of them received a jade clearance token from the Baek Okekyung building. Inside and outside the city of sword cultivators, after Ning Yao ascended to the pure jade realm, even though Ning Yao deliberately left the city and traveled alone, the nascent soul stage sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including Qi Shou, were still slightly suppressed by the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth. This was especially so for Qi Shou, who was the most likely nascent soul stage cultivator to break through the pure jade realm after Ning Yao. Not only did Ning Yao break through the pure jade realm, but she also made rapid progress in the pure jade realm. This caused Qi Shou's breakthrough to be much slower than Shanqing, the Western Arhat, and the Nuguan of Xian Du Temple. When the heavens and earth first opened, many great Tao manifested. The impact was relatively deep and obvious. As time went on, it would become more and more blurry. However, with Qi Shou's outstanding talent and the potential reward of being the leader of the criminal officers, he would definitely become the second batch of pure jade realm cultivators in the first 10 years. The so-called first batch was actually Ning Yao. After that, it would be the second batch, which included Shanqing, the Western Bodhisattva, and Qi Shou. There would not be many of them, at most 10. After that, the cultivators who reached the upper 5 realms in the first 90 years would be the third batch. There would not be many cultivators from the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent. This was because compared to the east and west gates, the cultivators from the 2 continents who entered the 5th world from the north and south, except for a few nascent soul cultivators, would not be allowed to enter the New World. As for the small group of nascent soul cultivators, they were exceptions because their sex merits and their cultivator's character were recognized by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. For example, the Taoist nun of the Taiping Mountain and the sword cultivator Huang Ting. Including her, without exception, all of them were forced to rush here by their respective sections. Naturally, their sects were prepared for the destruction of their sects, for everyone to die in battle, and for only one person to continue burning incense in the ancestral hall. It was now the end of the 5th year of Jiachuan. Before this, there was a big argument about whether to choose the year name of Jiachuan or the one suggested by the Confucian Temple. In the end, the year name of Jiachuan was chosen. In fact, it was only decided not long ago. Therefore, before that, both names were used. The old elementary scholar used one name, and the Confucian temple used the other. No one was convinced by the other. Of course, according to the old elementary scholar, Brother Bai Yi was not a mute and spoke for the first time. Bai Yi said that he felt that the two words jiachuan were very beautiful and had a good meaning. Every day, Bai Yi held a sword to his neck and did not dare to disobey. Other than that, there was another argument about when the first year was. Was it when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi entered the new world together? Or was it when the city of the Great Wall of Sword Qi landed? Of course, it was the old elementary scholar who argued with the Confucian temple. In the end, the old elementary scholar won both arguments. Regarding the year name of Jiachuan, Bai Yi opened the way with his sword. Later on, the merit of opening the world with his sword was too great. Of course, the old elementary scholar didn't slack off either. He worked hard without complaint and accomplished many things, such as setting the mountains and rivers. Therefore, the Confucian temple agreed to the old elementary scholar's request. We should at least sell by some face. However, even a fool knew that Bai Yi, who was known as the proudest scholar in the world, wouldn't interfere with the year name. Would he even put his sword to the old elementary scholar's neck? It was hard to say who would put the sword to whose neck. As for the first year of Jiachuan, the time of the city's landing was also a matter of endless debate. Not long after the old elementary scholar left the fifth world, he went to the Confucian temple proudly. He walked with his nose in the air and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It turned out that the old elementary scholar had stolen the ancestral painting of the mountain search map from Bai Zhe. In the beginning, the Confucian temple had wanted to place the first year of Jiachuan between the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi. When they first entered the new world, the old elementary scholar gave up all his merit in exchange for the protection of the fate of the great Tao and the mountain search map. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and gave it to the South Hassa continent. Therefore, the Confucian temple had nothing to say. When the Confucian temple closed its doors, the old elementary scholar quarreled with the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Academy, and the headmaster of the Central Plains Academy. Later on, the secondary sage, and even the sage of rights arrived. The old elementary scholar directly said that scholars like them shouldn't quarrel with each other behind closed doors. They should also close the doors of their study rooms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a disgrace to the scholars. However, they were all scholars. If they were too disgraceful, the juniors would laugh at them. Therefore, except for the three of them, everyone left the Confucian temple and stood in the square outside, waiting for the news. In the end, the two vice-hierarchs, the three grand chancellors, and the 10 headmasters of the academies saw the three sages walking out of the Confucian temple together. The old elementary scholar and the secondary sage were walking beside the sage of rights. However, the old elementary scholar slowed down his pace and pushed the secondary sage aside, walking in the middle. Fortunately, the sage of rights smiled, and the secondary sage didn't blame him. Thus, the sage of rights allowed the old elementary scholar to break the rules for once. However, the old elementary scholar was still an old elementary scholar. He didn't regain his status as the sage of literature. His statue wouldn't be moved back into the Confucian temple and wouldn't be worshipped to the sage of literature. In the end, everyone left. The old elementary scholar was the only one sitting on the stairs. He seemed to be chatting with someone about trivial matters. The old elementary scholar didn't look worried when he complained to others. Moreover, the old elementary scholar complained a lot and showed off a lot. An old man who was worshipped as the sage of literature sat beside the old elementary scholar. The old man wanted to leave and attend to some matters. However, the old elementary scholar grabbed his sleeves tightly, and he couldn't leave. The old man could only pull at his sleeves lightly, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar sat sideways and pulled at his sleeves with both hands. He said, "Let's chat a bit more. Let's chat a bit more. We haven't even talked about how my last disciple went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to find a wife. Old man, you don't know this, but this last disciple of mine is the master of my line of knowledge. When it comes to finding a wife, he's even better than teacher and senior martial brother." The old man said helplessly, "By Ye's sword was already considered polite." Inside the southernmost gate, the Confucian school had set up 2 mountain and river restrictions. After entering the fifth world and crossing the second boundary, one could only leave and not return. Ning Yao flew on her sword and arrived 1,000 miles away. She looked at the gate that stood between heaven and earth from afar. As long as she used her sword to cut open the restrictions, she could cross the gate and go to Tong Yi continent. However, Ning Yao turned around and left in the end. In the end, she changed her mind. She sheathed her sword and carried it on her back before landing on the ground. She wore a golden robe and carried a sword immortal on her back. Ning Yao planned to find a few Tong Yi continent cultivators to ask about the latest situation. A group of 10 or so people flew away on the wind, getting further and further away from the gate. They were all Dragon Sect and Golden Core cultivators. They had been scared witless when they were fleeing, but after arriving here, they had formed an alliance. Thus, they felt that they had profited from a disaster and that the world was vast. The reason was simple. There wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator nearby. Moreover, in this world, there were no more 5 realms, 3 golden cores, and 9 dragon sect. Was it difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Actually, it wasn't that simple. After all, the strength on paper was just an illusion. If a nascent soul cultivator were to kill 1 or 2 people first, causing everyone to tremble in fear, then take them down one by one. In the end, everyone would surround and kill one person, or be chased down by one person. It was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. However, the world was vast, and there were no nascent soul cultivators. Those in the sea-viewing realm and cave abode realm were not qualified to be on the same side as them. The 30 or so cultivators from the various immortal mountains and dynasties were gathering forces at the gate for them. These 12 people had already agreed to build the biggest sect on the mountain. They would fight for people, territory, fortune, power, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They would fight for everything in their hands. After this, even if their cultivation aptitude was limited, they would use the mountain of immortal money to break through their bottlenecks. As long as one of the 12 people reached the nascent soul realm first, their great undertaking would be completely stable. Then they saw the woman with a sword on her back walking on the ground. Everyone was slightly surprised. She was so bold. She dared to travel alone. They took a closer look, and each of them had their own ideas. Some took a fancy to the woman's appearance. Some took a fancy to the robe she wore. Some guessed the value of the sword. And some purely wanted to kill her. Of course, there were also those who were afraid of the worst and were careful not to provoke trouble. Of course, there was also the only female cultivator in the Golden Core realm who pitied the woman, who was destined to have a pitiful end. Save? Why? She wasn't in the mood. In this chaotic world where the world didn't care about the world, and only cultivators were in charge, if such a beautiful woman dared to go out alone without a high cultivation base, wasn't she courting death? Ning Yao looked up and saw that they didn't intend to attack, so she continued walking. The 12 fleeing cultivators from the Tong Yi continent hovered in the air and looked down at the beautiful woman whose identity they didn't know for now. A moment later, the gold core female cultivator was infuriated. Are these men all righteous gentlemen with a pure heart and few desires? Why aren't they doing anything? Therefore, she smiled and said, I think that woman's appearance is not bad. Don't fight with me. I'm lacking a servant girl now, so I'll take her. As soon as she spoke, a burly man with a burning gaze immediately reached out and held the slender waist of the female cultivator beside him. He chuckled and said, "It's good to be a servant girl, but it's even better to be a concubine. Big Brother will help you take down that lucky woman. Sister Jade Cheeks, let's hurry and find an auspicious date so that we can quickly become husband and wife. Who knows, we might become the #1 Tao couple in the world. If there's some mysterious additional fortune, wouldn't good things come in pairs?" As he spoke, the burly man said to his two good friends telepathically, "Remember to help me hold the line. Other than the two of you, including Jade Cheeks, I don't trust anyone else." The burly man took out a military armor pill, and a deity armor instantly covered his body. Then he landed on the ground and strode towards the woman with a sword on her back. He smiled and said, "Sister, which part of the Tongyi continent do you come from? Why don't we travel together? There's no fear in numbers, isn't there?" Although his words seemed frivolous, the man had already tightened his grip on his saber. He was a golden core cultivator who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Ning Yao said with an indifferent expression, "There's no fear in numbers." He spoke in a rather clumsy dialect of the Tongyi continent. In terms of language talent, he was indeed better. He could speak the official language of the 3 continents, the official language of each country, and many local dialects. He would deliberately use an understated expression and used a language that she did not understand to speak some words. However, she knew what he was saying because she would look into his eyes. The burly man laughed and said, "Little lady, you really know how to joke." The burly man was mysteriously split into 2 from the middle of his brows and from head to toe. His deity armor and the physique of a golden core military cultivator were actually worse than a thin piece of paper. The female cultivator called Jade Cheeks knew that things were not going well. Similarly, she was cut in half by an invisible sword aura. Her golden core was wrapped in her soul and spun. Just as it was about to escape, it exploded. Ning Yao glanced at the sky. The 10 cultivators fought to be the first. Each of them wished that they could smash into the ground in a straight line, so that they could be the first to meet the female sword deity. It was not that they could tell that she was a sword cultivator. In fact, they did not even know how she attacked. However, since she carried a sword on her back, they could just treat her as a sword deity. It did not matter if she was a golden core sword cultivator with an amazing natal flying sword, or a nascent soul sword cultivator that fell from the sky. She was still a sword deity. In any case, killing them was as easy as chopping a group of chickens with a kitchen knife. Ning Yao suddenly could not be bothered to ask about the situation in the Tongyi continent. He had once told her about his travels in the Tongyi continent. It was also written in the book that she always carried with her. However, Ning Yao knew that the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who did not come to this world should come. Therefore, Ning Yao turned around and left. She planned to walk for a while. On the way here, there was a mountain not far away that produced a kind of strange green bamboo. Ning Yao planned to forge a walking stick for it. When she turned around, the 2 friends that the burly man spoke to earlier died on the spot. In front of a sword cultivator, who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Realm, they were whispering to each other in their hearts. They were not cautious enough. A young sword cultivator landed on the ground and frowned. "Fellow Taoist, is your killing intent too strong?" The 10 cultivators each had their own thoughts, because this sword cultivator was extremely famous. He was the publicly acknowledged successor of the Tongyi continent's Xianqing sect. His name was Siyun, and he was 100 years old golden core cultivator. Most importantly, he was a sword cultivator. The reason why she could recognize him at a glance was that the sword at his waist, Corpse Liberation, was too eye-catching. There were colorful lights flowing outside the scabbard. It was a half-immortal weapon that recognized its master, and his name was also brought into the sect by the Tao Protector when he was young. It was personally given by the Xianqing sect's ancestral master. It implied that this person had the potential to ascend. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear. The young sword cultivator and the woman pulled apart a distance and walked side by side. Ning Yao said, "You are blind and deaf. Your cultivation level is low. Speak less and go further away." Si Yun laughed. "Are you saying that I can't tell good from bad? That's not the case. It's just that other than Su Dao and you, Zhen, the other two do not deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. As long as they are not evil people, we, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent, should abandon our past grudges and cultivate wholeheartedly. Who knows, we might soon meet the cultivators of the Fuyao continent, or even the barbarians of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who love to kill." Previously, he did not think so, but when he got closer to look at this woman, he realized that she was really charming. Naturally, it was not because of her beauty. To a young genius with a pure sword heart, he just felt that she made people forget about the vulgarity. Ning Yao kept her eyes forward and said, "You don't listen to advice. You should change it after your cultivation level drops." Si Yun was about to speak. He was instantly sent flying. More than half of his golden core was shattered. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and could not get up even if he struggled with all his might. His vision was blurry. He could vaguely see the woman's back figure slowly walking away. The other 10 people looked at each other. Should he take advantage of the situation and kill them to snatch the corpse liberation? Or should he save them and form a huge relationship with the Xianqing sect? Other than the 2 nascent soul ancestral masters of the Xianqing sect, almost all of the consecrators, guests, and direct disciples of the ancestral hall had already entered this new world. It was said that even the portrait of the ancestral hall and the divine master were carried by Si Yun and placed in an ancestral item. Someone gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "What relationship? It's all *king fake stuff. Why do we still care about this now? What immortal master of the registry? Which one of them isn't a wild cultivator now? After obtaining a half-immortal weapon, whoever breaks through to the nascent soul realm first will get it. Let's all swear that the person who obtains the corpse liberation in the future will be the leader. This person must protect the rest of us to break through to the next realm." Another person reminded that corpse liberation is a half-immortal weapon that recognizes its master. Who dares to take it? Who can refine it? If Si Yun is dead, it's fine. But Si Yun is not dead. Someone said softly, "Si Yun's cultivation level dropped, but I didn't see the corpse liberation being unsheathed," saying that it recognizes its master is most likely a method by the Xianqing sect to gain fame for Si Yun. There were also a few immortal masters who were unwilling to take the risk, but they were not willing to speak at the moment. Blocking an opportunity on the mountain was more hateful than cutting off one's path to wealth at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when no one dared to make the first move, Si Yun sat up. His sword, Corpse Liberation, was unsheathed by itself and hovered in the air. He reached out to hold the sword, but it did not hurt his palm at all. It was as if he was being supported by the sword. Si Yun's eyes were gloomy as he looked at those bastards. Even if he was really deaf, Si Yun was not blind. He could see their expressions and gazes. Si Yun let go of the half-immortal weapon, Corpse Liberation. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was not afraid of them at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of trash. You only have a broken golden core that knows a little talisman, and you dare to kill me and snatch my sword?" Si Yun suddenly lowered his head and stared at his beloved sword. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out to cover his heart and choked with sobs. "Why did you pretend to be dead just now? Why didn't you unsheath yourself? Why didn't you protect my golden core? If you didn't kill her, it would have been good to protect my golden core." The long sword trembled, as if it was crying. It seemed to be even more aggrieved than its master who had dropped in cultivation level. It did not dare to unsheath. It was afraid that its master would die. It was just that the half-immortal weapons in the world were often like ignorant children who had not been enlightened. They could not speak or write. Otherwise, this corpse liberation would clearly tell Si Yun that that woman was very likely to be the first person recognized by the world's great Tao. Those 10 people finally realized that the half-immortal weapon, corpse liberation, could kill people on its own. Therefore, they did not hesitate and immediately used all kinds of methods to escape with the wind. Si Yun did not have the intention to chase after them. Firstly, he was not sure what to do after suffering such a disaster. Secondly, there were too many accidents after his realm dropped. He did not want to provoke them. He had already remembered the 10 people's appearances and clothes, and he also knew the general background of these cultivators. The mountains would not change, and the rivers would flow forever. He would have a chance to meet them again in the future. This young genius, who carried all the hopes of his sect, raised his head and looked in the direction that the woman left. He suddenly realized that she came from the great wall of sword Qi. Ning Yao arrived at the Green Mountain and the bamboo forest. She looked around and finally chose a green bamboo tree. She made a walking stick and held it in her hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Ning Yao started to walk with the walking stick. She imagined him leading the way when he was young. She imagined him traveling alone after he turned 20. She imagined him getting drunk when he was drunk. She imagined him walking in the mountains and rivers and looking at the scenery with his eyes wide open. She would write all of these down in a book. After walking for a while, Ning Yao returned to normal. She stood on the peak of the Green Mountain and supported herself with the walking stick. She softly called out a name. Then, she listened attentively to the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. It seemed to be an answer. Previously, when she had just arrived at the new world, her inner demon when she broke through the nascent soul realm was the Chun Pingon in her heart. To Ning Yao, her inner demon was just like that. However, it was just a face-to-face encounter. After Ning Yao took a few more glances, she was quickly killed by her. Therefore, the breakthrough happened in an instant. It was extremely complicated yet simple. Ning Yao only understood one thing in an instant. The Chun Pingon in her heart could never be compared to the real Chun Pingon. In this vast world, there was only one Chun Pingon, the real one. (700) Middle Plains Divine Continent, Records of Rites Learning Palace. In the middle of winter, Mao Xiaodong sat alone in the pavilion to enjoy the snow while the scholars in the palace were asking questions and studying. He gently rubbed his hands and softly recited a popular prose piece. The sky clouds, the mountains, and the rivers were all white. The fishermen in the pavilion and the drinkers were all white. Mao Xiaodong was in a bad mood. The Cliff Academy's return to being one of the 72 academies had been delayed for so many years, and it still had not been finalized. Now that the excavation of the Great Blasphemy and the construction of the capital of Dali had been completed, it seemed like Mao Xiaodong was the one who was dragging them down the most. If not for his poor relationship with the Dali embroidered tiger and his unwillingness to have anything to do with Cui Dong, Mao Xiaodong would have written to Cui Dong a long time ago. He would have said that he only had this bit of ability and that he was obviously not of much use. He would have asked Cui Dong to quickly find someone more capable to take charge of the situation here. As long as the Cliff Academy could return to the Orthodox Confucian Temple, he would be grateful to Cui Dong. However, Mao Xiaodong was very clear that it did not matter whether he wrote a letter or not. Cui Dong, that bastard, was not someone who cared about old friendships. He only cared about results. Since Cui Dong chose him to lead the expedition and did not ask about it after that, it should be because Cui Dong already had a plan. Cui Dong could wait, but Mao Xiaodong was so anxious that his throat was smoking. The Tongyi continent was already a mess. Every day, the records of Rites Learning Palace would circulate court bulletins. compared to the Fuyao continent and the demon army on the coastal battlefield, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the Fuyao continent would try their best to choose the battlefield overseas, so as to avoid the various kinds of immortal spells that were used in the battle with the great demons, which would accidentally bring disaster to the armies of the various great dynasties on the ground. Other than the cultivators of the upper 5 realms having such courage, Qi Tingji, Zhou Shinji, and an ascendant realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent had a lot to do with this. On the other hand, the Tongye continent, which had only adopted a defensive posture from the beginning, was simply eroded. From the immortals on the mountain to the secular dynasties, everywhere was collapsing. Now, they could only rely on the 3 major academies and those immortals with the surname Zong. The Yugue sect could only be said to be stable in its defense. The Tongye sect and the Fuyao sect were slightly chaotic, especially the Fuyao sect near the sea, whose territory was constantly shrinking. Only Taiping Mountain was the most impressive. Under the protection of the mountain and river formation that could both attack and defend, there were actually 1,000 cultivators who could jointly kill their way out of the sect and achieve a great feat. The old Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain, who had already fallen by 1 realm under the double support of the 3 enclosures, 4 symbols, great formation of 1 continent, and his own formation, his Dharma form was majestic. He held a large mirror in his hand, like an immortal holding a bright moon in his hand. Under the moonlight, the cultivators of Taiping Mountain could advance and retreat freely, killing their enemies as if they were wheat. Mao Xiaodong could not wait to resign from his position as the deputy mountain master and go to Old Dragon City to guard. Rather than stay here and watch helplessly every day, he might as well do something practical. Mao Xiaodong brought a large group of academy students to travel across continents. As the deputy mountain master, he not only had to protect the students to concentrate on their studies, but he also had to strive to obtain the title of one of the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple for Cliff Academy. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong did not have an easy time these years. The most important thing was that Dali Xiao, who did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to do it. When they arrived at the Li Ji Academy, the Grand Chancellor also did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to pass the assessment. He only asked Mao Xiaodong to wait for the news. Mao Xiaodong could only let more than 30 students, including Li Baoping, calm down and study hard. Mao Xiaodong actually felt a little guilty. This was because the most important factor in whether or not the academy could be promoted to one of the 72 academies was the depth of the mountain master's knowledge. When senior Qi Jingchun was still alive, Mao Xiaodong did not find it difficult at all for Cliff Academy to obtain this honor. However, when he became the mountain master, he felt even more powerless. Since he had returned to the Confucian Temple Academy, he could not rely on himself as the mountain master. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the students. However, when it came to the source of students, whether it was the Cliff Academy in Dali's capital city or the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, they could not compete with Lakeview Academy. Before the relocation, Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy were both part of the 72 academies. However, the first-rate students of the Aquarius continent still preferred to try their luck at Lakeview Academy. If they could not pass, they would settle for the next best thing, which was to go to Dali's Cliff Academy. In fact, regarding this matter, Mao Xiaodong, the other deputy mountain masters, and the former emperor of Dali all had complaints. Only Senior Qi was always casual and calm. No matter what kind of students came to the academy, he only asked the teachers to focus on teaching them the same knowledge. When Qi Jingchun was the mountain master, Cliff Academy had always been unshakable in one aspect. Every year, they would select a group of students from poor families from the prefectures and counties. Even if these people had a poor foundation in knowledge, the academy would still accept them every year. Qi Jingchun would personally impart knowledge to them. Therefore, to a large extent, many of the talented and intelligent students from the Aquarius continent who had excellent family backgrounds were not willing to come to the Cliff Academy to study, and were also unwilling to be in the same class as these poor students. Mao Xiaodong remembered very clearly that the former emperor of Dali had once visited the academy and hinted to Senior Qi that Dali's capital city was willing to accept these poor scholars. He promised that they would not mistreat or delay these scholars. Not only that, the officials of Dali would also specially open up a smooth career for them. Did this mean that Mr. Qi and the academy did not have to worry? With Mr. Qi's knowledge, he could choose the best students in the academy. Senior Qi laughed and said that even if the Song clan wanted to forget their roots, it was still too early. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. Therefore, before they went to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, Mountain Chieftain Qi Jingchun did not have any direct disciples. She taught the sons of prestigious clans who were relatively more knowledgeable, as well as the sons of humble commoners who came from the countryside. Mao Xiaodong himself was actually no stranger to this book of Wright's Learning Palace. He had once come here to study with his two senior brothers, Sui Yu and Qi Jingchun. In the end, the two senior brothers didn't stay for long and left him here alone. They left without saying goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. In the letter, senior brother Qi said what a senior brother should say, pointing out the direction of Mao Xiaodong's studies, who he should learn from, and which sage books he should work on. In any case, it was very comforting. However, at the end of the letter, senior brothers would told Mao Xiaodong not to worry. If he was bullied, he should inform Senior Qi Jingchun, and remember not to bother the teacher. Senior Qi Jingchun was very free, and the teacher was very busy. How could Mao Xiaodong not worry, other than involving the teacher's knowledge? Mao Xiaodong did not dare to complain casually. Senior brothers did not do anything every time, but when he did, the teacher had to clean up the mess himself. Moreover, the Sage of Rights had always been friendly with the teacher. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong could only bite the bullet and rest assured that he would study here for several years. Mao Xiaodong walked out of the pavilion and looked at the couplet under the stairs. Experience was needed before words could be said with substance. Only when the words were integrated with the heart would one feel that the book was interesting. Mao Xiaodong turned his head and saw Li Baoping, who was holding a walking stick and wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. When Li Baoping walked to his side, Mao Xiaodong laughed softly and said, "Skipping class again?" Li Baoping nodded and then shook her head. "I told the teacher in advance that I would like to go to the oil sack lake with Mr. Zhong and Sister Taizhong to enjoy the snow." After Zhong Qiu and Chao Qingleng left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they parted ways with Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian. The latter returned to the Aquarius continent, but they traveled to the Chens of the South Saw continent, and then to the Central Plains. They traveled for several years, and finally came to the School of Rights. They heard that the Maoshan Mountain Master and Li Baoping happened to be studying there, so they stopped here. During this time, Chun Sanqiu and Taizhong came to the School of Rights. Chun Sanqiu had become a Confucian scholar, but Taizhong was waiting for someone. Unfortunately, the friend that Taizhong was looking for was said to have followed the saint to the fifth world. Mao Xiaodong laughed. "What's so good about the oil sack lake? It's more like the Flattery Lake. What's the big deal?" Then Mao Xiaodong whispered, "Baoping, these are my personal opinions. I'll say it to you secretly. Just forget it after you hear it. Don't tell others." Li Baoping said, "I won't casually talk about the excellence of other people's writings or their character. Even if I really want to talk about this person, I'll talk about it together with the philosophy of praising elegance and rejecting frivolity. I won't just cling on to the phrase, 'The oil sack obtains the water of the Milky Way.' I will add the cup of longevity to it and get entangled with others. The book is closed for 1,000 years, and the green water flows away are excellent." Mao Xiaodong smiled and nodded. "Very good." Learning Discussing Tao and dealing with people must be so righteous and peaceful. Li Baoping hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Mao, don't worry too much. Previously, she saw Mr. Mao admiring the scenery alone from afar. Li Baoping came here to greet the Maoshan mountain master. Mao Xiaodong laughed. It's inevitable to worry, but I won't worry too much. Don't worry. Li Baoping bid farewell and left. He reunited with Zhong Qiu, Chao Qinglang, and Sister Stack Zhang, who went to the oil sack lake to admire the snow. Chen Sanqiu was now a Confucian scholar in the academy. It was not good for him to skip classes. Moreover, although Chen Sanqiu read a lot of books at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he only realized that it was not easy to catch up when he actually went to the academy to study. Moreover, Chen Sanqiu became a Confucian scholar in the academy for no reason. When he just arrived at the Li Ji Academy, an amiable old man found him, and they chatted and admired the scenery. Chen Sanqiu only found out later that the old man was the Grand Chancellor of the Academy. Therefore, Chen Sanqiu studied diligently, because he entered the nascent soul realm on his journey from the South Saw continent to the Central Divine continent. Chen Sanqiu had his own advantages compared to many scholars in the academy who were not cultivators. During the day, the headmaster taught Tao, and at night, he studied by himself. At the same time, he could nurture his sword will without tiredness. Stack Zhang was still at the bottleneck of the Oris core realm, but she did not think much of it. After all, Chen Sanqiu was recognized as a scholar in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The natal supernatural power of the flying sword was related to literary luck, so it was normal for Chen Sanqiu to break through the realm. Moreover, Stack Zhang was now in a state of sudden relaxation. It was as if she did not know what to do after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she thought of reuniting with the Confucian gentleman one day, Stack Zhang would be nervous. The fifth world would only open after 100 years. At that time, she and Chen Sanqiu could go to the foreign place where it was difficult to distinguish between home and foreign land, and meet Ning Yao and the others. Therefore, Li Baoping often took Sister Stack Zhang out to relax. Mao Xiaodong looked in the direction they left. The red cotton-padded jacket Li Baoping and the green-robed scholar Chao Qinglang were used to traveling with the mountain walking staff. Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He was relieved. The depression in his heart fell with the snow. No matter what, the incense of his literary lineage was no longer so unstable as if it would disappear at any time. Mao Xiaodong had a good impression of Chao Qinglang, and Chao Qinglang was the direct disciple of his junior brother Qin Pingan. According to seniority, she should call him martial uncle. In fact, when Chao Qinglang met him for the first time, she bowed and called him martial uncle. How could Mao Xiaodong not be happy? Because of some things, little Baoping and Lin Shuyi could only call him Mountain Master Mao or Mr. Mao. And Mao Xiaodong did not take in any direct disciples. The little girl Pei Qian was Chun Pingan's fifth disciple. So, in the end, the only legitimate third-generation disciple of the sage of literature lineage was Chao Qinglang for the time being. The tall old man turned and left the pavilion to read. He planned to go back to his residence to warm a pot of wine. Opening the window and reading on a snowy day was the best. Unexpectedly, someone laughed and shouted behind him, "Xiaodong!" Tears welled up in Mao Xiaodong's eyes. He slowly turned and bowed, unwilling to get up for a long time. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Student greets teacher." The old scholar waited for a while, but the student still did not get up. He felt helpless and walked down the stairs to Mao Xiaodong's side. The old scholar, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, stood on his tiptoes and patted his student's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Teacher finally put on a straight face. "And you didn't see it. What a waste of the teacher's demeanor that he worked so hard to cultivate." Mao Xiaodong quickly straightened his back and bowed slightly. His teeth were chattering in excitement. Once again, He respectfully addressed him as Sir. He had not seen his teacher for more than 100 years. His teacher was not tall, but he was very knowledgeable. The old scholar nodded. Don't do things more than 3 times. That's enough. Xiaodong, I'm not blaming you, but every time I see you bow, I feel anxious. Back then, I felt like I was burning incense and praying to the departed. Mao Xiaodong said guiltily, It's student's fault. The old scholar said helplessly, What's wrong? It's the teacher who doesn't care about etiquette, and the student who cares about etiquette. It's a good thing. Xiaodong, you should learn from your younger martial brother. Mao Xiaodong did not know what to do and could only admit his mistake. The old scholar led Mao Xiaodong into the pavilion. Mao Xiaodong was always 1 step lower than the teacher. Finally, he sat opposite the teacher. Mao Xiaodong straightened his back and sat upright. The old scholar did not blame his student for not having good eyesight, but he felt sorry for him. The old scholar suddenly stood up and spat out a body of knowledge that resonates with heaven and earth. His sleeves are clean and the wind blows without leaving anything behind. His oil sac obtains the Milky Way. His mouth contains the heavenly constitution to create the Great Lake. Bah! The old scholar had a good impression of the person that Mao Xiaodong and Little Treasure Bottle were talking about. However, when it came to the scholars of the future who used poems to flatter this person, he really wanted to compile the poems into a book and throw it into a Confucian temple in a certain country. He would then ask the person who was given the posthumous title of Duke Wenshun if he was embarrassed. However, this person's craftsmanship and the art of political theory were indeed extraordinary. Mao Xiaodong looked down and did not move at all. His heart was as still as water. In any case, whatever the teacher said or did was right. The old scholar returned to his seat and said, The wine from Oil Sac Lake is really good, and the price is fair. However, the rule of gentlemen and virtuous people buying wine at half price is too unfriendly. What's wrong with being a scholar? Being a scholar does not mean being an official. Mao Xiaodong did not say a word and only listened to the teacher's lecture. The old scholar had waited for half a day, but his student did not take the initiative to bring up the recent debate at the Confucian temple. He felt very regretful. It was too boring to bring up such a topic himself. Mao Xiaodong just sat opposite him and sincerely felt that his teacher did not care about trifles and yet did great things all over the world. The old scholar smiled and said, Earlier, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I was drinking with Swazhua and your younger martial brother. Chun Pingan talked about your teaching and preaching. He said that you are the most like me, mellow and gentle. He also said that you study carefully and teach with trepidation. Mao Xiaodong hurriedly stood up and said, I do not deserve such praise. The old scholar said slowly, If I am not as good as you, and if I am not as good as you, then do you think that you can only rely on the holy teacher to do everything personally? If you feel that you do not deserve such praise, then you really do not deserve it. True respect for one's teacher is for one's students to be unique in their studies. This is true respect for one's teacher. The Mao Xiaodong in my heart should see me and greet me as a student. However, after the greeting, he dares to say a few words to you that are inappropriate in your studies. Mao Xiaodong, do you think that you have studied hard for 100 years and that you are more knowledgeable than me? Or do you think that you can find and fill in the gaps in your studies? Even if there is only one, it would be good. After Mao Xiaodong stood up, he did not sit down. He felt very guilty and shook his head, saying, Not at the moment. The old scholar was not angry. Instead, he said with a gentle expression, A close friend is not a good friend. It is not completely useless. Just continue to work hard. The old scholar paused for a moment and said with a smile, After all, your teacher's knowledge is very high. Mao Xiaodong stood there in a dilemma. He wanted to sit down so that he would not be too much taller than his teacher, which would be inappropriate. However, he also wanted to stand there and listen to his teacher's teachings, which would be appropriate. The old scholar looked up at Mao Xiaodong and said with a smile, "You still haven't broken through the nascent soul bottleneck. This is not good. You shouldn't be like this. With your temperament and knowledge, you should have broken through long ago." Mao Xiaodong felt guilty again. The old scholar asked, "What is the third etiquette?" Mao Xiaodong was about to speak. The old scholar pointed to his heart. "Ask yourself and answer." The tall Mao Xiaodong stood in the pavilion, lost in thought. The old scholar seemed to be talking to himself. The pavilion is like a resting place for the heart. Some things are like the wind and snow. If you carry a few books of the sages and know a few of the sages, can you not feel cold when you walk out of the pavilion? The old scholar also asked and answered his own question. I actually feel that it is not cold anymore. It can let people walk a few more steps in the wind and snow. Mao Xiaodong looked at the heavy snow outside the pavilion and blurted out, "A gentleman's learning is beautiful in his body. A person of etiquette is upright. If the mouth can speak, the body can do. If one's learning reaches the end of the road, it is the virtue of a gentleman." The old scholar slapped his thigh and said, "Good." Outside the pavilion, the wind and snow stopped. Mao Xiaodong slowly sat down. When the snow stopped, he had already reached the realm of jade. Not only that, the words of the couplets outside the pavilion were shining brightly. Only then did the heavy snow continue to fall on the world. The old scholar suddenly asked, "Outside the pavilion, you walk a long way with a warm heart. There are so many people on the side of the road who are shivering from the cold. What are you going to do?" These people have probably never studied before. In the cold weather, they are all wearing thin clothes. How can they study? A teacher who does not have to worry about the cold and the warmth of the weather is nagging in people's ears. Isn't that annoying? Mao Xiaodong was lost in thought. He did not even notice that his teacher had quietly left. The old scholar chuckled to the Academy's Grand Chancellor beside him and said, "What do you mean?" The Grand Chancellor said, "Chui Dong said in the letter that as long as Mao Xiaodong breaks through, Chui Dong will be the new Hill Master of Cliff Academy." The old scholar smiled. "Don't forget to let Cliff Academy return to the list of the 72 academies." The latter bowed and carried out the order. The old scholar suddenly said, "I want to borrow the word mountain from you. If you refuse, it is reasonable, and I will not make things difficult for you. I haven't seen your teacher for a long time." The Grand Chancellor was originally hesitant, but after hearing this, he agreed decisively. The old scholar patted his shoulder and praised, "You are not muddle-headed for small matters and are even more decisive for big matters. Mr. Sage of Wright's disciple is only slightly inferior." The Grand Chancellor of the Academy was speechless for a moment. Asking for knowledge from the sage of literature and chatting with the old scholar were like heaven and earth. Li Baoping and the rest had just walked out of the gates of Wright's Academy. Li Baoping suddenly smiled. Mr. Sage of Literature, the old scholar, who only appeared in front of them, waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to greet him, so as not to startle others. However, he spoke without restraint. Since it was autumn, Chao Qingleng and Stack Zhang no longer bowed and greeted him. Chao Qingleng only greeted him as Grandmaster. The old scholar nodded and smiled. The old scholar walked with them to Oil Sack Lake, and no one noticed them along the way. Li Baoping and the rest stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds. Only the old elementary scholar was able to walk without leaving any traces behind. After merging with heaven and earth, he received the help of the mountains and rivers and received the weight of heaven and earth. Scholars have always been like this. The old scholar had always been proud of himself for writing books, accepting disciples, imparting knowledge, quarreling with others, being good at drinking, and many other things. However, he did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about this matter. Whoever praised or scolded him, he would get angry with them. The old scholar walked between Little Treasure Bottle and Chao Qinglang, looking left and right with a face full of smiles. Do I, the sage of literature, need many people? The old elementary scholar waved his hand. To hell with the advantage in numbers. Li Baoping said softly, Mr. Sage of Literature, I heard that you have merged with heaven and earth. You are really a man of indomitable spirit. You are very tall. The old scholar immediately smiled from ear to ear, waved his hand, and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. He still had to accept Little Treasure Bottle's praise. Chao Qinglang said, Grandmaster, you have worked hard. Teacher's teacher was his own grandmaster. The old scholar smiled. It's a small matter. You have traveled thousands of miles at such a young age. It's really hard. Chao Qinglang hesitated and asked, Grandmaster, there are some things that I don't understand about the name. The old scholar nodded and asked with a smile, before asking, what do you think is the most useful part of Grandmaster's knowledge? Or rather, what do you want to use the knowledge for yourself? Don't rush. Think slowly. It's not an examination, right? Don't be nervous. Just treat it as a casual chat. At the side, Zhong Qiu was looking forward to Chao Qinglang's answer. Chao Qinglang had obviously come to a conclusion and said without hesitation, I have read Grandmaster's works word by word repeatedly. Some of them are shallow, and some of them may not have been initiated, so I am still confused. But the biggest feeling I have is that Grandmaster's reasoning is the most stable. The reason is profound, but the method of reasoning is shallow. Therefore, there is a certain reason, like the beautiful scenery in the distance, but the path under the feet of the later generations is not rugged. The great Tao is straight, and it is easy to walk. Therefore, people do not feel the slightest bit of hardship. The old scholar nodded vigorously and said, Yes, that's right. Li Baoping nodded lightly and added, Youngest uncle said early on that Mr. Wensheng is like a person walking in front, throwing money on the ground. Every one of them is excellent, but he doesn't accept money, like the copper coins and treasures on the ground. It allows future generations to pick up money diligently. It's not some mountain of gold or silver that needs to be dug up. It's just a page of a book, and you can immediately earn money. The old scholar listened in high spirits and clapped his hands a few times. Then he stroked his beard and smiled. After all, he was the Grandmaster, so he had to give face. The old scholar even felt that the students that his disciple had taken in were better than him. Therefore, the old scholar said in the end, Baoping, Qinglang, and of course Mr. Zhong, if you have any questions in the future, you can ask Mao Xiaodong. He won't make a mistake in learning, and as a teacher, he won't make a mistake. He is very good. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, I heard that there is wine and oil Sack Lake. I will pay for it and treat Mr. Wensheng to it. The old scholar rubbed his hands and smiled. That's good. Luo Mountain. Chen Nuanshu carried a bucket of water and went to the first floor of the bamboo house to help the old master who had not returned from his travels. The study table was always spotless. After carefully wiping the ink slab, brush holder, paperweight, and other items on the table, Chen Nuanshu glanced at the neatly stacked pile of books and pursed his lips. He pursed his lips and stretched out his hands. It looked like he was tidying up the books, but the books were actually a little crooked. When Chen Nuanshu stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door, the eyes of the girl in the pink dress were full of smiles. When Chen Nuanshu went up to the second floor, a little lotus figure immediately jumped out of the room. It climbed up the table along one of the table legs and started running around to inspect the table. It discovered that the paperweight on the table was slightly tilted the day before, and the items on the shelf were not placed properly yesterday. Today, the books were accidentally tilted again. The little fellow giggled, then hurriedly covered its mouth and tiptoed to the side of the books. From tiptoeing to lying on its stomach, It carefully helped Sister Mwanshu to stack the books properly. The little lotus figure was still worried. It ran around the little mountain of books. After making sure that there was no tilt at all, it sat on the table, satisfied. It was glad that it had helped Sister Mwanshu again today. Finally, the little lotus figure sat on the edge of the table and gently swayed its legs. It really wanted to see the young man in white again and ask him if it could take the initiative to greet Sister Mwanshu and Sister Mealy so that it would not bother them. Once every few days, once every 10 days, or once every month was fine too. However, he had not been here for a long time. The young man's teacher had not been home for a long time. Therefore, the little fellow, who had nothing to do, got up and ran to the pen container. It used its remaining arm to wipe the wall of the container. Outside the bamboo building, 3 people returned to the mountain from Dragon Rider Alley. Daoist Changming went to Wei Wenlong's accounting room as a guest. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu came to the bamboo building together. They had already moved out of the sword prayer platform. Only sword cultivator Cui Wei was still cultivating there. Dragon Rider Alley was much more lively now. Other than the straw shop that Jia Cheng and his 2 disciples were in charge of, the shopkeeper of the shop next door, Shiro, also had 2 generals under her, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. In addition, there was a woman named Changming who often went to the 2 shops to help. For some reason, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu were very respectful of the woman who liked to laugh. They did not know where she got the money from, but she bought 2 courtyards at the top of the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley. Every time Jiang Chu went up the mountain, he liked to look at the outer wall of the bamboo building. However, Zhang Jiazhen could not see anything, but Jiang Chu said that it was filled with words and many talismans. Jiang Chu was still standing there today, observing the talisman. Zhang Jiazhen sat by the stone table, eating melon seeds with sword immortal Miyu. Miyu smiled and asked, "Are you jealous of Jiang Chu?" Zhang Jiazhen nodded and said, "I am." Jiang Chu was much more cheerful and smart than her. He was already very familiar with Dragon Rider Alley and liked to go out alone. Every time he returned to the shop, he would have all kinds of gains. Zhang Jiazhen could not do that. She could only guard the shop and do whatever shopkeeper Shiro gave her. Miyu said casually, "There's nothing to be jealous of. Everyone has their own life." Zhang Jiazhen said, "Mr. Chen said that I don't have the talent for cultivation. I'm just a swordsman and martial artist." Miyu became interested. "Are you depressed? Or do you not believe in Master Hidden Official's vision?" Zhang Jiazhen smiled and shook her head. "I believe very much, and I'm not depressed. That's why I want to learn some arithmetic from Mr. Way in the future so that I can have a skill. But even if I learn some basic arithmetic and entry bookkeeping, I think I can only do some brain-dead things. I'll strive to be an accountant in the marketplace. I'll only deal with gold, silver, and copper coins. I might never see divine money in my life, but it's better than doing nothing every day. I don't know what to do." Miyu did not mind. He was good at dealing with women. He was not good at talking to children, and he was not interested. After all, he was not Master Hidden Official. Zhang Jiazhen did not dare to disturb Sword Immortal Miyu's cultivation. She said goodbye and planned to go to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain to see the scenery around Luapa Mountain. Jiang Chu was still staring at the bamboo talisman with wide eyes. Zhang Jiazhen met the swaggering little girl in black on the way. She was patrolling the mountain with a golden pole on her shoulder. Zhang Jiazhen smiled and greeted Guardian Zhou. The little girl smiled and said politely, "Just call me Big Water Monster." Then, when she heard Zhang Jiazhen say that she wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery, Zhou Mealy immediately said that she could help lead the way. As soon as Zhou Mealy turned around, she saw the longevity fellow Daoist who was walking alone. He was tall and wore a loose snow-white robe. He had a smile on his face all day long. Zhou Mealy quickly greeted her. Changming nodded with a smile and brushed past the little girl and Zhang Jiajin. Zhou Mili stood still, her head slowly moving with Changming. When she could no longer move, she moved back to her original position and walked side by side with Zhang Jiajin. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not help but ask, Zhang Jiajin, do you know why Changming keeps smiling and squinting her eyes? Zhang Jiajin shook her head and said that she did not know. Zhou Mili chuckled and said, it's fine, it's fine. Sister Nuanshu doesn't know either. It can't be helped. On Luapa Mountain, only Pei Qian's brain is sharper than mine. Have you heard of the idiom money eyes open? You haven't, right? Pei Qian often takes me out for walks and we often pick up a copper coin. When I smile, Pei Qian says that I'm money eyes open. Haha, I'm money eyes? Haha, what a joke. I'm just pretending for Pei Qian to see. I won't be money eyes open. I won't even blink when other people throw money on the ground. Zhou Mili was halfway through her sentence when she saw a flash of golden light not far from the road ahead. Zhou Mili instantly stopped and frowned. Then she threw the golden pole high up and grabbed something like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She rolled up and caught the golden pole. Patting her clothes, she turned her head and blinked her eyes. Puzzled, she said, What? Let's go. There is no money on the ground. Zhang Jiajin held back her laughter and nodded. This was the Mute Lake big water monster that Mr. Chen was talking about. Zhou Mili suddenly frowned again. She faced Zhang Jiajin sideways and carefully reached out her hand from her sleeve. She opened her palm. Not good. Why did the money run away? She had planned to ask Sister Nuanshu for credit after picking up the money. Now, Luapa Mountain really didn't have much money. Last time, when she went to ask Wei Shanjun when the next night party would be held, Wei Shanjun smiled awkwardly. Zhou Mili suddenly stopped moving. According to Pei Qian, there was a murderous aura. It turned out that someone pressed her head from behind and asked with a smile, Little Mili, who did you say is money eyes open? Zhou Mili frowned and opened one hand. She turned around and said pitifully, Annie, I swear to God, I don't know what I said in my dream. Look at your palm again. Changming let go of her hand and smiled. She turned and left. Zhou Mili found that there was a shiny copper coin in her hand. Zhou Mili gritted her teeth. The little girl immediately turned around and thanked Changming loudly. The future ruler of Luapa Mountain gently waved her hand, indicating that the little girl who called her auntie didn't have to be so polite. Zhou Mili skipped and brought Zhang Jiajin to the top of the mountain, but her eyes were fixed on the ground. Pei Qian wasn't by her side. She hadn't picked up money for a long time. Wei Pai appeared on the stone bench in the bamboo building. Wei Shanjun really didn't expect that Jiang Chu, who didn't have the aptitude to be a sword cultivator, could learn talismans. On the path of a talisman, whether one had the aptitude or not, they were immediately divided into ghosts and gods. Success was success. Failure was failure. They would obediently switch to other immortal spells. It was similar to whether one could become a sword cultivator. Miyu held a wine cup in one hand and leaned his elbow on the stone table. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Miyu curled his lips. Jiang Chu was a child from the same hometown, even if he had the aptitude to be a talisman. But as a cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain, he still had to talk about his innate root and Qi residence. Moreover, it was a big problem for him to cultivate at this age. Miyu was a sword cultivator after all. Of course, he could see the seriousness and depth of these matters. He estimated that it would be difficult for Jiang Chu to form his core in the future. It was more likely that he would stop at the sea viewing realm. If he was lucky, he would reach the Dragon Gate realm at most. Wei Pai glanced at the sword cultivator and shook his head with a smile. Miyu immediately said with a smile, I was wrong. I have to change. Indeed, Luapa Mountain did not care about aptitude or cultivation level. In my Luapa Mountain, whoever talks about realms is the most vulgar. Sort immortal me, don't blame me for being nosy as an outsider. For those of us who can be considered elders, an unintentional sentence or an unmindful gaze might make a certain junior miss it for a long time. Therefore, we have to be careful. It really isn't as simple as passing on the Tao and scolding. On other immortal mountains, how could they be bothered with such trivial matters? Miyu sat upright and nodded. Don't worry. I understand the logic. Lord Hidden Official said that small matters don't save effort, but big matters save worry. I just have a few bad habits that are hard to change in a short period of time. Brother Wei, remember to remind me more in the future. I'm used to being shameless, but there's only one good thing about me. I know my place and can distinguish between good and bad people. I'm good at reading people and listening to their advice. Wei Pai joked, that's not only one good thing. Miyu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Treat people with sincerity. Treat people with sincerity. When she saw Miyu and Wei Pai, Changming cupped her fists and bowed. Wei Pai nodded and returned the greeting Changming. Changming came to Luapa Mountain with the most ease. Actually, because of money, Wei Pai's reputation was rotten in the North Continent. Miyu quickly got up and said, Sister Changming rarely comes to the mountain as a guest. Sit down and talk. The longevity fellow Taoist ignored Mi Jianxian. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked in the direction of Red Candle Town. The fortune there was extraordinarily rich, as if it could be drawn to her own mountain, apart from the Padding Cloud Mountain and the Yang clan's medicine shop. No one else knew about it. Taihui Sword Sect, Pianran Peak. Whitehead sat alone on a bamboo chair, sulking. He was with the direct disciples of the ancestral hall outside of Pianran Peak. Apart from them, there were also two who were said to be very likely to become his junior brother and sister. They were on good terms at first, but then there was a dispute. It was not a big deal, so he did not hold a grudge. It was just that he felt a little aggrieved. At first, it was really just a small matter. The other party made a small joke, and the Whitehead casually said something back. And then the other party inexplicably got angry. After completely quarreling, it seemed to have become a lot of annoying things. Until the quarrel ended, the Whitehead found that the things that he didn't care about, they actually cared a lot. And the things that they cared about, he didn't care at all. This made the Whitehead feel more and more helpless. Everyone had their own right and wrong, and it was all a mess. Whitehead finally took the initiative to admit his mistake and let it go. If they met again and pretended not to know each other, it was not worth it. It was too petty, but it was difficult to laugh and laugh like before. Whitehead felt that it was hypocritical. At this time, Whitehead actually missed Pei Qian, that charcoal girl. She was obviously holding a grudge and never minded others knowing. Every time Pei Qian recorded something in the small account book, she wished she could do it under the other party's nose. It was actually easy to get along like this. Moreover, Pei Qian was not really narrow-minded. As long as she remembered some taboos, such as not boasting that she was Chun Pingan's sworn brother and not saying that a swordsman was inferior to a sword cultivator, Pei Qian was not difficult to get along with. Qi Jinglong returned to the ancestral hall from outside the Skeleton Beach. When he returned to Pianran Peak, he saw the eldest disciple, who was moaning and groaning for a drink. Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Whitehead roughly told him everything, and finally said, "Lu, you have a lot of reasons. Just pick a few to make me feel better." On Pianran Peak, Whitehead could call Lu, but he still had to call him Master. Qi Jinglong sat on a bamboo chair and said, "Remember, you can't add or subtract from right or wrong." Whitehead waited for a long time, but nothing happened. He said angrily, "What kind of relief is this?" Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Then say one more to give others some leeway to be unreasonable." Whitehead rolled his eyes and said, "You win Qi Jinglong began to close his eyes and rest. Whitehead asked, "Are you hurt?" Qi Jinglong shook his head. "I'm fine." Whitehead said, "When you were on the mountain, I didn't slack off when practicing sword." Qi Jinglong opened his eyes and nodded. "I can see that." Whitehead waved his hand. "Hurry up and heal your sword. Don't talk to my proud disciple with so many rules." Qi Jinglong smiled, closed his eyes, and continued to nourish his sword intent. A few days later, a guest came to Pianran Peak. Qi Jinglong had heard of him, but he had never dealt with him. It was Lu Jiqing, a sword cultivator, who had just reached the nascent soul stage in Jinwu Palace. It turned out that Lu Jiqing didn't immediately go to Taihui Sword Sect to visit Qi Jinglong. First, he went along Jibu Water Dragon Sect Floating Duckweed, Sword Lake, Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty, either passing by or visiting. Only then did he come to Pianran Peak. Whitehead rode his sword to the foot of the mountain. Hearing that he was Chunpingan's friend, he began to wait for a good show. Then Lu Jiqing saw the sect master of Taihui Sword Sect. After they were all seated, Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, Lu, you met Chunpingan at Spring Dew Gardens Jade Cliff?" Lu Jiqing said, "Actually, we met even earlier, but we did become friends at Jade Cliff." Then he took out a jar of wine, 2 jars, 3 jars from his core artifact. Whitehead coughed and said, "Sword Immortal Lu, my master usually doesn't drink." Lu Jiqing nodded and said that he knew. Lu Jiqing began to drink by himself. Whitehead held back his laughter and patted his stomach. Qi Jinglong took a deep breath. First, Su Xingjiu from Cloud Above City came up the mountain as a guest and started drinking without hesitation. He couldn't persuade her to stop. Then he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and inexplicably, there was the saying, "Sword Immortal Qi's drinking capacity is unrivaled." Now, there was Lu Jiqing, who wanted to compete with him in drinking. Whitehead gloated and reminded him, "Lu, you said before how to get along with people close to you." Lu Jiqing was more and more confused. If they weren't close enough, they would make up for it by drinking. Qi Jinglong had no choice but to tell Lu Jiqing about Chunpingan's bad character when it came to drinking. After learning the truth, Lu Jiqing was helpless. Like master, like disciple. Lu Jiqing remembered something and said to Whitehead, "Pei Qian asked me to pass a message to you, unexpectedly." Whitehead jumped up. As soon as Lu Jiqing started talking, "Don't say it. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Ooh. Lu Jiqing was more and more confused. Pei Qian's words didn't seem wrong. It was just that both masters were friends, and she was friends with Whitehead. Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Say it. It's Whitehead's business whether he wants to hear it or not. Don't worry about him." Lu Jiqing said. Pei Qian said that on his way home, he would visit Whitehead at Pianran Peak. The white-haired old man wiped his face and did not give up. He carefully asked, "Mr. Lu, when Pei Qian said this, was he very sincere or very casual?" Lu Jiqing thought for a while and said truthfully, "Haha." Whitehead, who was still hoping for a fluke, was about to collapse. He braced himself and asked, "Was there a slight deviation in her eyes?" Lu Jiqing nodded. He didn't care at that time. Now that Whitehead mentioned it, it seemed that Pei Qian really meant it. Therefore, Lu Jiqing thought that Whitehead and Pei Qian should have a good relationship. Otherwise, Whitehead wouldn't be so familiar with the details as if he had seen it with his own eyes. But why was Whitehead's expression at that moment? Logically speaking, the two masters had a good relationship and both liked to be reasonable. Then there shouldn't be too much conflict between disciples. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. It was rare that he wanted to take the initiative to drink. Whitehead fell back on the bamboo chair. He held his head with both hands and murmured, "Now, it's bullshit." Qi Jinglong couldn't hold back his laughter. Then he couldn't bear to laugh out loud. He restrained his expression and reminded him, after you returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, your breakthrough wasn't slow. In the armory of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was probably the most dedicated time for this direct disciple to practice the sword. Even after returning to Pianran Peak of Taihui Sword Sect, he was actually more diligent than before. Whitehead instantly straightened his back, punched his knee, and laughed out loud. Then his laughter subsided. Finally, he comforted himself with a lack of confidence. Let's try our best to have a civil fight. Fighting with violence will hurt harmony. I won't mention the matter of sword cultivators and swordsmen anymore. If it doesn't work, I'll use her master as a protective talisman. There's no other way. She's better at finding masters than me. Only masters are better at finding disciples. Lu is better than Brother Chen. Ooh. Lu Jiqing glanced at Qi Jinglong. It seemed that the sect master of Taihui Sword Sect was already accustomed to this. After that, Lu Jiqing stayed on Pianran Peak. Every day, he consulted Qi Jinglong about sword techniques. Qi Jinglong naturally did not hide anything. Whitehead also recovered from the bad news of Pei Qian's visit to Pianran Peak. On this day, Lion Peak's flying sword sent a message to Taihui Sword Sect. The flying sword was immediately transferred to Pianran Peak. After Qi Jinglong received the secret letter, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he glanced at the disciple who had finally recovered some vitality. This time, Qi Jinglong really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Whitehead caught a glimpse of his master's face. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "At most, Pei Qian will come to find me tomorrow. What's there to be afraid of?" Qi Jinglong smiled. The good news is that the letter says that Pei Qian will not come to Pianran Peak for the time being, because she went to the Snow Peak continent. There's even better news. Do you want to hear it? Whitehead smiled from ear to ear. Whatever Qi Jinglong said, Pei Qian is already in the far travel state. The only pity is that she gave up the word strongest twice to break through. Whitehead stood up and stomped his feet. If she's not the strongest, what realm did she break through? Ah, right. Master? Master. In a moment of desperation, he called his master several times. This was the trump card taught to him by Qin Pingan. Lu Jiqing was stunned. Far travel state. At that time in Golden Crow Palace, Pei Qian was only a 6th realm martial artist. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded, then handed the secret letter to Lu Jiqing. In the letter, Pei Qian apologizes to both you and me about the drinking incident. Lu Jiqing took the secret letter and glanced through it. After returning it to Qi Jinglong, Lu Jiqing smiled knowingly and said, "Little Pei, you're indeed Qin Pingan's first disciple. You've learned everything from him." Qi Jinglong sighed. In fact, Qin Pingan didn't want Pei Qian to learn martial arts in the early years. Lu Jiqing said, "It's something Qin Pingan would do. It's not strange at all." The two looked at each other and smiled. A friend's friend might not be a friend, but Qi Jinglong and Lu Jiqing both felt that they could be friends. Moreover, Lu Jiqing had always admired Qi Jinglong's talisman attainments. But before knowing Qin Pingan, Lu Jiqing felt that Qi Jinglong's reasonable and clear explanation of everything was suspicious of him being a teacher. First, Lu Jiqing didn't feel that as a sword cultivator, it was good to act this way. Since they were both sword cultivators, all things were based on the sword. Second, he was worried that it was some kind of sanctimonious method. After all, once the cultivators on the mountain started scheming, what tricks did they not have? But after Lu Jiqing spent many years sitting on the mountain peak like a half-dead person, looking at the details of Golden Crow Palace from afar, his sword heart was cleansed. He understood that it was not easy to truly explain a small principle compared to a sword cultivator breaking through a realm. Most of the time, the principle wasn't in the principle itself, but in the word reason. On the mountain and under the mountain, it was difficult to preach and explain. One had to admit that some people lived well by being unreasonable and breaking the rules. Lu Jiqing had already planned to choose a more lively place than Golden Crow Palace when he reached the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm. He could also choose the Jianghu or the officialdom to see the people's hearts for decades, or even centuries. Lu Jiqing raised the wine jar in his hand and asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Qi Jinglong laughed. "Let's go." You pooh. I'm afraid of you." The white-haired man squatted beside the bamboo chair and raised his head. He said with resentment in his eyes, "Master, I also want to go." Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing then threw a jar of wine to the white-haired man. Lu Jiqing took out 3 jars of wine on the first day, and also prepared many jars of immortal wine. The white-haired man drank the wine and laughed. It wasn't that he was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. It was that Pei Qian had broken through the realms consecutively and was now a pure martial artist in the far travel realm, although it didn't seem like a good thing to him. And it was very likely that the next time they met, she would accidentally kick him again, and he would be lying on the ground for half a day. But it was actually a good thing. How could it not be a good thing? The white-haired man sat on the bamboo chair and suddenly grimaced. Damn, this wine was really disgusting. Lu Jiqing didn't like to drink it. It was indeed right. Lu Jiqing said telepathically, "Your disciple's temperament is not bad." Qi Jinglong nodded. "Of course." Lu Jiqing was silent for a moment and asked, "What about the merger of the 2 continents?" Qi Jinglong looked solemn. It wasn't easy. At that time, 3 sovereign-level demons suddenly appeared together. They were Yao Jia, Yang Ji, and Fei Fei. Venerable Fiery Dragon, an ascendant realm cultivator from Lu Shui Pit, and Senior White Robe all fought with the other party. Overturning rivers and seas is not an exaggeration. It's actually very difficult for us sword cultivators in the raw jade realm to restrain such a fight. Brother Lu, there's also some inside information that I can't reveal for the time being. Please understand. At that time, Wan Xiao from the Dragon Spring Sword sect used some kind of magic that could make the area within a radius of 100 miles dim instantly. It condensed into a ball of light with a shocking momentum, and it actually directly captured an immortal realm demon who tried to kill her. Then, the ball of light was thrown into the bottom of the sea by Li Lu of Lion Peak. In the end, it was swallowed into the stomach of the ascendant realm woman in palace attire at Lu Shui Pit. An immortal realm died without knowing why. Lu Jiqing nodded. "I understand. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. Even if I know about this in advance, I don't have the face to help." Qi Jinglong suddenly laughed heartily. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, foreign cultivators from the only continent will be looked upon highly by the local sword cultivators. Qi Jinglong stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. "It's us." The white-haired man rarely saw his master so high-spirited. Lu Jiqing had always been a very reserved person. He was famous for being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If he was easy to talk to, he would be too easy to talk to. Occasionally, if he was difficult to talk to, he would be too difficult to talk to. Lu Jiqing was in high spirits. Without saying anything, he raised his head and drank. After drinking, Lu Jiqing looked at Qi Jinglong. "Anyway, I won't urge you to drink." Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "That's not what I meant." Lu Jiqing raised his eyebrows. Qi Jinglong could only imitate him and drink. The white-haired man drank a small mouthful and said, "Actually, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's impression of the Aquarius continent is not bad. Towards other continents, the sword cultivators there only recognize one or a few sword immortals, sword cultivators, and not a continent. The Aquarius continent is an exception." Ooh. Qi Jinglong rubbed his forehead. The truth was the truth, but it was not appropriate to talk about it now. Before drinking, after drinking, you can talk as much as you want. As expected, Lu Jiqing started drinking again. But this time, Lu Jiqing only drank a mouthful, and did not drink much. Qi Jinglong drank more than Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing suddenly felt that Chen Pingan and Pei Qian might not be lying. As long as Qi Jinglong drank, he would be able to hold a huge amount of wine. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "My alcohol tolerance is really bad. Today is an exception." The white-haired man, Pei Qian, laughed. Lu Jiqing too. Qi Jinglong was depressed and drank a big mouthful of wine. It was not because he thought of Chen Pingan, but because he thought of his friend, who truly loved to drink and might not be able to drink for a long time. North Continent. After Li Kai returned to floating duckweed Sword Lake, she went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. In the words of the female sword immortal, it was to fight without getting injured, fight your mother's fight. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, she chatted with the 2 direct disciples she had taken in at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Kai leaned against the railing, drinking her wine and looking at the lake. Chun Li could not help but ask, "Master, why are the cultivators of the North Continent so stupid?" Actually, the young lad's meaning was that, "Master, why are the cultivators of floating duckweed Sword Lake so stupid?" Only senior brother Rong Chong was slightly better and could barely chat with him. The young man's first and greatest impression of the entire vast heaven was the hidden official whom he admired the most and yearned for the most. Chun Li, on the other hand, had earned himself the nickname of Little Hidden Official after going out of the city to fight. This was given to him by others, and the young lad earned it himself. Gao Yuqing felt that the senior brothers and senior sisters of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, as well as the cultivators of the same age who respectfully called her Martial Aunt and Martial Aunt, were all very nice people. They were very friendly, and even though they had already guessed their identities, they did not say anything strange. She had heard the master hidden official's strange words that he could collect a few baskets of them, and that they were even more powerful than the great sword immortal's flying sword. Picking up a random sentence was equivalent to a flying sword. Her brother, Gao Yeho, had said this with certainty, and Pang Yuanji often smiled without saying anything. It was just that Gao Yuqing did not dare to speak to Chun Li. She trusted Chun Li a lot, and felt that Chun Li was much smarter than her. Chun Li was a fast learner. Now, Chun Li was even fluent in Aquarius Continent's Yayan and Great Li's official language, let alone the North Continent's Yayan. As for practicing the sword, needless to say, Chun Li seemed to still be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was not what Gao Yuqing thought, but what her master said. Moreover, her master had always been very straightforward and said that Xie Songhua, that snow-white continent woman who was very fast with her sword, and Lu Xia Continent's old Pooh, who was more stubborn, had both brought people out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She wanted them to learn the sword well, and at least be 1 or 2 levels higher than those kids, and make her master proud. When she met them again in the future, her master would be able to speak loudly. The snow-white continent woman sword immortal, Xie Songhua, also brought 2 kids out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One was called Chao Mu, and the other was called Zhu Xing. After Li Kai heard the young lad's words, she shook the wine pot and laughed. It's not that they are not scheming. It's that Chen Pingan who is too scheming. At this point, Li Kai angrily threw the empty wine pot into the lake. Damn it, even my most beloved disciple, your senior sister, was taken away by him. Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? After Li Kai sat down, she reached out and pressed Gao Yuqing's head and pushed her lightly. Go away. Don't like me, please don't like me. Chen Pingan is like that. And your silly senior sister likes him even more. Gao Yuqing blushed slightly. I don't like Master Hidden Official. Chun Li chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. You only like Pang Yuanji. Chun Li made a gesture of holding a wooden tablet and muttered to himself, Pang, Gao, Yuanji, Yuqing, Qi Qing, parting, reuniting by the lake. Li Kai's eyes lit up. Yuqing, not bad. This is the floating duckweed sword lake. And there's the saying, a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. It's a small world. The North Continent has Jibu, and the lake is green. Chi meets Ji, green meets clear. You little girl, your mind is full of twists and turns. Not bad, not bad. You take after your master. Ooh. Gao Youqing's face instantly flushed red and pulled her master's sleeve. Then Li Kai coughed and stared at the young lad. Little bastard, don't joke about liking someone. Are you looking for a beating? Chun-Li sighed. All right, all right. Master is right. Master, weren't you quite happy just now? You were even happier than your disciple. Li Kai smiled. Chun-Li, in the future, Master will leave the important task of abducting other fairies in the floating duckweed sword lake to you. Carry this burden well. Chun-Li immediately stood up and said loudly, Yes, Master, I won't refuse. Gao Yuqing suddenly said happily, Our master hidden official never flirts with other fairies. Aren't you, Chun-Li, a little hidden official? Then do you want to learn this? Can you learn it? Chun-Li thought about it and felt that it made sense. The young lad immediately sat down with an extremely serious expression. Master, I can't do such a thing. Li Kai gently pinched the young girl's cheek and said angrily, Silly girl. Gao Yuqing smiled shyly. Li Kai's mood improved, and she strode away. After Master left, Chun-Li suddenly said, Master, it's very difficult for you to reach the immortal realm. The young lad was a little sad. Even though he had seen many life and death situations, he was still a little sad. It was like an uninvited guest who came and didn't leave. Even if it wasn't noisy, it made people feel uncomfortable. Gao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. She lowered her head and softly nodded, clenching her fists. Chun-Li said in a deep voice, Therefore, the two of us have to practice swordsmanship more diligently than any other cultivator of the floating duckweed sword lake. We have to be able to endure more hardships, our swordsmanship must be better, and our breakthroughs must be faster. Gao Yuqing, apart from you being bullied by outsiders, I can ignore everything else, but if you dare to slack off on your swordsmanship one day, I will definitely scold you. No matter how much our master protects you, I will still scold you. Gao Yuqing raised her head and nodded vigorously. Chun-Li softened his tone and said softly to her, When you form your corps, let's go to Master Hidden Official's hometown to take a look. North Continent, Ghost Valley Sheep Intestine Palace. A rat demon who guarded the door would still secretly read books when his patriarch wasn't home. As a cultivator from the school of the War of the Ghosts Hatchet Palace, he still preferred to roam the pugilistic world alone. Every time he completed an act of heroism that was neither too big nor too small, the most he would say was that he was the good man dupe. As for the two talismans that Sword Immortal Chin had given him in the early years, he had always kept them carefully. Du Yu treasured them even more than the golden crow armor that Jiang Shangjin had given him. A pair of sisters who almost fell while slaying demons at the Jinduo temple still depended on each other and traveled the world below the mountain. In winter, the younger sister's cheeks would still be red, and she looked even better than if she had applied rouge. A young boy in green who carried a bamboo box and a walking staff met a new friend. It was a young coachman, and Chun Lingjun hit it off with him. Chun Lingjun still believed in the old saying, Without friends from 1,000 miles away, there would be no glory from 10,000 miles away. Before crossing the river, Chun Lingjun said goodbye to him, saying that he was going to do something bigger than the heavens. As long as he did it, he wouldn't be afraid of being killed by anyone in the future. That friend wished him a smooth journey. Chun Lingjun stood on the bamboo box and patted his good friend's shoulder, saying, Good brother, I'll be counting on your blessings. Aquarius Continent, Sword Water Villa of the Shui Nation. Song Yulan followed the rules of the pugilistic world and invited his good friends to wash his hands in a golden basin. He could be considered to have left the pugilistic world and retired in peace. Unlike the incident when the bamboo sword sheath was stolen, the old man admitted that he was old this time. He was also relieved of the younger generation in the family, and he wasn't disappointed at all. Usually, he would guide the disciples in the villa on their swordsmanship. Occasionally, he would go to the small town to eat hot pot, drink some wine, sit at the mountain water pavilion, and flip through books in his free time. The girl with embroidered shoes, one of the 4 demons of the Shu Shui nation, laughed and said, "Look, interesting, interesting, Chin Pingjian, Chin Pingon. It's written in the book that he loves beautiful women like us the most." A beautiful ghost who served as a maid glanced at a spot beside the bonfire. She had a lingering fear because that was where the young man sat and killed ghosts. She could believe whatever the book said about the young sword immortal, except for this matter. She didn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Anyway, those who believed it had already been beaten to death. It was the kind of person who pulled her head with one hand and punched with the other. The haunted house that used to be filled with Een energy was now a mansion with beautiful scenery. The husband and wife brewed wine every year, and the amount of wine they drank increased. Unfortunately, the person who drank wine never came. On the road outside the city wall of Dali, Chui Dongshan, who was riding on Brother Gao, was surprised to see the old bastard who had rushed back from the North Continent. He thought that the old bastard would stay in the capital of Dali, or simply stay at the northernmost side, watching the newly opened road. Chui Dongshan laughed and said, "Yo, you don't seem to be in a good mood." "Then I'm in a good mood." Anyway, the general trend of the Aquarius continent and the North Continent has been reported by the spies. It's not a big problem, and it's all within expectations. Chui Dong kept silent. Chui Dongshan didn't plan to let the old bastard go so easily. You've been promoted to the master of the academy, and you're still not happy? There are only 71 masters in the whole world. How rare! Chui Dong, the old bastard, was so obsessed that he took the initiative to ask for the position of master of the academy from the Confucian temple. Chui Dongshan couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. He felt that the old bastard was smearing yellow mud on his old face. What was he after? As for Tong Yezhou, he could live or die as he wished. Chui Dongshan had long said that if you took advantage of him, you should be happy. Don't make a fuss, and you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. Now, that Song Jisun had come to the old Zhuang dynasty from the old Dragon City. He was fully in charge of the construction of the capital. However, this was only a name. At the beginning of the construction, the king, Song Mu, only showed his face. Now he was here to finish the work. The ones who really did the work were the Mo family's magnate and Lu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the Chi-Du supervisor to the right assistant minister of the Dali Ministry of Works. Chui Dong said, "Gao Cheng will go south to the Aquarius continent soon." Gao Cheng had no choice. The hemp sect might not be able to do anything to the Ghost Valley. Although Chui Dong was a foreigner, Gao Cheng knew the importance of the matter. Chui Dongshan said, "The same goes for the old monk." Shi Gui had already begun to walk along the completed Chi-Du River. There would definitely be no accidents. Once she succeeded in walking the river, she would immediately ascend from the unpolished jade realm to the immortal realm. After all, she was a true dragon with luck and could at least be regarded as half an ascendant realm. She was responsible for guarding the center of the Aquarius continent, which was more than enough. The imitation Beko Keikyung building had been successfully moved to the Dali capital behind Chui Dongshan. The Mo family's ranger, Su Ruo, was in charge. The Wiyue mountain lord could kill demons with his sword. All the small vassal states in the coastal area, from the cultivators on the mountain to the soldiers at the foot of the mountain, had been incorporated into the Dali army. Before this, the civil and military officials in Dali had already urged the people to build a coastal defense line. All the vassal states in the hinterland had to send half of their troops to the designated place in Dali to station troops. The rest of the cultivators and the gods of the mountains and rivers were supposed to go to the coastal area. However, the vassal states could pay a sum of money on behalf of the vassal states, and it was definitely not a small sum. Once there was any oversight, Dali would directly punish the vassal states. They had to contribute manpower, effort, money, and the worst-case scenario, they had to contribute the people's hearts. The so-called people's hearts meant that in the future, many of the vassal states' imperial literati would use their pens to write moral essays for the people who died in the front line. They would not go against their conscience, but would also benefit themselves and others. In addition, Cui Dong also borrowed the character water from a central continent's Confucian sage, who was known for his unruly nature. The reason was simple. The sage had a bad temper, but he only admired one person in his life, and that was Cui Dong. Of course, the sage did not admire Cui Dong's rebellion and betrayal, but he sincerely appreciated Cui Dong's knowledge. Regardless of how bad Cui Dong's reputation was in the major literary lineages, there were actually many people who admired Cui Dong. Just by looking at the colored cloud manual and the calligraphy that was treasured by the gods on the mountain, one would know how knowledgeable Cui Dong was. Cui Dong suddenly sneered. "Your teacher doesn't seem to be very smart." In other words, the last disciple of the Confucian sage was still not smart enough. Whether it was the literary lineage or the sect, the first disciple and the last disciple, these two people were very important. Cui Dong immediately restrained his smile and said, "Seriously, how can I fix it?" He did not ask why, he only wanted results. There were three fundamental veins in learning. The first was to reduce self-contradiction as much as possible, as well as the soil to create additional contradictions. They should not be too entangled in the big questions of human nature, such as good and evil, and leave it to moral gentlemen and scholars to slowly explain. Whether or not reading books would no longer be the threshold of learning. The second was that after a problem appeared, the solution must be based on evidence, effective, and immediate. The last was to be able to continuously perfect the rules of learning itself, and not be gradually abandoned by the customs of the world, the feelings of the people, and the hearts of the people. The rules of learning were as stable as the riverbeds of the rivers, allowing the later generations to naturally follow the water and live in it. Even if some small rules were removed based on everyone's preferences, they still had to be like the streams and wells, allowing people to draw water and drink and accompany the smoke and fire of the city for a long time. Cui Dong shook his head. "There is no way to fix it. You can only save yourself." This Dali imperial tutor was silent for a moment. "I have thought of it. It may not be able to immediately get out of the predicament, but it can help him win more time." Cui Dong's expression became serious. "Is it that made-up landscape travel book?" When he was probing, Cui Dong's mind started to turn rapidly. In an instant, it was as if he had flipped through the book many times without missing a word. In the end, after Cui Dong eliminated three possibilities, he settled on a choice. The 300,000-word landscape travel book had a total of 24 chapters. The opening chapter mentioned that when the young Qin Bingjian was chopping firewood in his hometown, there was a description of the mountainous terrain of cliffs and rocks. The fourth chapter had the words "Yellow Bird of Jingguan" by N's Red Cheeks. The sixth chapter had the words by N's Lake, "Both fish and dragons are frightened." As for the 11th chapter, it had the words "Giant Wall Chui Wei." And the words "Yellow Bird of Jingguan" were copied from a poem. In the original poem, there was a little bit of the word "desai." So in that book, the word "desai" only appeared once, while "bai" appeared twice, and the phrase "bai" was repeated. Cui Dong had originally thought of interspersing landscape baian in the title of a chapter, but he quickly gave up. That would be underestimating the great demons of the wilderness, especially the scholar, who called himself the old bookworm in the wilderness. 1, 4, 6, that was 11. The only Chui in the book was in the 11th chapter. With these few hints, it was enough. If there were more, the book would lose the what if it was delivered to Qin Pingan. Chui Dongshan slapped his cheeks with both hands, making a crisp sound. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ask yourself honestly, how many people can be so smart? Do you think I could have thought of it at that age?" Chui Dongshan began to turn his hands and scratch his head, complaining endlessly. Anyone who's not sick in the head would never have thought of this. Just like me, if you didn't mention the thread, would I have thought of this? Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have thought of it. Chui Dong said, "When you're smart enough, you have to gamble on your luck. He's different from you. It's fine if you've read it, but in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as he sees this book, with his personality and situation, he'll definitely flip through it repeatedly." Chui Dongshan jumped down from the child's back and squatted on the ground. He held his head with both hands and said, "You make it sound so easy." Chui Dong stood in place and said to the child, "You enter the city first." The child immediately bowed and left, running away. Chui Dongshan raised his head and asked curiously, "Did you write that book yourself?" Chui Dong shook his head and said, "The first few thousand words were only written in the beginning, and the rest was written by someone else. But I've already decided on the specific use of the two characters by, and where to use them." Chui Dongshan muttered to himself, "Why did you do this?" It was a question, but Chui Dongshan's tone was not one of inquiry. Chui Dong said indifferently, "The best result is that I can play with the whole wilderness in the palm of my hand. It's very interesting. The worst result is that I won't let the existence behind Qin Pingan make the world more chaotic." Chui Dongshan suddenly laughed, a sharp tongue but a soft heart. "That's very unlike Tri, very unlike me." After reaching the Ascendant Realm, Chui Dong also got a natal character, Bai. It was no wonder that Chui Dong wanted to go further and become the master of the academy and the sage of the Confucian temple, and be able to borrow the fate of the vast world. And the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword, Qi, still belonged to the vast world. Therefore, as long as the teacher could refine the words from the landscape travel book and refine the two words Chui Shi, and then recite it slightly, perhaps the landscape travel book could be a secret letter, a door, or a method to ascend to the upper five realms. In short, there were thousands of possibilities, but Chui Dongshan did not ask for an answer. Chui Dong said, "I wrote this book to let him save himself, and this is what the Aquarius continent owes him. It's also to remind him that the truth-seeking game at the Book Lake can't end just by admitting his selfishness. Qi Jingchun's reason may make him feel at ease and find a way to get along well with this world. I also have some reasons on my side, which is to make him worried from time to time and make him feel uncomfortable. I can't listen to this now. Don't bother me." Chui Dongshan squatted on the ground and kept writing on the ground. He said, "I know I can't ask for more from you, but I'm still angry." After a long time, Chui Dongshan said awkwardly, "It's not easy for you to be willing to do this." Chui Dong glanced at the old bastard on the ground, looked at the back of the youth's head, and smiled. "You've finally improved." Chui Dongshan slapped the ground, then stood up and said angrily, "Old bastard, don't talk to me like an elder." Chui Dongshan was suddenly speechless. Chui Dong hesitated and turned around. A poor old man was also silent for a long time, then smiled and said, "After so many years, it seems like you're still embarrassed." Dali Imperial Tutor Xiu, who, the first disciple of the sage of literature. Chui Dong took a step back, bowed, and answered, "The crab with 6 kneeling knees and 2 claws tastes very good." This year, the moon curved and shone on the 9 continents, and the world was in the same autumn. Chui Dongshan sat alone on the city wall, drinking wine. Chao Qinglang was in the Li Ji Learning Palace, reading at night. Xiao Shu went down to the Sparrow residence in the North Continent. Under the moonlight, he had already practiced 1,000,000 times. Pei Qian was still traveling across continents. He was no longer riding the wind in the sky, but running wildly on the sea. As Chun Pingin's youngest disciple, Guizhuzhou was in the fifth world, accompanying Ning Yao, who had finally returned to the city, and accompanying her master's wife in missing their master. Guizhuzhou asked her master's wife, "Is the Fuyao continent or the Tongye continent closer to their master?" Ning Yao said, "Actually, neither is close." Guizhuzhou sniffled and said, "Why is it so far?" Ning Yao said to herself, "Wait a little longer. There's still one more realm to go." "701. When the old scholar was sent out of the fifth world by Yi, it was the third year of Jiachuan. The old Xiaozai paid a visit to Bai Zhe and returned to the Central Plains Confucian Temple in the fourth year of Jiachun. When the old Xiaozai came to the capital of the Li dynasty in the middle of the Baoping continent and reunited with his former first disciple, it was already the beginning of spring in the fifth year of Jiachun. Willows rustled, flowers bloomed, orioles flew, children left school early, and kites flew high in the sky. The warm spring scenery eased the old scholar's frown. He asked Cui Dong if he had any ideas about the name of the fifth world. Cui Dong said no. Cui Dongshan, who was following behind the two, had some ideas. Unfortunately, the old scholar did not ask him. He only said that the Confucian Temple wanted to name it with the word rules, but the Sage of Rites did not agree. He said that rules were like a spring breeze and did not need to be written on paper. The 100 schools of thought each had their own ideas. For example, the school of Yin and Yang, the school of agriculture, and several other ancestors proposed Taoyuan. There were many who agreed with them. It was a beautiful name and could let people remember the great merit of the Confucian school for opening up a new world. Moreover, there was a peach tree in the southeast of the New World. It only bloomed but did not bear fruit. It had been a long time. But when Bai Yi brandished his sword and separated the world, it immediately bore fruit. However, the quasi-sage still rejected the proposal. Therefore, the fifth world still did not have a proper name. Cui Dongshan sneered. "Can a place of peace and tranquility be considered a real Taoyuan? I don't believe that there are many people in the fifth world who can be at ease. Once the situation stabilizes and they gain a foothold, they will enjoy a few days of blissful life. Then, they will definitely settle the score with those from the Tongye continent. They will start with their own families, cursing the Yugue sect and the Tongye sect for being trash, for not being able to protect their homeland. Then, they will curse the Confucian Temple in Central Plains. Finally, they will curse the Great Wall of Sword Qi as well. Although they don't dare to curse verbally, they don't dare to curse in their hearts. What kind of paradise is this place that is filled with foul air?" The old scholar nodded and said, "That's more or less what quasi-saint meant." Cui Dongshan immediately changed his mind and said, "Then let's call it paradise. I fully support this proposal. If it's not enough, I'll pull Brother Gao over to make up the numbers." The old scholar turned a deaf ear to him. Strange, strange. When Cui Dong traveled to the shabby alley years ago, he did not seem to have such a temper. Before Cui Dong left, the old scholar handed over the natal word that he had borrowed from the Grand Chancellor of the Record of Rites Learning Palace to Cui Dong. Cui Dong did not refuse. The old Xiaozai said that the word mountain was borrowed by me. Cui Dong nodded. The meaning of the old scholar's words was that whether or not he would return the natal word when he would return it, and how he would return it were all the old scholar's business. It had nothing to do with Cui Dong and Dolly. After Cui Dong left, Cui Dongshan swaggered to the old scholar's side and asked in a low voice, "If the old bastard doesn't return the mountain word, are you going to use the merit of creation to make up for the lineage of the Sage of Rites?" Cui Dongshan had never doubted the old scholar's ability to clean up a mess. In the past, the lineage of the sage of literature had always been filled with the old scholar patching things up. He went around apologizing for his students or standing up for them. He was the kind of person who would jump up and down to reason with others. In Pei Qian's eyes, his little brother walked like a big white goose with his two big sleeves swinging blindly. The answer was obvious as to who he had first learned from. There was an old man who was like an old hen, protecting its chicks with all his might. The old scholar cast a sidelong glance at the young man in white. This little bastard, no matter how he looked at him, was not pleasing to the eye. Cui Dongshan shrunk his neck and obediently called him Grandmaster, the teacher of the teacher, whose seniority was higher than the sky. Cui Dongshan walked sideways, holding the mountain walking stick in his hand and gently poking the ground, hinting to the old scholar that he was now his grand disciple. Even if he wanted to use words, he should not use force. Disciplining students was the responsibility of the master, not the grandmaster. Cui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, Cui Dong, this fellow did not even fart from beginning to end. How disrespectful. Later, I will help you scold him a few more times. The old scholar said slowly, after all, you are two people. You should cherish it. I have taken you through so many mountains and rivers. You should understand that water of the same origin, after diverging, many rivers will disappear. Just like that. You must have a long history. Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a little chick. In addition to the endless stream and the reflection of the clear and deep pool, one must learn from Grandmaster to be indomitable and not be destroyed by the wind and rain. In this way, even if there is a feeling of passing away is like passing away, there is nothing to be afraid of. Every place is a place for future generations to rest at ease and travel further and further with peace of mind. The old scholar smiled knowingly. The atmosphere of Luopa Mountain was indeed led astray by you. However, after the reflection of the clear and deep pool, to be calm and collected in thought was indeed a very good saying. Among the direct disciples, Shao Qi and Shao Ping, and were both worthy. Cui Dongshan said sickly, since the teacher said so, and Grandmaster thinks so, then so be it. The old scholar asked softly, what about Luopa Mountain? The question was rather random, but Cui Dongshan immediately understood. He walked a few steps closer and answered softly, reporting to Patriarch, we are still short of money, but our family's wealth is getting thicker and thicker. Consecrated Zhou is more generous. The quality of the lotus root-blessed land did not decrease, but increased. Mr. also brought back a long-lived Dao friend from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She is the ancestor of the gold and copper coins in the world. She is a manifestation of fortune. She is in our Aquarius continent and came to Luopa Mountain. She came to the right place. Moreover, in lotus root-blessed land, there is a female spirit born from the condensation of literary qi. Now, our Luopa Mountain has both literary and financial qi. The old scholar raised his chin. Cui Dongshan immediately said, Brother Defeng has already gone. Pure martial artists of the Golden Body realm are not allowed to enter the New World. This is a good rule. The old scholar nodded and said, Scholars do not need to be ashamed to talk about money, and also do not need to be ashamed to profit. It is as if earning some money with one's own ability is not refined. Honor and disgrace are great. A gentleman loves money, first righteousness, and then profit. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, Then the fifth world, is there a lot of good fortune now? The old scholar nodded and said, Like that peach tree, it is a great fortune that can be ranked in the top 10. Bai is also there. He hastily built a temporary cottage and left the immortal sword there. He wants to repay the debt of lending the sword to Dao's son of the Daxian Du Temple. Bai also wants to wait for a certain Daoist of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage. Once the person returns the immortal sword, Bai will return to the vast world. Therefore, no one dares to snatch this cottage. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, the Taoists of the Baek Okekyung building are in groups. It is better if we all go head first. Oh, of course, the old scholar had been there as a guest. The unique peach tree with deep roots was actually not very conspicuous. It was no different from a mountain peach tree. At first glance, it did not have any auspicious signs. However, the old scholar and Bai could even separate heaven and earth. Naturally, their eyesight was not comparable to that of an ordinary deity. Bai had also contributed greatly, not to mention one peach blossom tree. Even if there were 10 of them, he would be able to move them to wherever he wanted. Bai also kept his sword and began to read. The peach trees in the cottage gradually bore fruit. The flowers between the trees were a low-grade immortal sword. When scholars occasionally travel, they would leave a long sword behind to guard their home. The old scholar picked up a big bag of peach petals under the tree and said that he would use it to make wine. He also asked Paper Bai to make dozens of peach blossom letters. The old scholar also secretly grabbed a few handfuls of soil beside the tree. It was indeed 10,000-year-old soil. It was rare and would be useful to his last disciple in the future. Therefore, the old scholar took more. Of course, the old scholar had informed his master Bai beforehand. He asked loudly if he could do this. At that time, there was no response from the cottage. The old scholar took it, as Bai Ye's brother being loyal and agreed. In fact, Bai Ye only returned from his travels a few days after the old scholar left. At that time, the scholar looked at the clean peach tree, and then looked up at the tree. In the end, there was Bai Ye's sword that sent him off. Of course, the old scholar's words at the Central Plains Confucian Temple were actually Bai Ye sending himself out of the country. At the birth of heaven and earth, he was the first to reach the pure jade realm, the first to reach the immortal realm, the first to kill a strange cultivator. He was favored by the heavenly axiom, the first to reach the immortal realm, the first to reach the immortal realm or the peak realm. He was protected by the martial arts fate, the first to build the ancestral hall, burn incense, and hang statues on the top of the mountain, the first to build a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, the first to be born in a new world, the first to form a contract in that world. They were both immortal couples of the middle 5 realms. He was blessed by humanity. In short, in the boundless world, the 3 talents were gathered together. Cui Dongshan was suddenly worried. My senior sister Pei Qian broke through the 6th and 7th realms too quickly. In the North Continent, she stupidly gave up the strongest 2 realms. If she reached the peak realm early in the immortal realm, she would definitely have to go to the Fuyao continent. That place is even more chaotic than the stagnant Tongya continent. I am worried. The old scholar asked, have you been to the Qingming worlds? Cui Dongshan asked when he already knew the answer. I am not an ascendant realm cultivator. Have you? It was all that old bastard's fault for being so persistent. He was used to being a pushover. Cui Dongshan realized that it was not good to talk to his grandmaster like that. He immediately made up for it. Neither grandmaster nor teacher has been there. How would I dare to go first? The old scholar did not mind Cui Dongshan's disrespect. He was not a narrow-minded person. He recorded it in his account book and borrowed it from Pei Qian when he went to the immortal realm. The old scholar looked up at the sky. The Confucian sage who guarded this place was ranked last in the Confucian temple. That was why the 3rd chief of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Chen, joked that he was 72. The old scholar walked slowly and said, not only in the Qingming world, our Hao Ran world is almost the same. In every Taoist temple, the first hall is the hall of the spiritual official. The statue of the great spiritual official is indeed majestic and imposing. When I first went on a long journey, I traveled to a small temple in my hometown. It left a deep impression on me, even though I later gained some fame and title when I looked at other magnificent sights. It was not as shocking as it was back then. Cui Dongshan knew what the old scholar meant and said, "So Grandmaster asked Pei Qian to stay by your side for this reason? To make you feel like you have been observing Taoist temples all your life, with Pei Qian by your side. It will be natural. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, and you will be closer to Shini." In the Qingming world, there were 4 great heavenly masters. Each of them was mysterious and had supernatural powers. However, they did not cultivate in the Baek Okekyung building. Instead, they were responsible for guarding the world. There was a story about one of them and the head of the spiritual official. According to the records of many Taoist scriptures, it was said that before the spiritual official attained Tao, he killed many people and was punished by a great heavenly master. After that, the great heavenly master beat the heavenly drum, and the chief of the Baek Okekyung building ordered him to follow the great heavenly master and travel the world secretly for 300 years. He promised that if the great heavenly master made a mistake, he would change their positions. In the end, the great heavenly master did not make a single mistake in his words and deeds during the 300 years. The old scholar laughed. Didn't Pei Qian also become kind? Is this not important? Do you think that if it were not for the teachings of my last disciple, Pei Qian would be the Pei Qian of today? The old scholar patted his chest. If I can have peace of mind, the world will benefit. Why not? The old scholar said earnestly, achievements and knowledge are good, but are they good enough? I don't think so. If I only said 3 things, would I be able to get the Grand Chancellor to lend me his words? Would I be able to get Mr. Bai to take out the mountain-searching map? Would I be able to let the world have another girl of the far travel realm who is kind and shuns evil? As a scholar, I can't just sit back and relax just because I've done a good enough job. If the world dares to ask for even a little more from me, I'll spit at the world and curse them for being stupid and heartless. The old scholar scratched his head. I pinched my neck and coughed a few times, then spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, it's still a little disgusting. He was talking about the matter of smashing the idol. He remembered that there was a scholar in the Xiao Yuan dynasty who was particularly enthusiastic. Actually, the old scholar was talking about 2 different things, but Cui Dongshan was smart enough to understand both. One was the pursuit of the legitimate affairs of the world, while the other was the grumbling of his own family behind closed doors. The old scholar said, now that Pei Qian's realm is high, he is afraid of trouble, which is a good thing. Because his fists are too heavy and he is still young, he doesn't have to think about changing the world too early. The world is nothing more than a common person's path. The old scholar casually stretched out his hand and pointed. A road full of mistakes may seem like a shortcut, but no matter how many people there are and how easy the road is, every teacher has to tell every child in the school that they can't take such a path. In the future, when the children grew up and had more strength, they might have to block that path and tell others that it was wrong. What was wrong was wrong. Then they might be beaten black and blue by some people. If your knowledge can reduce the number of mistakes that fall on good people, that would be the greatest good. It would be very good. Ooh, Cui Dongshan said unhappily. Why are you telling me this and not Cui Dong's? The old scholar didn't say anything. Only the great crossing water in front of their eyes flowed slowly. Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, learn from the wise. After a long silence, Cui Dongshan grumbled, let's go. The old scholar said, I'm going to meet a certain senior. That senior had once asked the most curious question since the beginning of time. He asked, since ancient times, who was the one who taught the Tao? Just this question alone was enough to make some lonely sages shed tears. The old scholar also had a high-spirited youth. One time he got drunk and shouted, I'll answer it, I can answer it. On the great wall of sword aura beside him, he also asked his junior brother Qin Pingan to go against heaven. Cui Dongshan hesitated and said, "Can you not answer heaven's question?" It was still a question, but it still didn't sound like a question. If he didn't answer, it would be fine as long as he kept it in his heart. The old scholar pulled his beard with one hand and patted his stomach with the other. "It's been a long time. I have to get it out." Cui Dongshan asked curiously, "Did Qi Jingchun know that person was at the calligraphy lake?" The old scholar shook his head and said, "I only knew this secret after I merged with the Wei. In the early years, the old man hid it from me." The old scholar suddenly slapped Cui Dongshan's head. "Little bastard, calling yourself an old bastard all day long. Is it fun?" Cui Dongshan's eyes were full of resentment. "You said it yourself. It's two people after all." The old scholar slapped him again. "How can you talk to your grandmaster like that?" "Huh?" After being slapped, Cui Dongshan raised his hand to protect his head. "That's enough." The old scholar suddenly said, "First, there was a sage at the calligraphy lake who looked at the world coldly. Spirit, the god of words, equal the tone. Yan Jingping could rule no more than heaven. He raised all things equally, no god on earth, so he was the most neutral and peaceful. Then there was Bai who went to the country with his sword, traveling the world. I have an idea as to how the fifth world should be named. Oh, Fu Qingbai was straight to death, cementing the former sage's favor. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible, floating in the air. True Qingbai's spirit was vast and ethereal, like floating clouds in the sky." Cui Dongshan blinked. "Good." The old scholar raised his hand, and Cui Dongshan waved his hands wildly, blocking the slap. The old scholar withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and smiling proudly. "How can the word goods be enough? It's far from enough. So when it comes to naming, your husband has been taught." Cui Dongshan smiled mischievously. "What about finding a wife?" The old scholar rubbed his chin with his palm. "That wasn't taught. Did you learn it by yourself?" Cui Dongshan chuckled. "If it was taught, there would be no chance." After the old scholar left, Cui Dongshan rode the wind to the sea of clouds and saw the GQ, who had revealed her true form. She was walking majestically along the great Desecration River. Halfway through the journey, she was covered in cuts and bruises, but her momentum was not a big problem. The old scholar first went to the calligraphy lake and saw an old man who was so close to water that he drowned himself. He was Laurel and had a thin appearance. His knowledge was not in the literature of the Confucian temple. The old scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front. The old man returned the greeting with ancient etiquette, which was not so orthodox. Then the old man brought the old scholar to a mountaintop. He had once been here with a haggard young man who was leading a horse. It was not easy for him to ask for some bamboo slips. The young man was young, but he was not easy to fool. The two of them had a dream question and answer session, not asking heaven and earth, but asking one's own heart. The old man was silent for a long time and said, "I'm disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world." The old scholar nodded and smiled. "Traveling with you, even if I can't catch up to you, I still feel honored. If I can eat 4 meat buns in Green Tong City, I'll have the strength to reason with others and continue on my journey." The old man said, "I can open a mountain for the world, and I can make you shut your door. Not bad." The old scholar said happily, "Not bad, not bad." The old man sighed. "I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature, but I hate myself for not touching books." The old scholar said, "My eyes are bright, and my heart is warm. Heaven has made me an old scholar." The old man smiled. "Just like your disciple, you can chat." The old scholar shook his head. "When it comes to chatting, everyone in the world is a junior." The old man said, "Except for heavenly inquiry, You don't have to say much. As for Mountain Ghost and wading the river, just take them." The old scholar hesitated. The old man said, "The same goes for East Lord and evocation of spirits." The old scholar bowed again with his hands clasped in front. Previously it was a greeting, and this time it was a thank you. The old man sighed and disappeared, leaving only the 4 essays floating in the air. The old scholar put them in his sleeve and sighed. After that, the old scholar gave the 2 essays, Mountain Ghost and Wading the River, to Chui Dongshan, who was in charge of the Great Blasphemy. He then asked Chui Dongshan to give the East Lord to the medicine shop in the small town. After that, the old scholar only took the evocation of spirits and went all the way south to Old Dragon City. While the situation was dangerous, he sneaked to Tongya Continent and helped Taiping Mountain to stabilize some of the mountains and rivers formation. Then he went to the Great Quan Dynasty, where even the emperor had secretly fled. Outside the Aquamarine Palace by the buried river, the old scholar pulled his sleeves and stood there for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. The old scholar had no choice but to ask if the goddess of the buried river was there. A short woman swaggered to the door, holding the bottom of the big bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She sat on the doorstep and frowned. She looked at the old scholar, whose cultivation she couldn't tell. Finally, she asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know that the world is in chaos? My Aquamarine Palace can't protect anyone. Maybe I can't even protect myself. It's not that I'm stingy. You should go to Dafu Academy quickly. It's safer there." The old scholar had no choice but to tell her his name, saying that he was the teacher of Zwazwa and Chen Pingan. The goddess of the buried river felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her brain was in a mess, and her face was red. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. Like a drunkard, she slowly stood up and raised the big bowl above her head. She probably meant to invite Lord Wensheng to supper. After that, she accompanied old Master Wensheng, who said that it was difficult to refuse such great hospitality and would just sit for a while. Together, they returned to the Green Turing Palace's main hall in a daze. In a daze, she asked Chef Lu to bring old Master Wensheng a small saucer-sized bowl of noodles. Finally, somewhere in the middle of the Tongya continent, Zwazwa, who had left the territory of the Tongya sect, sat on the sea of clouds and guarded the door. The door was separated by 2 worlds. In the distance, Wang Shitzi, a sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and a girl named Yu Xin were helping a group of disciples of the academy and cultivators on the mountain to deal with the matter of escorting refugees from all over the place to seek refuge. There were a lot of things to do, and it wasn't easy. Even if Wang Shitzi was an idiot, he could tell that the girl had feelings for Senior Zhua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to come here. Wang Shitzi had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, which was similar to Chao Jun, the sword cultivator of the South Saw continent. He needed to break through the bottleneck by observing the sword. After all, seniors would kill demons with his sword. Even if he looked at him from afar, it would be a great benefit to swordsmanship. However, when seniors knew that Monsieur came here with him, he even patted him on the shoulder. At that time, the look in his eyes probably said that seniors thought that he, Wang Shitzi, was enlightened. Today, Miss Yu asked him if he wanted to ask her about swordsmanship. Of course, Wang Shitzi wouldn't be a fool anymore. He nodded and said yes. Then he added that seniors with swordsmanship was not only the best in the world, but his Taoist skills were also extraordinary. Miss Yu, please don't miss this opportunity. Miss Yu glanced at him. Wang Shitzi was so righteous that Miss Yu didn't glare at him again. In the end, when they arrived at the Sea of Clouds that seniors would temporarily used as a place for cultivation, Wang Shitzi sincerely asked Senior Zhua about swordsmanship and then left. He didn't forget to remind Senior Zhua that Miss Yu had some questions about her cultivation and wanted to ask Senior Zhua for advice. Seniors shook his head and said that other than swordsmanship, he could barely teach others. Other than that, he didn't dare to talk about cultivation with anyone else. The secret method of the Tong Yi Sek's ancestral hall could reach the 5 realms. As long as Miss Yu cultivated step by step, there wouldn't be any problems. Miss Yu, who had just walked slowly towards the 2 sword cultivators, as if she was born under the feet of the clouds, immediately turned around and left. She had only taken a few steps when she hurriedly descended, hurriedly riding the wind back to the human world. Wang Shizi followed Miss Yu from afar. When a woman was sad about something, she probably didn't want others to see it. However, Miss Yu seemed to have collected her emotions very quickly. She stopped at the same spot and didn't go to the sea of clouds or the human world. Only then did Wang Shizi dare to approach her. Yu Xian raised her head and looked at the sea of clouds. She asked softly, "Is Mr. Zhua unable to leave this place, but also wanting to return to the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Is that why you've been troubled?" Wang Shizi nodded and said telepathically, "Senior's little apprentice brother. Our hidden official seems to have stayed there alone. That's why Senior's wants to go there. However, it's indeed difficult for Senior Zhua to leave the Tong Yi continent in its current state." Yu Xian muttered. "His swordsmanship is so high, but he's always troubled." He was in a dilemma. It was because he didn't know when he could go to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and fetch his little apprentice brother. She couldn't bear it. She didn't want to see that lonely figure that seemed to be forever alone in her eyes. She couldn't bear for him to leave one day and never return. There should be someone in the human world who didn't have to be troubled. There was an old scholar who went to the sea of clouds angrily. He came to the back of Zhua, who was sitting. Zhua was about to stand up when the old scholar slapped him on the head. "Are you an idiot? Sir didn't teach you how to find a wife, but Sir didn't teach you how to be a bachelor." Zhua was slapped by Sir again. He was confused. However, he had to get used to it. Zheng Dafeng left his hometown early. His destination was clear. However, it was only until the 5th year of Jiachuan that he obeyed his master's orders. He didn't go to the blessed land of lotus roots. Instead, he slowly walked to the 5th world. This time, Zheng Dafeng secretly left his hometown and traveled across continents. He followed the old man's instructions. The route was strange. He first went to the North Continent. He went to the small town at the foot of Lion Peak to find his senior and sister-in-law to eat and drink for a few days. For the first time, his sister-in-law didn't scold him. Instead, she spoke to him softly. This made Zheng Dafeng feel sad. In the past, Zheng Dafeng didn't think much of it. However, after seeing his sister-in-law like that, he felt that he was really pitiful. However, when Zheng Dafeng was full of wine and food, he glanced at the empty courtyard outside the house and kindly asked his sister-in-law if she wanted him to help her chop some bamboo from the mountain and help her make a few strong clothes-drying poles to dry the clothes. Li'er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks and turned a deaf ear. If he didn't get scolded for a day, he wouldn't be her junior. The woman originally wanted to give him a good scolding. However, when she glanced at the bearded, hunchbacked man who seemed to be much shorter, she was very abnormal. She didn't scold him and said that there was no need. She lowered her head and quickly walked out of the house. This made Zheng Dafeng sigh. He could only ask his senior in a low voice if his sister-in-law was being bullied by outsiders here. She didn't have the heroic spirit of her hometown. Li'er just finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. He didn't expect the woman to return with 2 pots of wine and a few dishes. She said that she wanted the 2 of them to have a good chat. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and were going to be separated soon. It didn't matter if they drank more. It wasn't until this moment that the woman regained some of her former glory. She pointed at Zheng Dafeng and scolded him. Why didn't he stay in his hometown and guard the door? Even if he didn't earn much, he was still making a living. What was so good about the outside world? He was so ugly that he could ward off evil spirits by standing at the door at night. He was more effective than the door god. He didn't have any abilities. If he saved some money in his pocket, he only knew how to use his dog eyes to look at the women passing by. How could they help him give birth to a child? After the woman scolded him, Zheng Dafeng immediately felt refreshed. He quickly called his sister-in-law to sit down and drink with him. He patted his chest and promised that if he drank too much today, a drunkard would sleep deeper than a dead person. He wouldn't even be able to hear the sound of thunder, let alone sleepwalk on the bed and walk with his 4 legs. She was so angry that she left the house. After hesitating for a while, she didn't even stay in the shop. She went to find a few women who were on good terms with her and asked for their opinions. She wanted to see if there were any suitable women. She must be blind to think that her man's junior was okay. Maybe they could live together. In the early years, when Zheng Dafeng was guarding the door or drinking on the street, he liked to gesture to beautiful women. First, he would gesture to their breasts, then to their butts. His eyes, hands, and mouth were not idle. He would say that his soul was in their clothes and that he should look for it. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he shouldn't blame others. It would have been fine if he had really been able to kidnap a wife. Unfortunately, he was a lecherous old bachelor. He always had evil intentions, but he didn't have the guts. In the end, he couldn't find a proper woman to be his wife. That's right. With his appearance and lack of prospects, which decent woman would be willing to suffer with him? The woman scolded him in the past, but she also secretly advised her man. If he really couldn't do it, he should help his junior to go to the Yang family shop or the Dragon Kiln and ask for a decent job. Then he could find a neighbor who wasn't married and wasn't a bad person to play matchmaker. Even if he married into the family, as long as Zheng Dafeng didn't say too many dirty words, he would be able to support a small family, no matter if he was a shop assistant, a farmer, or a woodcutter. Once the woman left, Li Er started to discuss business with his junior brother. Endure at first, wait till we reach there before you break through. You have to know your limits. Since Master has returned you the remaining spirit, don't waste it. If in the future you accidentally break through, it will be troublesome. The Fuyao continent is too far from the Aquarius continent, and it will be hard for Master to help you. It is also not suitable for Master to take action. At the Lion Peak, Li Er helped Zheng Dafeng feed his fists and finally returned to the 6th martial realm, although he was still a distance away from the peak of the martial path, but it wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, Zheng Dafeng had formed a new martial hero's courage, which was not low in quality. After all, he was a pure martial artist who had the title of the strongest. After suffering, the most important thing was that he did not lose his spirit. This was the best tempering for both fortune and misfortune. A pure martial artist, the level of his fist techniques depended on the length of his spirit. Before he punched out, he had to have the intention of causing the sky to sink and the earth to sink. Zheng Dafeng placed one leg on the bench. He took a sip of wine and nodded his head. I know what to do. When the woman returned home, she planned to tell the man a piece of good news. As for whether or not the good news would succeed, it would depend on Zheng Dafeng's luck. But the woman realized that Zheng Dafeng was no longer at home and did not see him on the way home. On the table, there were only 2 empty wine jugs left, and a few dishes were finished. The woman asked suspiciously, "He left just like that?" Li Er replied with an N. The woman sighed. After sitting down, she looked out of the house. "Do you know what you men are thinking? Do you know what you like in the Jianghu?" She was talking about Zheng Dafeng, who was always out of tune, and also about the young man that she liked from the bottom of her heart, who she treated as half a son-in-law, Qin Pingan. Li Er did not have anything else to say. He stood up and cleaned up the table and bent down to pick up Zheng Dafeng's wine jug and gently shook it. There was not a bit left. When the woman saw this, she laughed and scolded. "Look at you. You're so useless. Li Er wanted to say something but stopped. He looked embarrassed. There was a guest outside the door. The woman asked tentatively, "Why, are you going on a long trip too?" Li Er scratched his head. He was indeed planning to go to the Skeleton Beach, but his daughter was still there, and Li Er was worried. Moreover, it was reasonable for him to contribute a little. If not for his son, Li Huai, and his junior brother, Zheng Dafeng, who came here one after another, Li Er would have asked his wife long ago. Moreover, not long ago, someone came to Lion Peak as a guest, intending to go to the sea south of the Skeleton Beach together. One of them was the sword immortal who helped Qi Jinglong in the second battle with the Taihui sword sect, and the other was an old warrior who finally regained some clarity and freedom. Both of them were now waiting outside for news from Li Er. One was a sword immortal who had been famous for a long time in the North Continent, and the other was a level 10 warrior who had once been ganged up on by several sword immortals. They were waiting for Li Er. To be precise, they were waiting for Li Er to convince his wife to allow him to go on a long trip. It was not too strange. After all, the men in the North Continent were famous for being fearless. They were only afraid of their own women in the North Continent. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "Did you become greedy after drinking some horse piss with Zheng Dafeng and listening to some dirty words?" The woman complained in a loud voice, "I have such a hard life. My son is the most filial and sensible, but he is not by my side all year round. My daughter is stubborn and stubborn. She looks like her mother and her achievements like her father. In the end, she has become an old maid and can't get married no matter what. If I blame myself, who else can I blame? In my early years, I foolishly found a useless man who has no ability at all. After drinking, he has lost even this little bit of honesty. In the end, he is still a heartless man who only thinks about the young women outside the house who only know how to shake their breasts and shake their butts. If I don't blame myself, who else can I blame?" Li Er kept silent, not daring to speak. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes. "You look like an honest and taciturn gourd. You're full of tricks and tricks. What kind of sin did you commit to find a man like you to be the pillar of the family?" Li Er glanced outside the house at the sword immortals who were watching the commotion. He mocked them in his mind. The old warrior added another sentence. Li Er ignored them and told them that he would go first. He would definitely not arrive at the Skeleton Beach later than them. The sword immortals turned and left. The old warrior laughed again. The sword immortals chatted again, and chatted quite enthusiastically. Li Er frowned. "Are these two looking for trouble?" The woman saw Li Er's frown from the corner of her eye. However, this was something unprecedented. She was even sadder. She slumped on the table. Previously, it was mostly an act. Now, the woman was a little flustered. She was really sad. However, she lowered her voice and whimpered, "Now you dare to give me the cold shoulder. I can't live anymore. Although you don't say it, you're complaining in your heart that I'm an unreasonable old woman." Li Er sat beside the woman and patted the back of her hand. He explained softly, "Lu Er is now wandering outside alone. I plan to visit her. I'll be home soon." The woman raised her head. "Are you going to help Li Huai and Lu find a vixen to be their second mother?" Li Er shook his head. "You know that I can't do such a shameless thing." Even a man would not bear to say that his wife had said such a shameless thing. The woman looked at Li Er's expression and said softly, "Actually, Li Huai and Dafeng seem to have made an agreement. They always leave as soon as they come. When you're in a daze from time to time, I know that your mind isn't here. Go. Be careful on the road." Even if you learn from Dafeng's perverted nature, don't learn from him and get bullied outside. Of course, it's best if you don't learn anything. Ooh. Li Er nodded and helped the woman wipe the corners of her eyes. The woman asked when they were leaving. Li Er said that they would leave today and return early. The woman went to help pack the bags. Li Er, who had been waiting patiently at the door, suddenly stood up and strode out. When the woman heard the commotion, the woman who had been packing up the parcel hurriedly asked Li Er what he was doing. Li Er said that there was a dog barking outside the door. Li Er said that there was a dog barking outside. Zheng Dafeng went from the North Continent to the White Jade Continent. After that, he passed through the Lu Xia Continent, the Jinjia Continent, and through the gate in the middle of the Fuyao Continent. Because he was a martial artist from another continent and was not in the Golden Body realm, he used a bag of gold coins to enter the Fifth World and came to the northernmost part of the New World. The Fuyao Continent was different from the Tongyi Continent, where anyone below the nascent soul realm could take refuge. Not to mention Golden Core Earth Immortals. All the middle 5 realms of the continent could not hope to cross the gate under normal circumstances. Otherwise, the amount of money needed would make a sect or a preacher of the upper 5 realms feel the pinch. Moreover, money was not enough. One had to have a senior of a higher realm or a fellow sect member who died in battle on the east coast of the Fuyao continent to win a place to pass the gate. This caused many old cultivators who had no hope of breaking through, especially those whose souls were decaying, to go to the coastal areas. It was to give their juniors a way to survive, to give them a path of cultivation that was full of risks and opportunities. The customs of the Fuyao continent could be seen from this. The people of the Fuyao continent were connected to each other at the top and bottom of the mountain. They were used to fighting to the death. Instead, they were far more courageous than the stagnant Tongyi continent. When Zheng Dafeng stepped on the ground of this world, he silently entered the Golden Body realm. However, there was no martial arts fate as a reward. The reason was simple. Among the martial artists of this world, there was a 6th realm prodigy who was extremely good at tempering his body. The reason why he came here was because he was destined to not be able to obtain martial arts fate as a reward in the vast world. So he came here to take advantage of it. Zheng Dafeng did not care to treat this kind of person as a fellow cultivator. Zheng Dafeng did not care about martial arts fate at all. It was not important whether he entered the 7th realm or the 8th realm or the 9th realm as the strongest 6th realm. He was not anxious at all. If the old man was anxious about this, he would have directly asked him to wait at the Tongyi continent before coming here. In fact, the old man had already reminded him that there was no need to treat martial arts fate as something that was already in his bag. It was meaningless. He only needed to break through quickly and enter the 10th realm as soon as possible. At the latest, he would need 100 years to reach the bottleneck of the peak realm. Otherwise, he would just eat and wait for death in that world in the future. Zheng Dafeng planned to go to the center of the world to take a look. He heard that the city left behind by the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war through ascension landed there. Around the same time as Zheng Dafeng entered the New World, the crown princess of the Tongyi continent, Huang Ting, who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, also stepped through another door and came to this world. She traveled alone with her sword on her back. She traveled quickly on her sword and only stopped after a month. She casually chose a mountain peak that was more pleasing to the eye and planned to nurture her sword while here. She did not expect to attract the attention of a strange being. Good things came in pairs. She broke through and entered the pure jade realm. She also found a blessed place suitable for cultivation. It was rich in spiritual qi and had treasures beyond imagination. In terms of luck and fortune, Huang Ting had always been good. Otherwise, He Xiaoyang of the Aquarius continent would not have been known as the second Huang Ting. After Huang Ting entered the pure jade realm, she erected a stone tablet on the mountain peak and used her sword to carve the words Peace Mountain. Then she went down the mountain and went back the way she came to see if she could meet some familiar faces. She had always liked the feuds of the Jianghu. On the way to the south, Huang Ting met a young scholar in black who hid his strength. However, Both of them only met face to face. The scholar in black seemed to recognize her. He took the initiative to close his folding fan, stopped, and nodded to greet her. Huang Ting ignored him. Later, as she met more and more cultivators from the north, Huang Ting learned that after the immortals of the Tongyi continent seemed to have moved the mountain, there were also some new changes. For example, among the Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, there were the Yin Yang school, who could calculate the direction and choose suitable places to travel to. There were also the school of geomancy, who could accurately inspect the feng shui treasured places. There were also the school of agriculture, the school of Yao, and the merchants who were good at making money grow. All in all, the Qi cultivators who could help to build the mountain would have their value doubled. As for the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain in the past, the sword cultivator, the military school, the legalist school, and the female champion of the saber division. As the inverted mountain became a thing of the past, the world situation changed greatly. In today's world, except for the center, there were too few sword cultivators in the 4 directions. Most of the military school cultivators were forcibly conscripted to participate in the war in their hometowns, and the legalist school was no exception. As for the female champion of the saber division, not to mention here, there were probably not many in the world. A new world in the 5 years of Jiaquan had become more and more mixed up. Yang Mingzhen, who was a martial artist at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm and a cultivator, changed his name to Yang Hingxing, and his younger brother Yang Ningxing, who had already refined the mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises' mirror mountain, entered the 5th world one after another. The 2 brothers did not greet each other, and did not even think of meeting each other. As the young heavenly lord of the Cloud Palace of the Chongxian Bureau, Yang Ningxing had already gathered the natal items of the 5 elements. He came here only to break through the realm and ascend to the immortal realm. There was an unknown Qi cultivator named Xu Zhongxia, who was not even sure which continent he came from. He occupied a place with beautiful scenery and built a transcendental platform. He set up a restriction on the mountain and water, forbidding any earth immortal cultivators from entering within a radius of 300 miles. Violators would be killed without mercy. This person was followed by several maidservants named Xiaoping, Jiangse, Tsai, Daxian, and Huaying. They were all sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. The Fuji sect master, Jihai, had a fundamental spell of the sect. He could write poems and chapters to invite gods and ghost immortals. Jihai invited the next immortal general, Zhulu, and ghost immortal, Hua Ya. Both of them were in the nascent soul realm. They worked together to protect the next sect master of the Fuji sect and entered the brand new world. There was a young man in a white robe. After entering this world from the Tongya continent, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he began to wander around. He specifically chose Qi cultivators who were poets, and poets. After entering this new world, these people began to recite their poems and poems loudly. They were bold and unconstrained poems, frontier poems, graceful poems, poems of traveling immortals, and even the resentful body of the boudoir. All of this was for the sake of resonating with this new world and combining a little bit of Tao with this world through their poems and poems. After the young man lost all interest, he finally began to wander alone. Finally, he sat on the ground beside a river and clouds. He took out a brush and ink and closed his eyes. Based on his memory, he drew a long scroll of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He named it Mustard Seed. There was only a little ink on the scroll, but he named it Mountains and Rivers. The young man took out 2 seals. On the mustard seed scroll, he stamped beautiful place with white clouds and rocks. On the mountains and river scroll, he stamped I was drunk with plum blossoms for 10 years and wasted half my life with osmanthus. The young man leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He smiled and murmured, "Those who touched my heartstrings, the bright moon, the beauty, the falling snow, and the sword gleam, the city in the great wall of sword, Aura, was just named Ascension City." Lu Chong returned to the Qing Ming world. Priest's son was one step ahead of him and returned to the Xiandu Temple. Lu Chen arrived at the Beko Keikyung building and saw the tall senior apprentice brother. Languid went forward and leaned on the highest railing of the tallest city among the 5 cities. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry." Everyone in the Xiandu temple, from priest's son to the youngest Daoist child, has feelings for you. Lu Chen looked at the clouds rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the sea. He said softly, "It's reasonable to allow one's own people to have some feelings." To the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyung building, everyone in the Qingming world, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, was actually under the same roof. Many emotions were unreasonable, but Lu Chen said that this was the reason. Daoist Gao remained silent. Lu Chen turned around and leaned against the railing. He stretched and said, "How can there be a junior apprentice brother who doesn't help his senior apprentice brother but an outsider? 500 spirit officials, it won't be a problem." Daoist Lao Er said, "That fellow is still being suppressed by the moon's supporting mountain." Lu Chen laughed. He can't blame anyone else. Who asked him to write on the soles of his shoes for no reason. One wrote Lao Er, while the other wrote Lu Chen. Now he's suffering from retribution. The boundaries between the mountains and the foot of the Tong Yi continent had always been clear. Firstly, there weren't as many immortal forces as there were in the other continents. Secondly, the cultivators of the Tong Yi continent had long been used to minding their own business. They were far less interested in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain than in the other 8 continents. Since the Tong Yi continent was vast, many of the isolated places on the continent did not know that the world was no longer peaceful. In the capital of a remote vassal state, there was a wealthy family that was both an official and a scholarly family. An old man in his 70s was taking out 2 items for his grandson, who had just started studying. One was a porcelain bowl bestowed by the emperor, and the other was a piece of imperial ink bestowed by the emperor. He explained to his beloved grandson why the imperial ink was made, 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 why the imperial ink was retreated, and why the imperial ink was retreated. In a small county town, below the stage, a little girl imitated the woman in the play, bending her waist and raising her orchid fingers. The young men and women didn't take it seriously, but the old man scolded them when he saw them. A traveling scholar was resting at a relay station. He flipped through the writings of the scholars of the previous dynasty. From the books, he saw that the water in the well could tell the time, as well as the flower that grew in the palace. He felt that it was very strange. A certain dissolute man with a mouth full of golden teeth led a group of idle scoundrels to live a comfortable life in his hometown. They only heard that there might be immortals in the mountains, but they were not envious at all. In a county town, there was a profession that specialized in the style of some famous calligraphers and painters. They could imitate them to the point that they could pass them off as the real thing. Hence, they calculated money according to the words and asked for an extremely high price. They were currently bargaining with an old customer. Then, one day, there was nothing left. In a place covered by dark clouds, in the sky above an immortal mountain along the coast of the Tong Yi continent, a hole was suddenly torn open. Sunlight shone down, and a weapon fell to the ground. A great demon then fell heavily to the ground. Another huge rock that was as big as a mountain was tilted and smashed into the majestic city of a dynasty's capital. On top of the huge rock, a slender young girl was dragging a blade as she walked. Behind her was an armored puppet that shook the earth with every step. In the 6th year of Jia Chun, in the 5th world, In the huge Tongyi continent, apart from 3 academies and a dozen immortal mountains, all of them had fallen. During this period, a former gentleman of the academy named Zhong Kuei appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. And in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent, Chao Ci broke through to the 10th realm in a battle at sea and killed a great demon. In an ice field that was cold all year round in the White Snow continent, a group of northbound cultivators who risked their lives to hunt demons met an extremely strong demon. They were in a desperate situation and could only desperately escape towards the south. After they were exhausted, they all resigned themselves to death. In the vast expanse of white snow in the north, a young girl slowly walked out. She held a mountain staff in her hand and carried a green bamboo chest on her back. "7:02. The woman appeared in the wind and snow. Her figure was thin, and the white snow made her slightly tanned skin look even darker. Her hair was coiled into a cute bun, revealing her high forehead. She didn't wear any hairpins or hair accessories. The young woman stood still about 100 feet away from the group of bewildered hunters. She took out a map of the northern part of the White Jade continent from the Lion Peak's treasury and looked at it. The closest immortal residence on the mountain to the ice plains was a mountain called the White Banner Taoist Temple in the northern boundary of the White Jade continent. It wasn't a clan immortal residence and was relatively aloof from worldly affairs. The city at the foot of the mountain was Tu City in the Rain Shore prefecture of the Rain Gong country. She put the map back into her sleeve and first cupped her fists to salute everyone. Then she asked in a mellow and elegant voice of the White Jade continent, "May I ask, how far is this place from Tu City?" An old cultivator stood up trembling and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you Great Grandmaster Lu?" This was the best case scenario. The worst case scenario was that the other party was actually a big demon in human form and was deliberately teasing them, who were sure to be a meal on the plate. On the vast ice plains, there were 4 big demons, each occupying a direction. The southernmost big demon called herself Shilu. She occasionally rode a snow-white lion and patrolled the territory. It was rumored that she liked to appear in the world as a handsome man. More than 10 years ago, she had a life-and-death battle with Great Grandmaster Lu, who came here to earn some money and save some dowry money. At that time, even in the distant Tu City of the Rain Gong country, they could feel the earth-shattering battlefield vision. After that, although Great Grandmaster Lu was severely injured, he benefited from the disaster and broke through the bottleneck as the strongest far-travel state and successfully reached the 9th realm. Lu, the big demon, also seemed to be seriously injured and began to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the cultivators of the White Jade continent, who came here to hunt demons for the ice plains of the Southern Territory for the time being, took advantage of the fact that the demons in the ice plains of the Southern Territory had temporarily lost their patron and formed groups to hunt the big and small demons in the Southern Territory of the ice plains, plundering heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Great Monster Shilio had 2 capable subordinates. One of them was a devil Dao cultivator from the north who called himself Taoist Autumn Water. There was also a great demon who had the face of an old woman and carried a large sack on her back. When she saw the cultivators, she would smile. Her catchphrase was, "Our young Master Shilio's appetizer has been found again. I have to thank you all." It was just that both parties rarely met. If they accidentally bumped into each other, they could only hope that they would be reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In fact, in the southern part of the ice field, there used to be an extremely arrogant great demon, but it was skinned by the great grandmaster Lu mentioned by the old cultivator. Pei Qian shook his head. No, the way the other party addressed her made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, since they were in a foreign land, and had met by chance, Pei Qian did not reveal his name. Pei Qian knew who the great Grandmaster Lu was. She was a ninth realm martial artist and a woman named Lu Suiyu. She was a registered consecrator of the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, Lu Suiyu. She was the most promising person in the Snow Mountain continent to become the second 10th realm martial artist. Previously, when they were practicing martial arts on the Lion Peak, Senior Li Air had roughly explained the martial arts situation of the Snow Mountain continent and the names of the grandmasters. The number one martial artist of the Snow Mountain continent was Pei Xiang. His surname was strange, and his name was even stranger. His nickname was Thunder God. His fist techniques were fierce and fierce. The place where he lived was an ordinary Thunder God temple. Lu Suiyu was one of his 3 direct disciples. This old martial artist was the best in both boxing and taking in disciples. On his way to the peak of martial arts, just for the name Xiang alone, he had fought countless times. Among them, he had fought with the oldest 10th realm martial artist in the North Continent, Wang Dingyi. The 2 of them had once agreed to fight at sea. The reason was that the latter liked to call him Sister Xiang. Whenever he met someone, he would say that the Sister Xiang from the Snow Mountain continent was very manly. It was rumored that after Wang Dingyi returned from the sea to the North Continent, although he was covered in injuries, he was in high spirits. When a good friend from the mountain asked about the result, Wang Dingyi sneered. He only said, "How heavy can a Snow Mountain continent woman's cotton fist be?" The result of the battle between the 10th realm martial artists was obvious. In fact, after that, Pei Xiang had indeed closed the door to the Thunder God Temple and had not come out for decades. Later on, Gu Yu and when Quan met the sword deity of Ape, Crying Mountain, Jiyu, both of them died, and the North Continent lost a 10th realm martial artist. The Mountain and River Gazette of the White Continent was much longer than that of the North Continent. Most of them were gloating. The group of cultivators was uneasy. They did not dare to go near the young woman, who they did not know if she was a friend or foe. The great demons of the ice plains were all eccentric. Did the woman in front of them really just happen to pass by and save them? Was she really not vicious like a cat trying to catch a mouse? Hunting demons in the Snow Mountain continent's ice plains was a money-making business with one's head tied to one's belt. Moreover, the belt was not secure enough. Therefore, they could only rely on numbers. Every hunter who went to the ice plains would sign a life and death agreement with the North Mountain Alliance before they left. They also had to specify the compensation. Of course, if they returned without any results or were completely wiped out, everything would be over. Usually, there would be at least 3 people in a group. The formation master would be in charge of setting traps. This person was the most important. It was best for a pure martial artist or a military cultivator to carry a heavy defensive weapon and an offensive weapon at the same time. They were in charge of luring the demons into the forbidden area of the formation. This was because compared to other cultivators, their bodies were the most resilient. They could protect themselves and also hold back the demons with thick skin. They would not be defeated if they met the demons in a narrow path. In addition, there must be a Qi cultivator who was proficient in water spells. They could take advantage of the time and place and use spells to kill the demons. If the leader was able to gather a team of 5 people, he would usually add a Qi cultivator who was extremely powerful in attacking. He would rely on the so-called one fresh move to deal a fatal blow to the demons during the encirclement and suppression. Then he might add a cultivator from the Yao family who could help him fight a prolonged battle. In this way, the hunting team could attack or retreat. Even if they did not gain anything during the journey to the icy plains, they could at least preserve their lives and safely retreat to the Catapult City or the Daoist Hall to make further plans. However, Even if they traveled together, there were still many accidents. Today, they did not check the almanac and met a Jean Dan stage demon. Pei Qian knew what these people were worried about. She was not willing to explain too much. She only needed to go straight to the south and rest in the Tao Chi city. The doubts in their hearts would naturally disappear, whether it was traveling in the North Continent with Li Huai or wandering alone in the Snow Plain continent. Pei Qian only focused on practicing martial arts. She did not expect to be like her master, who made friends with heroes along the way. As long as they hit it off, they could drink without asking for each other's names. Pei Qian admitted that she could not learn and could not do it, just like what Cui Dongshan thought in private. As long as his master, Qin Pingan, was not by Pei Qian's side, then the vast world outside of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was still the streets and alleys of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Everyone was still the same in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom, to Pei Qian, except for her master and Luo Pa Mountain. The Jianghu under her feet had always been the same. It was difficult to change this in the past, present, and future. Pei Qian suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stabbed the mountain treading staff into the snow and said to them, "You guys go first. Quickly go to the Tao Chi city. Be careful on the way. There are still dangers." Then Pei Qian frowned and glanced at the distance behind the group of Qi cultivators. It was a little late, except for an old woman behind her who seemed to be walking unsteadily, but was actually moving as if she was flying. She was carrying a big sack, and her shoulders swayed. Wherever the old woman passed, the wind and snow would automatically make way for her. Then she stopped more than 100 steps away from Pei Qian. The old woman coughed incessantly and squinted her eyes. She laughed hoarsely and said, "What a fierce little girl. You are actually willing to give up all your demon cores, all the way to the south, and let us find them. A pure martial artist like you, who only wants to practice martial arts without asking for money, is really more hateful than that crazy woman with the surname Liu." Other than this old woman, on the road south of the group of hunters who were traveling north to hunt, there was a barefoot Taoist who was wearing a crane cloak and walking through the snow. He was loudly reciting the Taoist classic Nanhua Autumn Water chapter. The Taoist was holding many branches of blooming plum blossoms in his hands. From time to time, he would pluck a few plum blossoms and put them into his mouth to chew. Then he would reach out to take snow and swallow both plum blossoms and snow. Every time he chewed plum blossoms and snow, his body would overflow with radiance from his meridians to his bones, one in the south and one in the north blocking the way. Pei Qian saw that the old woman and the barefoot Taoist had no intention of attacking for the time being. She took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the old Taoist. She took down the bamboo box and reminded the group of cultivators who were continuously gathering, "You guys just need to form the formation to protect yourselves. If possible, under the premise that your lives are not in danger, help me look after the book box. If the situation is urgent, just run for your lives. I will try my best to protect all of you." Pei Qian paused for a moment and added, "I will do my best." Since the old woman and the barefoot Taoist were coming for her, Pei Qian had to throw a few more punches. It was only right for her to do so. In the Jianghu, righteousness was the most important thing. Previously, she had casually killed the monster and saved the group of cultivators. It was really just a casual action. Since she had the heart and the strength to spare, she should throw a punch and not think about reciprocation. As for the goodwill and malice of the people in this world, what does it have to do with me, Pei Qian, practicing my fist? Nothing. What Pei Qian cared about was her master's teachings and Grandpa Chui's teaching of fist techniques. The old woman glanced again at the green bamboo stick left behind by the young woman. Previously, when she focused her gaze, she was actually unable to completely see through the camouflage. She could only vaguely sense the wisps of cold air from the bamboo stick. This was also an important reason why the old woman was not in a hurry to attack. The old woman was a great demon who cultivated in the ice field. She was most afraid of provoking the disciples of the Lu family of the snow-peaked continent. She was also afraid of the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the thunder god temple's Peasyang. Other than that, there was not much of a problem. It did not matter whether she chewed them raw or braised those unlucky cultivators. Apart from these two types of people, there were also some sects who came here to gain experience from time to time. However, most of them were protected by nascent soul earth immortals, so they were allowed to kill some monsters. The old woman still had a good eyesight. Usually, the opponents were more sensible. The group of young immortal masters with delicate skin would not be too ruthless in their attacks. Moreover, they were not that ruthless. Pei Qian turned around and said to the old woman, whose expression was uncertain, "I'm just in a hurry and have not provoked you. However, if my skills are not as good as yours and I become food for the monsters, I'll accept it. My fist technique is not bad, but if the monsters want to eat people and are killed, don't blame me for punching too hard." The old woman smiled and asked, "Judging from the traces of your punches and the route you took, it seems that you went ashore in the north and then kept going south." Little girl, could it be that you are from another continent? The North Continent or the Laotia continent? The elders in your family actually let you go from the north to the south through the entire ice field by yourself? The old woman's biggest doubt was that the mortal enemy of her family's young master, Shi Lu in the northernmost region, actually allowed the little girl to cross the southern border right under his nose. If she was not worried that the other party would cause trouble, the old woman would have attacked long ago. The few fights along the way were all fought by cultivators of the sixth realm. Even if they held back and deliberately hid their strength, the little girl, who was at most a martial artist of the golden body realm, would definitely die. Pei Qian said, "You don't have to test my background with words. I'll take both the Q-seeking fist and the Q-seeking sword." An old cultivator was very anxious and said telepathically, "Senior, regardless of your true identity, you might as well use the name of a disciple of the Lu family to scare the other party. Otherwise, in this encirclement, you won't be able to fight against so many people with two fists. Moreover, there are definitely many monsters under this old woman's control. In our white border continent, the disciples of the Lu family are the biggest protective talismans. Grandmaster Pei and Senior Lu, master and disciple, are both worshipped by the Lu family. Senior, you practice martial arts and fist techniques. You can disguise yourself as a third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple." Pei Qian replied telepathically, "I have my own master. I don't dare to speak nonsense." The old cultivator sighed and did not dare to persuade him again. On the line between life and death, how could there be so many pedantic and rigid rules? At this point, no one doubted the identity of the senior anymore. There was indeed no need. Just the autumn water Taoist alone was enough to crush all the hunting cultivators except for her. The cultivators of the white border continent, whether it was the immortal masters of the archives or the mountain and lake cultivators, were aware of the high and mighty immortals of the upper five realms. Even if they had not personally seen a few of them through the messy mountain and river reports, most of them knew that the number of immortals was actually not less than that of the North Continent, and naturally more than that of the Northwest Luxia continent. However, the number of 8th and 9th realm martial arts grandmasters could be counted with one's fingers. Not only was it far less than that of the North Continent, it was even less than that of the Luxia continent. The martial arts fate of the white border continent was known to be pitifully low in the vast world. Legend had it that there was only one martial artist of the 10th realm, Peasyang of the Thunder God Temple, who was the most prosperous martial arts fate of the continent. had even lost to Wang Dengbing, who was later imprisoned by the Sword Immortal after he lost his mind. Since the North Continent had a sword cultivator, who once crossed the sea to challenge the Sword Immortal. Even if Guyu was dead, the result was that there was one more martial artist of the End realm than the White Border Continent. This made the cultivators of the White Border Continent unable to lift their heads. In addition, the number one cultivator of the White Border Continent, the god of wealth of the Liu family, had publicly admitted several times that his Tao techniques could at most be considered half of that of the Flat Earth Peak's venerable fire dragon. This made the cultivators of the White Border Continent feel that other than money, the cultivators of the White Border Continent were all inferior to that of the North Continent. Pei Qian turned her head to look at the barefoot Taoist, who was wearing a crane cloak. She had once seen a record in the inverted immortal book that her senior apprentice brother bought. In history, there was indeed a mountain Taoist who liked to recite the Nanhua autumn water poem. He walked the world barefoot, and it was rumored that he wore a Taoist iron crown on his head. His ambition was to use plum blossoms and snow to wash his intestines and carve his bones to build a Taoist temple. He was willing to manifest his Tao techniques and return them to the world. He did not have a fixed residence all year round and traveled far and wide with his staff. He only needed to throw the staff in his hand, and it would land on the ground and transform into a green dragon. That mountain Taoist, who was elusive, was a true Taoist. Of course, he would not be this person who pretended to be cultured and blocked the way. Even though Pei Qian had yet to open her fist, she had already cleared her mind. When she held her breath and started to pour out her fist intent, her eyes saw a strange phenomenon. In an instant, everything was silent. It was as if Pei Qian was the only living thing in the world that was not restrained. She was the only one who could walk freely. However, Pei Qian was well aware that what she saw was not the real stagnation of the long river of time, but the flowing speed seemed to have become extremely slow. The closer she got, the more the flowing water of time in all directions tended to be still. After Pei Qian started practicing her boxing alone, there was only one thing she could do. She had to try to make the river of time seem to be completely still, so that only her body and mind would be free. She could punch out between heaven and earth. No matter who the martial artists in the world were, they would be slower than her punches by countless times. Of course, her master was an exception. Pei Qian practiced boxing only to catch up with her master. She never expected to be on par with her master's boxing skills. When she was traveling in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her master once said something very strange to Pei Qian. He said that he wanted to learn this supernatural power from his first disciple. Her master's jokes were also very interesting. Why should her master learn from her disciple? However, this joke that once made Pei Qian secretly happy and couldn't help but grin when she thought of it was becoming less and less funny. Her master didn't return to her hometown day after day, year after year. Pei Qian felt that this joke that once warmed her heart was more and more like a cage that made her sad. She almost couldn't breathe and wanted to smash it with a punch. Previously, when she traveled across continents, she gave up riding the wind and chose to run on the surface of the sea. Every time Pei Qian's perfect state punched out, it was towards the invisible long river of time. In an instant, the figure of the young female martial artist disappeared from the old woman's sight. Was it really the golden body realm that she expected? Whether it was a cultivator or a pure martial artist, one's cultivation realm could be concealed. However, as long as the disparity in cultivation realm was not too great looking at one's foundation, one could still roughly tell one's age. That woman was clearly not more than 30 years old. Could it be that she was a new third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Axiang? Otherwise, There was no such person among the young generation of martial artists in the White Peak continent. In the White Peak continent, as long as one was a golden body martial artist under 40 years old, their reputation was greater than the heavens. Wealth god Lu had a widely spread saying, "It's a pity that I can't use my immortal money to create martial fate." In a hurry, the old woman turned around, and the big sack on her back suddenly opened, protecting the old woman's body. With a bang, it was as if her back was hit by a heavy hammer. The punch hit the back of the old woman's back that was protected by the sack, causing the wind and snow within a radius of several hundred feet to shatter. With her back facing the woman who punched, the old woman did not have the strength to fight back. Her feet left the ground, and she rushed forward in a straight line, not giving the old woman a chance to change her trajectory to dodge. From this, one could see the weight of that punch. At the same time, the old woman vaguely felt a gust of wind blow past her. A blurry figure leaped past her and went forward. Then, when it was several hundred feet away, the other party suddenly turned around and punched. The old woman was horrified. Unable to care about anything else, she used a golden core as the center of her body's small world. It spun in her life-source chi palace, stirring up countless golden rays of light that intertwined with her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She did her best to stabilize her trembling soul. Then, her Een spirit left her body and floated away, carrying 2 life-source items. She was about to use spells and divine abilities to prevent the little girl from being too savage. The other life-source item left in her body was controlled by the golden core. Suddenly, it shone brightly. A mysterious array of mountains and rivers appeared around the old woman out of nowhere. It was a pavilion that was built by countless snow-white silver lines. It was crystal clear, like a glazed fairyland. On the top of a ridge of this pocket-sized fairyland, there was an old woman's nascent soul that was as tall as a thumb sitting on it. Her hands were making gestures, constantly absorbing the snow and water between heaven and earth to stabilize the array. However, the old woman who was waiting for the attack did not see the second punch coming. A martial artist was able to use talismans to shrink the mountains and rivers, disappearing in an instant. The barefoot Taoist, who was wearing a crane cloak and holding a plum branch, wanted to kill a chi cultivator to relieve his boredom. He pinched a plum blossom with 2 fingers and was about to throw it to one of them. As for the young woman whose identity was unknown, he could roughly see her strength. She was in the golden body state, which was quite good at tempering her body. It was rare, but still inferior to Lu Suiyu, who was in the far travel state. Unexpectedly, the barefoot Taoist who had just calmed down had a bad feeling. His heart tightened, and the crane cloak on his body shone with white light. He was about to use the escape method to leave the place. For some inexplicable reason, the crane cloak, which had begun to radiate with light, was forcefully shrunk back into its original form. It was like a snowflake being crushed into a snowball. This devil Tao cultivator, who called himself Autumn Water Taoist, inexplicably reappeared. He stood rooted to the ground like a dumbfounded goose and took a direct punch from the woman. Pei Qian also retracted his fist after the punch. Qiu Shui Taoist sank into the snow pit and sat on the ground. He opened his mouth and sucked all the plum blossoms into his mouth. The miserable scene of bleeding from his 7 orifices disappeared instantly. He stood up and shook off the snow from his crane cloak. He walked out of the pit barefoot and bowed to the distance, calling out to his master. Pei Qian reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain traveling staff in the distance. Facing the old woman and the barefoot Taoist, Pei Qian did not use the deity drumming style, because the real enemy was not these 2. Once he punched with all his strength and killed one of them, it would not make any difference. Instead, it would put him in danger. She even noticed the figure earlier than the old woman and Qiu Shui Daoist. In the distance, there was a young master standing on a snow-white lion. He was watching the battle with a smile on his face. He was the master of the southern border of the snowy ice plains. She was Shi Lu of the pure Jade State demon race. Pei Qian did not think that a pure Jade State demon was a great demon, because she had been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The snow-white lion suddenly appeared beside the old woman. Shi Lu did not hide her curiosity. She sized up the young woman who was most likely in the far travel state. She smiled and said, "Firstly, we are the demons of the ice plains who cannot see the light. We almost never take the initiative to wreak havoc in the south. Secondly, you are a passerby who rarely follows the rules. I will not make things difficult for you. Therefore, there is no need for us to make things too tense. As long as you are willing to leave and hand this group of people over to Qiu Shui Daoist, we will be even." Shi Lu smiled again and said, "Of course, there is another option. That is, all of these immortals can leave and leave you behind. Then they can live, but you will become a guest of honor of Shi Lu. Be it you or these 6 people, one of them will have to stay behind to admire the snow with me." Shi Lu threw a look at Qiu Shui Daoist, and the latter immediately made way. The old woman smiled. "My master always keeps her words. You guys should consider it carefully." Shi Lu of the southern land. This great demon was indeed true to her words. Therefore, the group of Qi refinement warriors communicated telepathically and retreated to the south almost at the same time. In the end, only the young female martial artist was left. Shi Lu smiled and said, "Don't you think it's not worth it for you to fight for these filthy people who don't have the slightest sense of loyalty and force a way out and put yourself in a desperate situation?" Pei Qian walked to the bamboo box and shook his head. "I fight for myself." He placed the mountain traveling staff on the bamboo box and slowly rolled up his sleeves. This fight seemed to be going on for quite some time. Very good. She could not ask for more. However, that Shi Lu continued to smile and asked, "Let's not talk about the few fights you fought on your way to the south. Those were all reasonable. But today, you fought for these Qi refinement warriors and killed the demon. Is that right?" Pei Qian still shook his head and said, "I did not kill it. It is up to Senior Shi Lu whether you believe me or not." Since the other party was willing to be reasonable, even if it was only temporary, Pei Qian was willing to say a few more words. Shi Lu was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the old woman. The old woman looked slightly embarrassed. "Master, this young lady only punched that flower away. The golden core demon that chased after the Qi refinement warriors was named Flower. It was only injured by the female martial artist, but it was really scared out of its wits. It mistakenly thought that she was the junior sister or direct disciple of the 9th realm martial artist Lu Suiyu, and immediately fled hundreds of miles away. As for the great demon Shi Lu, she was attracted by Pei Qian's fist intent. Therefore, she mistakenly thought the flower had been killed somewhere. Shi Lu was even more curious. "Young lady, which sect are you from?" This is not the style of martial artists from the Thunder God Temple's Xiang. As for the other party's respectful address of Senior Shi Lu, it made the Jade Pure Realm Great Demon standing on the snow-white lion's back feel even more amused and even more surprised. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and still shook his head. Shi Lu was a little hesitant. Then she stretched out her hand and pressed between her eyebrows. She was having a headache. What was going on today? First, it was a reasonable young lady who happened to be in an unreasonable martial arts realm. If only one of them was missing, then Shi Lu would not hesitate at all. Then there was a woman who made Shi Lu feel a chill down her spine. For Shi Lu to be so wary, of course, she was a sword immortal. A sword immortal in the North Continent was rarer than anything else. In addition, the other party was a woman. Shi Lu was more, or less sure of her identity. A sword immortal from the snow continent who did not like her hometown, Xie Songhua. It was said that Xie Songhua's sword was extremely lethal. When she fought against an enemy, her sword could determine life and death. Although Shi Lu was wary, she was not overly fearful. In the southern land of the ice plains, Shi Lu had the geographical advantage. She would definitely not be able to win in a fight. Hence, she would only leave after witnessing the beauty of a sword immortal with her own eyes. The female sword immortal with a bamboo box on her back came riding on her sword. The sword aura behind her seemed to have opened up a windless and snowless path. The wind and snow on both sides of her path still covered the sky and the sun. She hovered in the air with a cold expression, looking down at Shi Lu, who liked to hide. Xie Songhua had left 2 of her direct disciples who were here to train their sword will in the city behind her. The 2 direct disciples were named Chao Mu and Zhu Xing. Xie Songhua had also sensed that something was amiss here. Hence, she left the city on her sword, intending to join in the fun. Other than Xie Songhua, who was taking in disciples in a foreign land, Li Kai from the North Continent's Fuping Sword Lake also brought 2 sword immortal embryos out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were Chun-Li and Gao Yuqing. As for the female sword immortal Song Pin from the Gold Armor Continent, she had also taken in 2 children as her direct disciples. However, they were both little girls Sun Zhao, Jin Wan. As for Pu He from the Liuxia continent, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she brought a young boy and young girl from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After Xie Songhua returned to the Haoran world, she had communicated with Li Kai, Song Pin, and Pu He via cross-continent flying swords. They had made a promise to meet each other once every 60 years. Of course, it was not a competition of swordsmanship, as it was meaningless. Li Kai and Pu He, in particular, were severely injured, which had damaged the foundation of their swordsmanship. Moreover, after experiencing the continuous battles at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even Xie Songhua, who had contributed the most, did not feel that her swordsmanship and her lousy realm were worth showing off. How could she be compared with those great sword immortals? Taking a step back, how could these sword immortals who had returned alive be compared to Xie, Yuan Qingshu, and the other sword immortals who had died in battle? They were incomparable. Since that was the case, the 4 sword immortals would compete in their ability to impart swordsmanship to their direct disciples. They had agreed that in 60 years, Xie Songhua and the other 2 would bring their respective disciples to the North Continent where Li Kai was. Xie Songhua saw the young girl who had a bamboo box and a walking stick by her feet. Xie Songhua wanted to say something but stopped. Back then at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had heard that the students and disciples of the young hidden official all looked like this. However, the lady before him was definitely not Guizhuzhou from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He remembered that there was a young lady surnamed Pei from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even though so many years had passed, she didn't seem to match up with the young lady in the snow. How could there be such a coincidence that she could meet someone related to the young hidden official in the snowy, northern icy plains of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Then the young girl raised her head. Using telepathy, she asked in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, "Are you sword immortal Xie?" Xie Songhua immediately landed on her sword. The long sword automatically returned to its scabbard and the bamboo box. She smiled and said, "It's really you. You're called Pei. What was it again?" Pei Qian cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I'm Pei Qian." Xie Songhua's expression immediately softened. She looked at Pei Qian carefully and said softly, "Very good. You're indeed the first disciple of our hidden official. Not bad, not bad." Xie Songhua raised her chin and pointed at the thin willow. "Why, did you get bullied? That's easy. After I finish my sword, we'll go to Two City together. Pei Qian scratched his head and said, I was learning from my master and reasoning with Senior Willow. Helpless. The Willow nodded and said, That's true. Xie Songhua said, Since that's the case, I'll avoid the southern border and not find trouble with you. Then Xie Songhua put the thin willow aside and helped to pick up the walking stick and the bamboo box. Pei Qian took the bamboo stick and carried the box on his back again. Xie Songhua said telepathically, Have you heard of a piece of news? It's related to your master. It's just been spread. Pei Qian's eyes widened. What news? Looking at the big and small figures walking away. The willow shook her head. What kind of news was this? Xie Songhua said, I don't know who first came up with a theory and selected the top 10 youths in the world. Pei Qian was in high spirits. What's my master's ranking? Xie Songhua shook her head and held back her laughter. It's clear that there's no ranking among the 10. There's that sword cultivator from Ascension City, Ning Yao, great Duan dynasty of the Central Divine Continent, martial artist Chao Ci, Beck Okekyung Building, Taoist Shan Qing, first of the 100 sword deities of Moon-bearing Mountain, Fei Ran. Your master isn't in the top 10. Pei Qian was confused. How was it related to his master? Xie Songhua rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, It's clearly said that there are 10 younger people, but they don't have a ranking. It's very strange, but there are 11 people listed, and only Hidden Official is listed at the 11th position. Your master is also the only one who isn't named. He's only said to be a peak martial artist and a sword cultivator. So now, all the cultivators in the world are guessing who this Hidden Official is. For people like me, who know your master's identity, we don't want to talk about this with others. We'll just let them guess. Pei Qian shook the bamboo box and clenched the walking stick in his hand. Looking around at the wind and snow, he still shouted, It's my master. "703. Xie Songhua was not in a hurry to return to Chui Tu City on her sword. Instead, she brought Pei Qian south. In a small border city, even if there were many hidden talents, they would still have to consider the flying sword of a female sword immortal. Although her 2 direct disciples had yet to enter the middle 5 realms, they were sword cultivators and potential sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if there was a small accident, Xie Songhua's flying sword would arrive in an instant. Furthermore, before entering Chui Tu City, Xie Songhua had brought Qiaomu and Zhu Xing to tour MT Beiyu. The MT Bei, you would naturally take care of the 2 children. If anything happened to a sword immortal's direct disciple within his jurisdiction, especially if they were Xie Songhua's disciples, their cultivation would be delayed. A small country's mountain lord would not be able to bear the responsibility. Perhaps the entire MT Bei, you would be remembered by sword immortal Xie. This was because Xie Songhua's temper was known to be bad in the pure crest continent. After chatting with Pei Qian for a while, Xie Songhua sighed. She did not expect that even she could not see the depth of Pei Qian's martial arts. The young lady was only in her early 20s, but she was already a pure martial artist at the far travel realm. She was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn. On the mountain, she would be a nascent soul sword cultivator in her 20s. If not for Chao Ci and Chen Pingan, Xie Songhua would have suspected Pei Qian's identity. However, Xie Songhua felt more gratified. Actually, she had never met Pei Qian before. They were not related. However, when she saw Pei Qian traveling with a staff and a box, Xie Songhua felt close to him. As for whether she loved him because of his love for his dog, it was not important. Heaven and earth should not care about who I, Xie Songhua, like. If you don't like anyone, you can control my flying sword. However, you have to be brave and capable enough. Therefore, Xie Songhua smiled and said, if you are worried that Aunt Xie's swordsmanship is not good enough and will not be able to win against Shi Lu, there is no need for that. Tell me the truth. I will go and chop Shi Lu. I will be back in half an hour. It is not easy to kill a pure Jade Realm sword, cultivator demon. Without the word sword cultivator, it is not difficult. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head and said, Aunt Xie, it's not like that. If Shi Lu was aggressive and oppressive, I would have used the ask fist. Xie Songhua nodded. Then let's count it as Shilio burning incense. His luck is not bad. Originally, I had planned to bring Chaomu and Zhu Xing to the south of the icy plains to nurture my sword intent. Shi Lu would definitely want to see it for a while. Chaomu had 2 intrinsic flying swords. One was Rainbow, and the other was Torrential. Of the 2, Rainbow was rather suitable for nurturing. The Leisure sword was not of much use in the ice plains. That's why I need to pay a visit to Lei Gong Temple's Peiaxiang and see if there's an opportunity for the great Dao at Mahu Prefecture. For the time being, Pei Qian did not know what Annie Xie meant by meeting Shi Lu and visiting Lei Gong Temple. But Xie Songhua was willing to reveal the names of the 2 direct disciples' flying swords to Pei Qian. It showed how close she was to Pei Qian and treated him as family. Xie Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the pure Jade continent. After she became an Earth immortal, she spent most of her time traveling in Lu Xia continent and Jin Jia continent. Before she accepted the direct disciples, she would not reveal her whereabouts and was too lazy to show off her identity as a sword immortal. That's why there were a few conflicts. Xie Songhua never thought of herself as a reasonable person. That's why she would fight with both the young and the old. If the founding ancestor was still alive, that would be even better. That's why the cultivators of the pure Jade continent were in awe of this sword immortal. Now, Xie Songhua's prestige in the pure Jade continent was like the sun in the sky. With the identity of a female sword immortal, she traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi and made great achievements. She killed a pure Jade Realm sword immortal great demon. And the key was that Xie Songhua returned to the vast heavens alive. To the people of the pure Jade continent, a dead female sword immortal was nothing much. The pure Jade continent did not have the custom of sacrificing a continent to a sword. The most shocking news of the pure Jade continent was that it was rumored that Xie Songhua would most likely break through the pure Jade realm within a few decades and become an immortal. She would become the first great sword immortal in the pure Jade continent in 1,000 years. A few decades for a cultivator was just a short period of time for an immortal to take a nap. Xie Songhua laughed and asked, "You're already a martial artist of the 8th realm. Why don't you travel with the wind?" Pei Qian blushed and said softly, "Master said before, to travel at the foot of the mountain, you have to drop by 2 realms. Don't learn from a certain person, and let him have his first move in the Jianghu." Pei Qian said, "Anicia, you can fly with the sword. I will fly with the wind. Rules are dead. People are alive. You don't have to be so particular when you're with Anicia." After all, Xie Songhua was a senior sword immortal, and this trip to the icy plains was to impart sword techniques to the 2 direct disciples. Xie Songhua laughed, as expected of his first disciple. "No problem. Let's continue to walk to Tuho City. Take it as a stroll." Xie Songhua then asked curiously, "Who is that certain person? Can you tell me?" Someone who could be mentioned by the young hidden official was most likely not simple. For example, Sword Immortal Qi, who was addicted to alcohol, was now the leader of the North Continent's Taihui sword sect. Pei Qian laughed. "Anicia, there's nothing I can't tell you. Master's friend is a military cultivator from the North Continent's Ghost Axe Palace. His name is Diyu, and he likes to roam the Jianghu. When Master was roaming the North Continent in his early years, they hit it off, and he even learned some talisman techniques from Senior Du. Xie Songhua nodded and said, "Although I've never heard of the Ghost Axe Palace, since he can let your master have his first move, he must be quite powerful. However, the outcome of the Wen Quan fist will not be good. Don't let your master have his first move." Pei Qian scratched his head. He was no longer the charcoal girl of the past, and he was no longer a young girl. This action was a rare bit of childishness in Pei Qian. At the southern border of the icy plains, Shi Lu brought the old woman and Taoist Qiu Shui back to the mansion, and they were strolling leisurely in the wind and snow. The old woman asked softly, "Master, is it really that sword immortal Xie Songhua?" Shi Lu smiled and nodded. "The sword intent in the bamboo box on her back can't be faked." Taoist Qiu Shui, who was wearing a crane cloak and regretting the lack of plum branches, no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He grimaced and said, "The little girl's fist was very heavy. Even now, my entire body is aching. When I took that punch, my natal chi palace and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all flipped over like an earth ox. That talisman that could shrink mountains and rivers was used by a pure martial artist to fight in close combat. It's really terrible. No wonder the founder of this branch of talisman was scolded for thousands of years." Shi Lu said, looking back, "The little girl must have been hiding her strength on purpose. Perhaps she was hiding her strength when she punched you, because after I appeared, I was the only enemy in her mind. Perhaps even that talisman was a smokescreen. I'm guessing that once the little girl went all out, she would definitely be faster than if she used the talisman. If that's the case, I have to thank the Sword Immortal for not causing me to lose my men, and also thank the little girl for avoiding a disaster." Shi Lu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The heavens are right, and the retribution is not good. The old woman was puzzled. Master traveled far, and restrained his aura not much inferior to that of the Saint of the Academy. Even I couldn't detect it. How did the little girl discover it? Shi Lu said helplessly, "How would I know?" Tung City was the capital of the Rain Shore Prefecture of Rain Gong Country. It was one of the 2 important crossings to the southern land of the icy plains. At the city gate, Pei Qian handed in the customs document. Previously, when he traveled to the North Continent, there were many customs documents. Senior Li Er of Lion Peak helped to create a new customs document for mountains and rivers. It was a special customs document for the cultivators on the mountain. It was also an important collection of miscellaneous items for the rich and powerful families at the foot of the mountain. Xie Songhua naturally didn't have any customs documents. Tung City glanced at Pei Qian and turned a blind eye to Xie Songhua, allowing her to pass. At the Immortal Inn, Pei Qian saw the 2 sword immortal embryos. They were about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl. The girl was called Chao Mu, and the boy was called Zhu Xing. They were both beautiful, but Zhu Xing was slightly more mature, and his eyes were still, which didn't match his age. As usual, Pei Qian gave 2 bookmarks specially made by Luapa Mountain as a greeting gift. Hearing her master say that big sister Pei Qian was the first disciple of the hidden official, Zhu Xing's spirits suddenly rose. Chao Mu was also very happy because the little girl and Guizhujiu lived on the same street, and Guizhujiu liked to call herself my master's temporary last disciple. Moreover, there were too many rumors about the hidden official's deeds. He was a banker who cheated people, sold wine, and cheated money. His mind was filled with all kinds of strange stories and stories. He and Ning Yao were a match made in heaven. For her, he traveled thousands of miles twice and passed 3 trials in a row. Even Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji were defeated by him. He took the initiative to replace Ning Yao and fought with Li Zhen of the Moon-Bearing Mountain. He became famous after that battle and became the youngest and the first foreign hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He received Yu Zhuanfa's punches and was defeated with 1 punch. In the end, He won 3 consecutive battles. His sarcastic words were too many to count, and even the great sword immortal would be worried if he heard them. He wrote the Ghost Sword Immortal's Seal Manual and stayed in the Summer Palace to strategize. When he was on the battlefield, he was even more sinister than the great demon. He even disguised himself as a woman and liked to pick up scraps everywhere. The little girl, who owned the 2 natal flying swords, Rainbow and Torrent, pinched the bamboo bookmark with 2 fingers. She raised it high and twisted it gently under the sunlight. She liked this gift very much. When she accepted the gift earlier, she carefully glanced at Zhu Xing. She only dared to accept the gift after the latter accepted it. After following her master to the vast world, he brought them to the Golden Armor, Flowing Cloud, and Snow Mountain continent. They passed by many immortal residences, and many kind elders wanted to give them gifts. When they gave them gifts, Zhu Xing only looked indifferent and covered his sleeves with his hands. Since her master did not care about this, she rejected them as well. Once the little girl asked Zhu Xing why in private. In the end, the quiet Zhu Xing suddenly became angry and asked her if she was shameless. Qiaomu was so scared and sad that she cried out loud. When Zhu Xing saw her crying, he became even angrier. He told Qiaomu not to talk to him in the future, or he would beat her up. Qiaomu only felt better after her master came to comfort her. Actually, during the journey to the Snow Mountain continent, Zhu Xing did not talk to her at all. It was not that Qiaomu did not want to talk to Zhu Xing, but she did not dare to. She took the initiative to find excuses to get close to him. But Zhu Xing only treated her as a deaf person. Thus, it was a first for Zhu Xing to accept gifts today. Zhu Xing had already kept the green bookmark with a beautiful line of words in his sleeves. He planned to keep it well. In the vast world, studying was the most common thing. Xie Songhua joked, one pretends to be deaf and mute every day. The other cries for no reason. It's so hard to take care of 2 children. Pei Qian, to be honest, your master is better at taking care of children than being a hidden official. Xie Songhua gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. The years when her master brought her to travel were indeed tough. Xie Songhua grumbled, but she was actually more proud. She did not think that Li Kai's Chun Li and Gao Yuqing, Pu Yidu and Shuizhou, Songpin's Sun Zhao and Jin Wan, and the other children who were scattered all over the vast world would be more outstanding than her 2 disciples. Impossible! She, Xie Songhua, had only taken in these 2 disciples and taught them everything. 60 years later, they would definitely be better than Chun Li, who had the nickname of Little Hidden Official. Even if they were not, so what? Qiaomu and Zhu Xing were still Xie Songhua's beloved disciples. Zhu Xing crossed her arms and sat on the railing of the corridor, swinging her legs gently. In her hometown, she liked to sit on the city wall like this. This habit could not be changed in this lifetime. Qiaomu retorted softly, Master, it's only 3 times. I don't cry so easily. Zhu Xing sneered. Qiaomu immediately became sick. Xie Songhua stood up and said, Pei Qian, you guys continue chatting. I'll go find someone to talk to. I've arranged to meet her here. She should be here soon. Pei Qian chatted with the 2 children. Qiaomu was like a chattering sparrow. After Pei Qian asked, the little girl told Pei Qian in detail about the 10 young people. Zhu Xing, of course, wanted to fight for the hidden official. He said that other than Ning Yao and Chao Ci, the other 8 people did not have the right to squeeze the hidden official out of the 10 and only get the 11th. Pei Qian asked curiously, what's up with the Ascension City? Qiaomu smiled. The 5th world, the year name is Jiachuan. It landed on the city in our hometown. As the beginning of the world, it was named the Ascension City. Zhu Xing said, there's news that Sister Ning Yao is not only the first pure jade realm sword cultivator in that world, but she's also in the immortal realm now. Pei Qian looked at the cute little girl in front of him and Miss Xiaomi on the Luapa Mountain. He also missed Sister Nuanu, who seemed to never grow up. At this moment, Pei Qian finally realized that Sister Baoping had grown up. He had also grown up. If Sister Baoping's junior martial uncle, his master, knew about this, would she be happy or sad? Pei Qian opened the book box and started to copy books. Qiaomu sat at the side quietly. She rested her chin on her hand and watched Sister Pei write. Zhu Xing was thinking about the second opening of the Fifth World. By then, he could go back to his hometown. He heard that the Fifth World would be open for 30 years. After that, it would be completely closed. If he wanted to go back and forth between the two worlds, he could only become an Ascension realm cultivator. Zhu Xing was a little envious of Sister Pei's mountain walking stick and bamboo box. The little boy imitated the hidden official. He sat on the railing in a daze with his hands in his sleeves. The 10 young people selected this time were all below the age of 50. There was no difference in the rankings. The reason was simple. If they were too young, they would need at least 100 more years to cultivate and attain immortality. Ascension City's Ning Yao. In the Fifth World, she broke through 2 realms and entered the immortal realm. Daduan, martial artist Chao Xiai. Outside the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent, he was a 10th realm martial artist. Beck Okekyung Building's Taoist Shanqing, pure jade realm. He didn't have a single magic treasure because his natal items were all immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons. He walked the path of the 5 elements and was known as the best in the world. Moon-supporting mountains, 100-sword deities Fei ran. Pure jade realm, sword cultivator. It was said that he liked to suppress realms. There was also a secondary saint's direct disciple. It was said that the young scholar's hometown was Qingming Tian. He was brought back to the vast world by the secondary saint. Not only did he obtain a reading style, but he also had the embryonic form of a natal character. A young monk who entered the Fifth World held a 12-ringed monk's staff. Under the heavens, there was an originally unknown Taoist female Taoist. She was less than 20 years old and had only cultivated for 8 years. She had been stuck at the Willow Tendon realm for 6 years. Then she had reached the unpolished jade realm in 1 step. In the vast world, Lu Kai was also an unknown mountain and lake cultivator. His realm wasn't high at the moment. He was only a golden core realm, sword cultivator. However, the killing power of his flying sword was beyond imagination. Even if cultivators just read the court bulletin, it was enough to make them speechless. This was because Ning Yao, Chao Xiai, Shanqing, and the other prodigies all had high enough realms. Only Lu Kai was only at the Golden Core realm. Generally speaking, not to mention Golden Core realm sword cultivators under 50 years old, even nascent soul realm sword cultivators weren't qualified to be evaluated. Because with this person's appearance, the 2-blade strengthening gourds were also revealed. They were the long-lost worry in my heart, and immediately, Lu Kai had 2 natal flying swords. The blade strengthening gourd nurtured the flying sword Azure Fall. Sword cultivators were known to be able to break 10,000 spells with 1 sword. Azure Fall could break 10,000 swords with 1 sword. The blade strengthening gourd immediately nurtured Lu Kai's second flying sword, White Foal. The flying sword was so small and fast that it could ignore the obstruction of the river of time. Therefore, there was a saying in the vast world that the only sword cultivator who could compete with Ning Yao in the same realm was Lu Kai's 100 years later. The junior brother of the heavenly lord Qi Zhen of the Divine Decree sect. He rushed to the great sect of the Divine Continent in the early years and was appointed as a treasure keeper. It was said that he read all the books of Taoism in 3 years. In the wilderness, he was a young cultivator who broke into the world like Lu Kai. and the Taoist female Taoist. He was on credit. Finally, there was a hidden official who seemed to be doing business. He was a young man who finally gained some reputation in other continents, but his reputation was ruined because of the Chunping case. It was said that there were 10 substitutes, but they hadn't announced it yet. Qiaomu gathered her courage and turned to secretly look at Zhu Xing, who had ignored her for a long time. Actually, he was younger than her. They were in the same year and month, but Zhu Xing was later than her by a few days. However, the little girl felt that Zhu Xing was much older than her. Zhu Xing sensed Qiaomu's gaze and immediately glared at her. Qiaomu blinked as if to say, "I'm not talking to you. Why do you have to care about me? You're unreasonable." Zhu Xing put 2 fingers together and made a gesture, indicating for the little girl to turn her head obediently. Qiaomu turned her head and leaned on the table, continuing to watch Sister Pei transcribe. The little girl really wanted to ask her sister why she left her hometown when she was still in it. If she could stay in her hometown, she definitely wouldn't have gone so far away. Sister Pei was still alone. She was really brave and could really endure hardships. What Qiaomu didn't know was that the tall, thin, and slightly tanned Sister Pei in front of her, who always made her feel at ease, had actually cried out in pain when Huang Ting gently pinched her shoulder and arm in Old Dragon City's medicine shop before she started learning martial arts. Her tears and snot were even worse than Qiaomu's, and she ran to complain to her master. At that time, Pei Qian was actually slightly older than Qiaomu. As for courage, when Pei Qian was young, she really didn't have much courage. She might not even be comparable to Xiaomi. Even now, she still carried that ordinary yellow paper talisman with her. Sister Pei was very serious about transcribing books. Then Qiaomu suddenly panicked and quickly turned to look at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing looked at Qiaomu and raised a finger to his mouth. He shook his head, indicating for Qiaomu not to speak. Qiaomu tiptoed and stood up. It turned out that Sister Pei was crying while she was transcribing books. Pei Qian was sad. When her master knocked her chestnuts in the future, he didn't seem to have to bend down anymore. Then, even if they met again in the future and traveled together again, her master probably wouldn't reach out to hold a little girl's hand again. How did she grow up? In the past, the big white goose's little senior brother made a joke. He asked her, the big senior sister, who was the most worried person in the world? Of course, Pei Qian said that it was her master, because her master liked to think and take care of others. At that time, the little senior brother shook his head with a smile and gave a very ridiculous answer. He said that it was the guy called Grow Up. In the capital of Dali, Minister Guan sat on a rattan chair under the eaves. Even though the old man was wearing thick clothes, he was still afraid of the cold. He looked at the green tree in the courtyard. The old man opened his mouth and stretched out his thumb to gently press against a tooth. He sighed endlessly. His travel-worn grandson, Guan Yiran, returned to the capital this time and was officially relieved of his position as the supervisor of Qidu. He was about to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue, but he wasn't promoted to assistant minister like Lu Qingfeng. To be honest, even compared to his junior brother Lu Xuanmei, Guan Yiran's promotion this time seemed too shabby and stingy. Although Guan Yiran, who was born as a border cultivator, was reluctant, it wasn't because he disliked the small position, but because he was used to the rough battlefield. However, he still listened to his great-grandfather's instructions and chose to return to the capital. This time, as soon as he returned home, Guan Yiran immediately rushed to the old man's side. Guan Yiran squatted at the old man's feet and put his hand on the stove. The old man smiled and said, "The Ministry of Revenue is an unpleasant yamen. Get used to it. Anyway, forget about the Ministry of Personnel. Don't expect to be an official there in your life. After all, other people think that the Ministry of Revenue in Dali is surnamed Guan, but if you Guan children really think so, you're courting death. As a person, you have to leave a way out for others. If you squat in the latrine and don't shit, or squat there and shit for too long, people will throw stones into the latrine. When the time comes and it splashes on you, but you can't blame others. Guan Yiran smiled. The first batch of important ministers in the Dali imperial court weren't very refined, even if they were born as scholars. The old man looked up at the beautiful sunset on the horizon and sighed. Teeth fall out, hair fall out, can't walk. Annoying. Seeing a young and beautiful girl, I don't have the heart nor the strength. At most, I can only think of the past and think of the hero's bravery. It's good to be young. There's an official to be promoted. The celestial immortals flying around in the sky also make people sincerely envious. The old man talked to himself, and the young man listened. The country is broken. The mountains and rivers are still there. The grass and trees are deep in the city, but the curtain roller's path is still the same. This is a collection of poems written by a literary giant of the Liu family in the past. It's written beautifully. It's a pity that the article is written well, but being an official is relatively poor. The fragrance of food when you're hungry, the fragrance of young women's cosmetics. In fact, there's still a fragrance. It's also not bad, you know? That's on the summer mat scratching your feet. Go and steal a jug of wine for your great-grandfather. Your father took away all the jugs of wine that were hidden in the study and put them in his own study. What a F** king plaything. After putting down the wine, let great-grandfather sit alone for a while. Ha ha, good wine. And chew, don't let the younger generation know. Guan Yiran grunted and got up to leave. The old man suddenly shouted, Yiran! Guan Yiran immediately turned around. The old man smiled and didn't speak. Guan Yiran understood tacitly and said, I know. Bring 2 pots. The old man nodded. Be an official well, but don't forget to be a person first. Don't learn from those blasphemous supervising assistants who don't go out on normal days, but when there's a chance to follow an official with a bigger hat and inspect the blasphemy together, you have to borrow a pair of worn-out boots first. This kind of smart thing that smart people do, don't do it. Otherwise, great-grandfather really won't be able to sleep well in the future. Guan Yiran's eyes turned red, and he nodded hard. I know. After the young man left the yard, Master Guan tapped the armrest of the rattan chair and softly said, Master Imperial Tutor, are you busy? If not, can you accompany me to chat? The Imperial Tutor of Dali, Chui Dong, showed up. Master Guan didn't greet him, and he just continued to look at the dim sky and murmured, Master Chui, the world will be better, right? When I was young, I asked you this question, and you just told me to look for myself. Now, I am a bit old, and my eyes are old, and I can't see far even if I open my eyes wide. I won't be able to see far in the future. Master Chui, tell me, so I can rest assured. Chui Dong said, At least when Guaning Che is an official, the world in Dali is better. The old man said softly, but there are still many grievances, and it's hard to bear. I don't know what to say, and who to say it to. Chui Dong said, Every family's food, every family's spring festival couplets, they are all answers to the grievances in the hearts of scholars. The old man nodded. There was a young scholar who was full of poems. He said that the blooming and withering of flowers, the withering of grass, and the flourishing of grass were all answers to the human world. Master Chui, you are right. Chui Dong smiled and said, That's right. In Dali, there was a poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial examination. He was only 20 years old, but he dared to say that he was the best scholar in the country. In fact, he was not good at poetry. The old man said regretfully, I am not afraid of death, but I am reluctant to leave. That young man came from Cliff Academy to study. The old man said, Master Chui, it is a pleasure to meet you. and Mr. Chi. You are studying in the academy, learning from Mr. Chi. You are an official in the court, and you are with Master Chui. Ooh. Chui Dong nodded and said, I believe that Chi Jingchun will also be glad to have Guaning Che as one of his students. The old man asked, Then can I scold Dolly Imperial Tutor for Mr. Chi? Chui Dong smiled and said, You have to scold the Minister of Personnel first, then you can scold me. The old man laughed and shook his head. Then forget it. Many old people's conversations were more or less final. By the time Guan Ran brought 2 pots of wine, only the state preceptor could drink. In the 6th year of Jiachuan in the 5th world, half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the wasteland had been isolated from the world by the array. He was truly alone, wandering alone year after year. After Firen left, he would walk on the cliffs, occasionally using his narrow saber to break the array for a moment, and take a few glances at the mighty demon army heading north. 6 years later, the demon army still didn't retreat to the south. In the end, he simply sat on a cliff that could barely be considered a cave. From time to time, he would use his saber to cut open the restriction. With nothing to do, he could only watch the demon army continue to head north. However, every time Qin Pingan used his saber, the restriction would quickly close up by itself. After Li Zhen learned of this, he suggested that Mount Tua you be more ruthless. Between the 2 cliffs, they set up a stable array that even a pure jade realm sword cultivator couldn't break. They didn't even give the young hidden official a chance to look at it. Unfortunately, the Jiazi camp shelved this plan and didn't care about it for the time being. They only said that they would discuss it later. On this day, a young hidden official in a bright red robe sat cross-legged with his saber on his knees. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the scabbard. One of his sleeves was full of the small, refined characters of the landscape travel book. It was densely packed like an army gathering and stationing troops. In fact, when Qin Pingan flipped through the book for the first time, he realized the hidden mystery of this book. That was why he had the idea that, fortunately, I didn't write the things that I really cared about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to speak properly in the future. Because Qin Pingan was extremely sensitive to 11. As for Desai, he knew that so many bamboo slips weren't carved for nothing, for rare words and obscure vocabulary. Qin Pingan was more interested in collecting them than many scholars who had read since childhood, especially the matter of deciphering. In his early years, when he was a storyteller at the corner of the street near the wine shop, those children had actually already experienced the power of this second shopkeeper. Now that he had used his saber to cut open the restriction, other than observing the number of the demon army and deducing the situation of the battle, Qin Pingan also had to use this to deduce whether the door would occasionally close. He was worried that Mount Tuoyu had already noticed the trick of the landscape travel book and would close the door to isolate the 2 worlds, or perhaps they had already set up other landscape restrictions. Then, once Qin Pingan acted hastily, Chui Dong's secret plan would go down the drain. Just knowing that the landscape travel book was unusual was actually meaningless. This was also where Chui Dong was the most meticulous. In these years, after all the words in the book were finished, Qin Pingan could be said to have racked his brains in order to decipher the secret letter. It was very difficult for him to arrange those words in various ways. He read the travel book again and again. Perhaps in a certain chapter, he took 1 word out of every 11 words and gathered them all together to see if he could gather them into a secret letter. Perhaps he worked hard on the 2 words by and used various connections to spread them out. Perhaps he used the method of backtracking to search for clues. Chui Dongshan once said that as long as one's brain was not sick, they would not be able to pull out the thread of this connection. But in reality, not only did his teacher pull out the thread after reading the landscape travel book for the first time, even the throwing of the book and then retrieving it was a kind of trick. After that, as he refined the words, he thought of thousands of miles away, all the trivial things in life that made people feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable might be gathered together in a certain place on the road in the future like dots of light, shining brightly. Chun Pingon shrunk his body, his hands in his sleeves, and was lost in thought. Today was the 5th of May in the vast world. When there were people around, Chun Pingon would not care too much about whether it was the 5th of May or not. When there was no one around, he would think about it again and again. After his parents left, one day, the door of a house at the end of Mud Bottle Alley opened. Later, there was a little slug in that house. After that, he met his 2 neighbors, Song Jisun and GQ. Later on, he met Lu Xianyang. Later on, when he left his hometown, there was Li Baoping and Li Huai. Later on, there was Zhang Shanfeng, Lu Yuanxia, Pei Qian, and Luo Pa Mountain. Even at the Book Slip Lake and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were people around him that he cared about. Only in these years, Chun Pingon was alone again. Chun Pingon exhaled softly and patted his chest lightly. Anyway, he could talk to himself when he was alone. "704. This chapter is a little late. The Tongyi continent was filled with immortal tombs. There were only a handful of mountain sects that could still rely on the mountain water formation to resist the demon race. The 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation created by the combined efforts of the Jade Gui sect, the Tongyi sect, the Taiping Mountain, and the Fuyao sect became dimmer and dimmer. If one were to look down at the continent from the sky, the lights in a mortal world seemed to be gradually extinguished. Every time the lights disappeared, it was the destruction of a celestial mountain. It was the loss of the fate of the Tongyi continent, which was taken by the demon clan. As time went by, the courage of the people on the mountain and under the mountains of the continent was shattered. The southern immortal Juju sect had many female cultivators. Their ancestral mountain was the Kongho Mountain, and their ancestral hall was called the Circling Thunder Hall. The immortal mountain was not too big, but because of its geographical location, it was like a chicken rib. It was not attacked by the demon race's army, for the time being. Now, the Joju sect had gathered more than 10 homeless cultivators from the mountain. The high and mighty immortal masters of the archives were now all homeless dogs. Among them, there was a green-robed swordsman from a small sect. Previously, he held the jade token of his ancestral hall and paid a sum of immortal money to be able to enter the Juju sect to seek refuge. Today, he came alone to a beautiful place in the boundary of the Kongho Mountain, the Shizhuji water viewing platform. Under the Shizhuji, there was a deep pool with unfathomable depths. The green-robed swordsman ascended the high platform. Under the illumination of a 10,000-year-old rhinoceros horn, he looked at the water creatures in the deep pool. However, under the blessing of the immortal spells, the mortals could see many strange-looking water creatures. After being domesticated by the immortals on the Joju sect for thousands of years, they were unusually docile and leisurely in the water. The green-robed swordsman sat on the water viewing platform. In his hands, there were a few military reports that he had received not long ago. The 30 military tents, including the Jiashen camp, had each occupied an immortal ancestral hall or a secular dynasty's capital. They had completely surrounded the 3 major academies, including the Dafu Academy, and the 4 major sects, including the Jade sect. Every day, the wilderness was constantly devouring, seizing, and transforming the fate of the continent's mountains and rivers. After the demon race's army reached the shore, the pressure of the great Tao became smaller and smaller. If it wasn't for Zhong Kui, who kept the withered skeleton great demon Bai Ying in check, making it difficult for Bai Ying's army of skeletons to form. Every time they met Zhong Kui, they would automatically disperse. This Xiong Kuei used his unimaginable natal supernatural power to reduce the number of ghosts in the battlefield ruins at the foot of the mountain. It was as if they died in battle again, bringing great trouble to the battlefront of the wilderness. Otherwise, the Dafu Academy Fuyao sect and a few other sects would have already fallen. After the advisor, the Jiaxin camp, and wooden clog suggestion, the various military tents took the initiative to absorb the cultivators of the Tongyi continent. At the same time, they began to restrain the various armies that went deep into the hinterland. They could no longer wantonly slaughter the cities and build the capital. They copied the strategy of the Dali Iron Cavalry from the Aquarius continent and made appropriate modifications to it. They drove the dynasties and vassal armies at the foot of the mountain to attack the sects on the mountain. From the green-robed swordsman's point of view, the only flaw was that the various military tents in the wilderness were still inferior to the civil and military officials of the Song clan. They couldn't execute orders and prohibitions. Simply put, they were good at killing people. However, when it came to killing people, it was too lame. However, all of this was within their expectations, not to mention the wilderness. Even many scholars in the vast world were at a loss when it came to economic strategies. There was no need to be demanding. When the Yugui sect or Taiping Mountain was broken, the morale of the people of the Tongyi continent would be destroyed. However, regarding the strategic choice of the Yugui sect and Taiping Mountain, Fei Ran, the Sword Immortal advisor, and wooden clog of the Jiaxin camp, and several other military tents suggested to break through Taiping Mountain first. As for the Yugui sect at the southernmost tip of the Tongyi continent, it wouldn't matter if they stayed there for a few more years. There was no need to tangle with it too much. They should quickly gather their forces. As long as they took down the Tongyi sect, they could cross the continent and crush the Aquarius continent. They definitely couldn't give the Dali Iron Cavalry the chance to deploy more troops. However, most of the military tents still believed that taking down the Yugui sect and completely occupying the fate of a continent was the safest choice. Furthermore, there were many sword cultivators in the wilderness. Back then, when they exchanged swords at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they were all rebuffed. Now that they were in the Tongyi continent, they could use the Yugui sect to test their swords. Exchanging swords with the Yugui sect and destroying the Yugui sect's ancestral hall would be the best way to end the war of the continent. This green-robed swordsman who came to the Qiangju sect to seek refuge was Fei Ran, who came to the Tongyi continent later. He was the junior of the great demon Qian. Therefore, when Fei Ran saw the last spy report, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For some reason, he had become one of the top 10 youths in the world, standing side by side with Ning Yao, Chao Xiai, and Shan Qing. This had already made Firen feel very awkward, especially when he was praised as good at suppressing enemies. Firen couldn't help but feel resentful. She couldn't help but wish that the cultivators of the other worlds wouldn't know of his existence for a very long time. Unsurprisingly, Fei Chun was already at the Yuji Ridge. It was a tough bone to chew. It was a big sect in the Tongyi continent, and its protective formation was extremely strong and stable. Instead of beating the grass and alerting the enemy, he deliberately diverted the army to attack other sects and secretly drove tens of thousands of refugees towards Yuji Mound. He only sent a few Earth Immortals under his command to stir up trouble there. During a meeting in the ancestral hall of Yuji Mound, a female ancestral master, who was moved by compassion, stood firm against all objections. In the end, she chose to open the restrictive spell around the mountain and let the refugees take refuge in Yuji Mound. Unlike Fei Ran, who was sightseeing, Fei Chen was rushing towards the ancestral hall of Yuji Ridge. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. In the direction of the Yuji Ridge, there was a sword light that soared into the sky. There was also an extremely familiar radiance of a spell that Fei Ran was extremely familiar with. It was the work of his senior Cheyun. From this moment onwards, the Yuji Ridge became a matter of history. After a long time, it would become a page of the ancient calendar. A young man ran towards the Shizhuji water viewing platform and came to Fei Ran's side. He said uneasily, "Brother Chen, everyone said that the Chinyu sect would definitely not be able to hold on. What should we do? I've caused Brother Chen to spend so much money. If I die, how can I pay back the money?" The young man squatted on the ground and said sullenly, "I'm not worth that much money. That's divine money." Fei Ran, who was now using the pseudonym Chinine, laughed. "To me, that divine money is just the string of copper coins in your pocket, so you don't have to worry too much." The young man still felt sorry for Brother Chen and said softly, "Even a divine being can't spend money so recklessly." Fei Ran laughed it off. Not only did Fei Ran change his name, he even changed his appearance to that of a young inofficial. There was no purpose to it, and it was purely out of boredom. As for this rural young man from the Tongyi continent, he was a little woodcutter that Fei Ran met during her travels. The young man had no relatives. He once saved a mountain spirit that was about to transform into a human form. In order to repay his kindness, the spirit often caught prey in the mountains and secretly brought it to the young man's house. Fei Ran happened to see this scene, so she brought him to the Yuanju sect, which was thousands of miles away from here. Fei Ran brought the young man to look at the strange aquatic creatures. As the sun set, several rainbow lights directly broke through the Yuanju sect's mountain and river restrictions. When they saw Fei Ran's figure on the Shizhuji Observatory, they changed their trajectory and did not go to the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the Yuanju mountain. Instead, they landed beside Fei Ran, senior brother Cheyun, who had a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist, and sword deity fetus you see of Shenying. There was also a slender young girl with a short knife, nicknamed Duku. She was born with a weak body that was out of her mind and out of her mind. It was easy for her to attract demon spirits and ghosts to live in her body. However, the great Tao was unpredictable, so it allowed her to cultivate a small human world that was like a paradise. The young girl's eyes were listless and empty, but she still nodded at Fei Ran. Chia Yun stretched out 2 fingers and twirled a strand of hair on his temples. He smiled with squinted eyes. "Junior brother, this little guy doesn't even have the talent for cultivation. Why are you bringing him along?" Fei Ran smiled. "Boring." The young girl turned to look at the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the mountain. Cheyun said, "Young lady, I beg you, don't kill indiscriminately like you did at Yuzagang. There are many good-looking girls here. Can you not do anything?" The young girl said with a hoarse voice, "I will chop off their heads and give them to Senior Cheyun. You don't have to care about male cultivators." Cheyun put his hands together. All right. Remember to keep your word. You must be a girl and treat a girl well." The young girl pulled out her short knife and gently shook her wrist. After the short knife was unsheathed, it suddenly turned into a snow-white giant blade. The young girl rose from the ground and went to the ancestral hall of the Yuanju sect. Yu Si said to Fei Ran, "Senior Si Chen is still cleaning up the mess at Yuzagang. Our next target is the Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City." Fei Ran nodded. "As you wish." Chia Yun suddenly smiled. "Senior brother just received news that Mr. Zhou has already arrived at the gate of the Great Fu Academy. There will be a good show to watch. After I finish touching up my makeup, I will rush over to cheer for Mr. Zhou. Junior brother, what do you say? Do you want to go with me?" Fei Ran shook his head. "I'll pass." The woodcutter youth was not stupid. Although he could not understand the language of this group of people, he could still roughly guess their identities. For a moment, his mind was a mess. Fei Ran squatted down and smiled at the youth in the local language of a small country. Sorry, I am a demon. However, there is no need to be afraid. You can continue to treat me as your big brother Chin. Even if the sky falls and the earth sinks, it has nothing to do with you. Fei Ran liked to learn the local languages of different countries and local dialects whenever she went to a new place. It was because she was bored. The youth's forehead was covered in sweat, and he said with a trembling voice, "Big brother Chin, what is going on?" Fei Ran thought for a moment and said, "It is probably a group of uninvited guests. They broke in uninvited and did not leave any food for the host." The youth's eyes gradually became determined. "Big brother Chin saved me. No matter who it is, whether they are demons or not, they are my benefactors. I don't care how others view Big brother Chin. I don't care." Fei Ran smiled and nodded. He slapped the youth to death and completely scattered his soul. Chia Yun was a little surprised. He blinked and asked, "Junior brother, you killed him too? What an obedient child." Fei Ran stood up and remained silent. He did not explain. If the youth revealed a trace of hatred, regardless of whether he hid it well, Fei Ran would let him live. He could even go up the mountain to cultivate. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked, "Senior brother, what happened to the Jade Ridge martial ancestor who insisted on opening the door?" Chia Yun patted his cheeks lightly and smiled. During the discussion in the martial ancestor hall, her voice was the loudest. However, when the fight started, she was the most silent. Yu Si said Senior Si Chin originally wanted to spare her life. However, when he saw her kowtowing and begging for mercy in the martial ancestor hall, he felt annoyed and changed his mind. Fei Ran nodded his head. "I hope that Aquarius Continent's old dragon city will do the same. Great Spring Empire, Mirage City Imperial Palace. There was a young empress with a frown on her face. She was extremely beautiful. Her expression was gloomy as she twirled the small copper chopsticks in her hands. She gently stirred the ashes in the stove, trying to make the fire last longer. Sitting at the side was a young lady of the same age. She was full of heroic spirit. She and Empress Yao Jinji were family. Yao Lingji saw his sister lowering her head and did not know how to comfort her. Their grandfather, Minister of War Yao Zhen, had already donned his armor and went into battle. The old general led all the Yao family disciples and rushed to the border. Earlier today, the vassal king who was in charge of guarding the capital and supervising the country came here with an ulterior motive. He said that he was here to discuss military matters, but in reality, his eyes never left his sister's face. If it wasn't for Yao Lingji protecting his sister and unsheathing his sword a little to signal the other party not to push his luck, who knows what that pervert would do. In the current imperial palace, there was no one that his sister could trust. Even if she was the empress, she was still a weak lady. The vassal king left. When he stepped over the threshold, he turned around and smiled. Not to mention the empress sister that he was staring at. Even Yao Lingji would feel cold. Yao Jinji raised his head and smiled sadly. "I'm fine." Yao Lingji was filled with grief and indignation. If he was fine, then what was considered fine? Now, inside and outside the imperial palace, from the imperial court to the Jianghu to the battlefield, where wasn't a mess? That bastard wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne actually left his sister alone and secretly ran away. Most importantly, he even took a large group of Jindan stage cultivators with him and went to the Fifth World to seek refuge. The thing that hurt his sister the most was the ridiculous reason that His Majesty did not take his sister with him. It was actually someone from Kinianjian's side who asserted that his sister was a femme fatale and would only bring disaster to him if he took her with him. This young empress of the great Quan dynasty held a furnace in her hands. Her hands were hot, but her heart was cold. She remembered that when she was on the way to Mirage City, she secretly performed a divination for herself. It was a great fortune for her, but it was not a good divination for the great Quan dynasty. At that time, she was puzzled. Now that she looked at it again, it turned out that they were both right and wrong. The one who was right was the great Quan dynasty's throne, which was indeed in danger. The one who was wrong was her fate, which was destined to suffer together with him. If her grandfather was not leading the army at the border, and Yao Lingji was not by her side to protect her, Yao Jinji really did not know what to do. She did not dare to die. When she saw the beam, she did not dare to think about the white silk. Once she gathered her courage and glanced at the well in the palace from afar. Then she became even more afraid of death. After Yao Lingji entered the palace, she stumbled and fell to the ground in the corridor after a meeting. Then she fell to the ground and cried. When she raised her head, she was like a pear blossom in the rain. She cried and asked her younger sister if there was any way to die in the world that didn't hurt. At that time, Yao Lingji squatted on the ground and hugged her sister. She did not dare to tell her that if she fell into the hands of those monsters, her life would only be worse than death. At this time, Yao Jinji suddenly said, "These days, stay by my side and don't leave me. Otherwise, I can't hold on. But when the monsters attack Mirage City, and we can't hold on anymore, you can kill me. Just remember to attack quickly." Yao Lingji's face instantly turned pale, and she nodded gently. The young empress suddenly smiled. Looking at the snowy scene outside the door, she suddenly thought of a person. If only he was here. No matter what the final result was, she would not be so worried. All these years, she would only occasionally think of that man, whom she didn't really like. In the remote Hu prefecture of the small country of the White Jade Continent, also known as the Huangling Haizi, there was a small Leigong temple. The temple attendant was a young man named Pei Oxiang. Today, this handsome young master walked out of the Leigong temple after lighting 3 incense sticks in the incense burner to welcome the guests. Those who knew his identity did not dare to disturb him. Those who dared to come were usually guests that Pei Oxiang was willing to entertain. He was wearing a white robe and a jade belt. There was a green bamboo flute at his waist and a yellow bead hanging from the tassel. The bamboo flute was made of green bamboo. It came from the green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea grotto heaven. The bead was a common item in the marketplace. Ordinary rich families would not even bother to look at it. The 3 guests were Lu Yuzhou, the son of the Lu clan's god of wealth, Lu Mama, and Lu Suyu, Lu Mama's daughter. She was one of the 3 direct disciples of Pei Oxiang. Lu Suyu wore a short saber with a black scabbard and a snow-white fox for coat. A few years ago, she had reached the 9th realm as the strongest far-travel state. Lu Suyu was a frequent visitor to the northern ice plains. Lu Yuzhou shouted from afar, "Oxiang! Oxiang!" Pei Oxiang smiled. Seeing that this little brat was too rich, she did not mind. Lu Mama had to remind him in a low voice, "Young master, didn't we agree that when you see Senior Pei, you should not call her Oxiang?" Lu Yuzhou laughed and said, "I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it." Pei Oxiang was the only 10th realm martial artist in the White Jade Continent. He was the 3rd person of the Lu clan's god of wealth. Pei Oxiang sat on the steps of the door. Lu Yuzhou sat down beside him. Lu Suyu saw his master and smiled. "Master, you look energetic today." Pei Oxiang joked, "It's hard not to be happy when I see the child of wealth." Lu Mama let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Grandmaster Pei was with the young master. It was easier to talk to him. Lu Yuzhou took out an incense burner. Pei Oxiang glanced at it and waved her hand, sending the incense burner into the Leigong temple. Lu Yuzhou had just returned home from the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. He took the route of the Jinjia continent, the Liuxia continent, and the White Jade continent. Lu Yuzhou gave out more than 10 talismans at the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent to new friends he had just met. It was a loan. Lu Yuzhou wanted them to return it to him. It was not that he did not want to give up the talismans, but he did not want those people who he had just remembered to become his old friends. Pei Oxiang asked that Chao Ci, which 10th realm martial artist is she at? Lu Yuzhou shook his head. I didn't ask. Pei Oxiang was speechless. Lu Suyu sat on the side and patted his knees. Among the 10 young people, there's a peak realm cultivator called Yinguan. He's a sword cultivator. Plus, his martial arts fate went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's probably the young man Lu Yuzhou knows. Pei Oxiang was confused. What do you mean? Regarding this matter, he had never heard of it before. Lu Yuzhou pretended to fix his collar. Lu Suiyu immediately kicked Lu Yuzhou. In the Lu family's mansion in the White Jade continent, there was a painting that Lu Yuzhou wrote himself in his study. It was so clumsy that it looked like a child's handwriting. It was a small boat floating on the sea, and a young man with a sword on his back was standing on the bow. The young man's figure was just a circle with a few branches. Nobody would recognize him as a person. When Lu Suiyu saw this famous work in the early years, she asked about it. Lu Yuzhou then showed off to her, saying that his water pattern painting technique was 70 to 80% of Ma Yuan's water diagram. Lu Yuzhou was still a young man at that time. He was afraid that Aunt Lu would not believe him. So he picked out an authentic water diagram from the pile of brushes on the desk and asked Aunt Lu to identify it. Lu Suiyu was a female martial grandmaster, so she was not interested in the priceless water painting of the immortals. She only asked who the young man was. Lu Yuzhou then told her about the incident when the ferry on Osmanthus Island passed by the Flood Dragon Gully. Lu Suiyu remembered the strange young man who climbed up the inverted mountain, but did not go to the Yuan family's mansion. Lu Yuzhou chuckled and said, his surname is Chen, he's from the Baoping continent. He's a very generous person. Pei Oxiang smiled and said, how generous is a person that you call generous? Lu Yuzhou said, I gave him a grain of grain rain money. Of course, I'm stingy. He's generous. That's how it should be. Pei Oxiang smiled. The entire Yuan family's mansion was sold. Didn't your father feel bad? Lu Yuzhou shook his head. My father only hates the fact that there's only one Yuan family's mansion on the inverted mountain Pei Oxiang side. Sometimes I have to admit that rich people like you deserve to be rich. The old woman said softly. Young master predicted the future of the Yuan family's mansion. The old master was very happy about it. He said that his foresight alone was worth the Yuan family's mansion. Lu Yuzhou said helplessly, I don't think it's a good thing. Granny Lu, why are you saying this? Pei Oxiang turned around and asked Suiyu, you're in the peak state. So is the hidden official. Do you have the confidence to be the strongest? Lu Suiyu said, let's try. Between the two of them, whoever broke through first and obtained martial arts fate would be the winner. Both of them didn't use the Q-ask fist. Pei Oxiang looked into the distance. You're all together? Did you discuss this? Lu Suiyu followed his master's gaze. It seems to be that sword immortal Xie Songhua. Other than the two new direct disciples, there's a young woman with her. Pei Oxiang nodded. She's a pure martial artist. She's much younger than you. Fortunately, she's not as good-looking as you. Otherwise, I'd be worried. Pei Oxiang frowned. She stood up and murmured to herself, is it that remote travel state? How is it possible? Lu Suiyu's eyesight wasn't as good as Pei Oxiang's, so he noticed the traces later. Xie Songhua traveled on her sword to take care of the two disciples. However, the young woman didn't need Xie Songhua's help. The group landed on the deserted square outside the Thunder God Temple. The female sword immortal went straight to the point. Xie Songhua Pei Axiang ignored her. When Xie Songhua reached the immortal state, she could scare people with her name. Lu Suiyu stood up abruptly, looking energetic. She was a martial arts fanatic. To be able to exchange fists and swords with a sword immortal was a delightful experience. Xie Songhua glanced at the famous Lu Suiyu and laughed. Before we get down to business, you guys can chat. Pei Qian cupped his fists. Junior Pei Qian would like to exchange fists with Senior Pei. Pei Axiang was amused. She waved her hand. I'm not free. Pei Qian scratched his head. After putting down his hand, he cupped his fists again and said, all right. Since Senior Pei Axiang wasn't willing to exchange fists as a junior on the path of martial arts, Pei Qian could only give up. Martial artist asking fists wasn't seeking death. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. This young lady was rather interesting. The old lady looked at her young master. Zhu Xing and Chao Mu, the two sword immortal embryos, looked at each other. They were originally prepared to help Sister Pei carry the bookcase and the bamboo cane. Pei Axiang finally became interested. Young lady, how many times did you reach the remote travel state? Pei Qian hesitated for a while, then said, only 5 times. Lu Yuzhou opened his mouth wide. 5 times? Don't say only. How could there be such a young lady in the world? What was her name? Lu Yuzhou wanted to make friends with such a person. One could complain about having too much money, but one couldn't complain about having too many friends. Lu Suiyu rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. Pei Axiang's expression became serious. Lu Suiyu asked curiously, which 2 realms did you have problems in? Pei Qian shook his head and didn't say anything. Lu Suiyu smiled. If you tell me, I'll agree to exchange fists with you even if I'm in the remote travel state. Pei Qian thought for a while, then said, Senior, can you not do that? I'm going to exchange fists with you, but you're not going to teach me fists. Why would you do that? Lu Suiyu walked down the stairs. All right, I won't do that. Pei Qian nodded and gave the mountain walking cane to Chao Mu. Then he took down the bookcase and took it with both hands. Chao Mu waved his fists and said in a low voice, Sister Pei, be careful. Pei Qian rubbed the young lady's head and said with a smile, stay away from me later. Xie Songhua rode the wind and flew up to the sky with her 2 disciples. Lu Yuzhou squatted on the stairs behind Pei Axiang and tilted his head. He looked at the young lady and asked softly, Axiang, how can an 8th realm cultivator fight a 9th realm cultivator like Aunt Lu fight? Pei Axiang said, go and ask that young lady. Lu Yuzhou rolled his eyes and said, I met a pretty girl, but I didn't dare to talk to her. The old woman couldn't stop smiling. That young lady wasn't pretty at all. Lu Suiyu took off his fox fur coat and threw it on the stairs behind him. She put one hand behind her back and extended her palm with the other hand. She said with a smile, I'm Lu Suiyu, a martial artist from the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Prefecture. Pei Qian stepped forward and lowered his body slightly. He clenched his fists and made a simple fist pose. He said in a deep voice, I'm Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luapa Mountain. I'll exchange fists with Senior Lu in the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Xinjiang Mountain. Apart from the 2 patriarchs who rushed to Old Dragon City, the rest of the old sword immortals, including the Tao family's patriarch, were gathered here today. There were many matters that required the patriarchs to decide together. In the North Continent, where sword cultivators were common, even nascent soul sword cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they were addressed as sword immortals. However, there was no such custom in the Aquarius continent. Every golden core sword cultivator was a true sword immortal of the mountain. An average-looking woman sat at the back with a red string tied to her wrist. She sat upright and still, appearing a little reserved. She was in charge of Jinyang Mountain's Mountain View Bulletin and Catoptric Reflections. On Jinyang Mountain, she had always been an errand girl. Because she was not a sword cultivator and often went out, she was not as revered as the sword immortal patriarchs. It was especially so in Jinyang Mountain's ancestral master hall. In the eyes of the sword immortal patriarchs, she was a shrewd woman who was not smart enough. In short, she was an unimpressive woman. Initially, Su Jia was a disciple she had brought to the mountain gate. In the end, he was transferred to another mountain. In exchange, she received a magic weapon. Later on, Su Jia was accepted as a direct disciple of the ancestral master hall. As it turned out, she had made a loss in that deal. Otherwise, the status of a mother at the foot of the mountain depended on her son. There were also many old cultivators on the mountain who were waiting for death. Of course, Su Jia did not end well. He lost to the current garden lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Yellow River at the Wind Snow Temple's divine, immortal platform. His sword heart shattered, and Su Jia could not even keep his status as a sword cultivator. However, Jinyang Mountain's ancestral master hall only took back the purple gold blade strengthening gourd. They did not remove her name from the ancestral master hall's register. They only removed Su Jia's status as a direct disciple. The first matter was to discuss the candidates for the direct disciple. They would choose an auspicious day for their names to be officially recorded in the ancestral master hall's register. Jinyang Mountain was Dali's designated successor. Therefore, they were already preparing for the location of their next sect. It had to be in the territory of the old Zhuang dynasty. Jinyang Mountain had absorbed a considerable number of young sword cultivators from the old Zhuang dynasty. Apart from that, there was also a rather impressive potential sword immortal. The Dragon Spring sword sect was blind not to nurture him properly. He cultivated at Xinxiu Mountain for several years, but Wancheng was unwilling to take him in as a direct disciple. After the youth came to Jinyang Mountain, he broke through very quickly. Now, he had hopes of becoming Daoist companions with Fairy Tongzhen of the Cold Dew Peak. The first matter was actually a small matter. There was no dispute. The second matter was to discuss the second batch of disciples of Jinyang Mountain. The first batch had already rushed to Old Dragon City under the lead of the two patriarchs. Jinyang Mountain had always had a good relationship with the vassal king Songmu. It was all thanks to Tao Zi's trip to Liju Grotto Heaven. She had formed a great relationship with the youth, who was still called Song Jisun back then. However, for the second batch, who would be in charge of the Tao protectors, and which disciples should be sent down the mountain were all important matters. If there was not enough weight, it would easily anger the Song clan. However, if there was too much weight, Jinyang Mountain's vitality would be easily damaged. Therefore, they needed to know their limits. The patriarch of the Tao family clearly had a draft in mind. He gave a set of rules and did not have many objections. Next was to discuss the matter of participating in the night banquet of Zhongya Mountain's Lord Jinqing. It was also a small matter. The only thing they needed to be careful about was to sound out Lord Jinshan's intentions. This was to prevent unnecessary disputes about the location of their next sect in the future. After all, Jinqing's friendship with the old Zhuang dynasty was known throughout the continent. The next matter was the icing on the cake. They were to discuss the marriage with the Su clan of Qingfeng City. On Jinyang Mountain's side, it was the cultivation genius, Tao Zi, whom the patriarch of the Tao family doted on the most. On the Su clan of Qingfeng City's side, it was the son of the city lord. Both sides had traveled to Liju Grotto Heaven together and had a good relationship all these years. Moreover, the elders of both sides felt that this was a match made in heaven. The Sioux clan of Chifeng City that had been making bad moves in the past had later formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan clan of Shangzhou Nation. They did not hesitate to marry off their daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine. Only then did they mend the rift between Chifeng City and the Dali dynasty. The woman with the red string on her hand asked softly, "Is Tao Zi willing to do it herself?" A hint of gloominess flashed across the Tao family's patriarch's brow. However, there were some words that were hard to say. Tao Zi was indeed unwilling. Moreover, the Tao family's patriarch himself was actually hoping that the vassal mansion in Old Dragon City could give some hints to Xinjiang Mountain. However, it was unknown whether that young vassal king was playing dumb or really treated Tao Zi as his sister. The Tao family's patriarch gave the woman a look. The woman understood tacitly and said, "There's no rush anyway. Why don't we let Tao Zi go to Old Dragon City and meet her fellow disciples?" The Xinjiang Mountain's lord only stroked his beard without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have heard the voice in his heart. He nodded and said, "All right." After making this decision, the lord's expression turned solemn. He said with a heavier tone, "We must give a clear explanation for the Wind Thunder Garden's matter today. On the surface, Xinjiang Mountain only had two nascent soul sword cultivators. One was the lord of Xinjiang Mountain, while the other was the Tao family's patriarch. The other patriarch with the highest seniority had been in seclusion for many years and was about to emerge. There were also 3 golden core sword cultivator patriarchs. In truth, Xinjiang Mountain had always lacked a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. That was why they had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden for several hundred years. Now that Li Tuanjing was dead, the matter of challenging the new garden lord, Huang He, was of utmost importance. That Huang He's talent was just too great. Xinjiang Mountain could not afford to lower their guard against him. Huang He was too showy. Now that he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, it was very likely that he would become the second Li Tuanjing. That was why this matter could not be delayed any longer. Now, Xinjiang Mountain had to find a suitable candidate to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. However, whether it was the lord of the same realm as Huang He or the patriarch of Yupu, who had emerged from seclusion, it was not suitable for them to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. They were both inferior in seniority, and the latter was even a realm higher. The problem was that among the direct disciples of Xinjiang Mountain, there was no one who could match Huang He. Perhaps even Lu Baqiao would be able to defeat the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. There was a suitable candidate for the position of consecrator and guest elder. He was a genius sword cultivator from the old Zhuang dynasty. In the past, he was known as one of the twin paragons and had obtained much of Zhuang dynasty's sword Dao's providence. Unfortunately, it would not be appropriate for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden, unless that person was willing to become a direct disciple of Xinjiang Mountain's Patriarch Hall. Even if that person was stupid and agreed to it, Xinjiang Mountain's actions might cause Beiwe Jinqing to hold a grudge against them. That was why the matter of choosing the Wind Thunder Garden had become the common worry of the patriarchs and sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain. In the end, they still could not come up with a foolproof plan. The Tao family's patriarch said angrily, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just throw away my dignity and challenge the Wind Thunder Garden." The mountain lord shook his head. "That's not appropriate. It's best if we can win in a convincing manner." The Tao family's patriarch had a higher chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms than him. If he were to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden, it would be fine if he won. However, if he were to lose, or if an accident happened and he died under Huang He's sword, his position as a mountain lord would be over. Of course, the mountain lord knew that the Tao family's patriarch was just putting on a show. He knew very well the situation he was in as a mountain lord. Moreover, his words were extremely knowledgeable. Since the Tao family's patriarch was challenging the Wind Thunder Garden, Jr., it would be embarrassing for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. It was also inappropriate for him, the Mountain Lord, to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, the woman said, "Perhaps there's a way for that guest elder to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall." On the seat opposite her, a patriarch leaned forward slightly. He asked with interest, "What do you mean? If he becomes our direct disciple and challenges the Wind Thunder Garden, are you sure he can win?" The woman shook her head. "It's very difficult. Although Yuan Bai is also a nascent soul sword cultivator, he's still lacking compared to Huang He. The only thing Yuan Bai can rely on is his flying sword's intrinsic divine ability that allows him to trade injuries for injuries." The patriarch twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this woman really asking for a scolding? The woman immediately added softly, "However, there's a chance for Huang He to be confirmed as the second Li Tuanjing." For example, his identity and his realm. However, if that's the case, our Xinjiang Mountain might lose the Wind Thunder Garden. Once she said that, half of the Sword Immortal patriarchs in the ancestral hall remained indifferent. This group of elders had never liked to bother with the affairs of Xinjiang Mountain. They were obsessed with sword cultivation. However, the other half were usually people in important positions. They quickly communicated with each other through telepathy. The patriarch opposite the woman sneered that Yuan Bai isn't stupid. If he becomes our ancestral hall's direct disciple today, he'll have to fight Huang He to the death tomorrow. After that, there might not be a day after tomorrow. Who would be willing? The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The mountain master frowned. "Speak frankly." Only then did the woman carefully say, "The reason Yuan Bai is willing to become our guest elder is that he hopes to protect that batch of sword cultivator embryos from the old Ju Ying as much as possible. If our Xinjiang Mountain agrees to this person's request, we'll give the old Ju Ying people an additional direct disciple slot every 60 years. We'll also guarantee that this direct disciple will ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. The deadline will be 500 years. After that, the contract between both parties will be nullified. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for Yuan Bai to refuse. He might even be grateful to us." The patriarch opposite the woman nodded and said with a smile, "Since we can openly challenge the Wind Thunder Garden and protect the juniors of our homeland, Yuan Bai should indeed thank us. He should thank us for giving him a worthy death with a clear conscience and a glorious end." An old sword cultivator suddenly stood up and silently left the ancestral hall. Soon after, several other elders followed suit and left. Xinjiang Mountain's mountain master did not find this strange. The Tao family's patriarch did not even bother to look at them. "A bunch of stubborn old farts. Don't you like to practice the sword? Don't you think it's beneath you to play tricks? If you're so capable, you should cultivate to the jade, unpolished realm. It's a pity that you're a bunch of trash. You're not even nascent soul cultivators. If Xinjiang Mountain relied on you guys, would they be able to become an immortal clan with the word sect? Would they be able to have a subordinate sect and suppress the Dragon Spring Sword sect? If we rely on you old trash who have practiced the sword for hundreds of years, would Xinjiang Mountain be able to become the leader of Aquarius Continent?" The woman was anxious. She was probably regretting her words at that moment. The mountain master looked at the woman and said with a rare smile, "This matter is settled. You go and persuade Yuan Bai to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall." After it's done, we will immediately spread the word that Yuan Bai wants to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. The woman nodded lightly. The mountain master was in a good mood. He found the woman pleasing to the eye. In the entire Xinjiang Mountain, He was the only one who knew the inside story. The violet gold blade, strengthening gourd that Su Jia was bestowed by the ancestral hall was something that this woman had found. She was very tactful, so she exchanged it for a seat in the ancestral hall. This matter was leaked by his teacher in the early years. It was enough for him to keep it in his heart and not spread it out. After his benefactor's death, the only one who knew about this not-so-big secret was him, the mountain chieftain. The mountain master said, "One last thing. Tell me about that Lu Xianyang." At this point, the mountain master glanced at the Tao family's patriarch with resentment. In the early years, the Tao girl and the mountain guardian consecrator traveled the Pearl Grotto heaven together. They did not expect that they would not be able to retrieve the sword manual, nor eliminate the root of the problem. They did not even get rid of a country boy who worked as a kiln worker. In the end, they left behind such a huge hidden danger. Although Li Tuanjing was still alive at that time, and Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain was said to have passed through the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden, the mountain-moving ape had some misgivings. It was also for the sake of Xinjiang Mountain. It was inappropriate to completely fall out with the Wind Thunder Garden at that time, but now that he thought about it, it still gave the mountain master a headache. Of all things, the most hateful thing was to know earlier. The Tao family's patriarch turned his head and lifted his chin, pointing at the woman. Then he said to the mountain master, according to her information, Lu Xianyang is now a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall. Because the Lu clan's ancestors were once the tomb keepers of the Melo Chin clan's ancestral graveyard, he later studied at the Melo Chin clan in the South Swirl continent for 10 years. What realm is Lu Xianyang at now? Did he have selfless contact with the Wind Thunder Garden? The woman stood up and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. The Tao family's patriarch reached out and grabbed it, browsing through it first. The mountain master's expression was calm. He did not care about it at all. The Tao family's patriarch frowned and said, "It's just some trivial matter? Since he can become Wan Tuanjing's disciple, what realm is he at? Is he a sword cultivator? What's the natal magic of his flying sword? What kind of connections did he have when he was studying at the Melo Chin clan in the South Swirl continent? You don't even know?" The Tao family's patriarch pushed the piece of paper to the mountain master. After the mountain master finished reading it, he said, according to the intelligence, this Lu Xianyang was someone who could not keep a secret when he was young. He loved to be in the limelight. When he returned to his hometown, did he talk to anyone about his studies? Oh, the woman shook her head and said, his temperament has changed greatly. Although he likes to stroll around every day, he only talks with his neighbors about old stories from his hometown. He never mentions the Melo Chin clan. In fact, in the entire Huang County, apart from Supervisor Chow and a few others, not many people know that he has become a disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. And on the spiritual Grace Mountain, there are too few people from the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Wan Chi's direct disciples can be counted on one hand. It's not suitable for us to spy on him, lest we become enemies with Wan Chi. A cultivator like Wan Chi is not only the chief consecrator of Dali, but he also has the Windsnow Temple as his backer. It's said that he has a good relationship with that Sword Immortal Way. He's also a sword sect that competes with our great Tao. For the time being, it's not suitable for us to provoke him. The Tao family's patriarch laughed out loud and said, he did say a few words that are quite knowledgeable. The mountain master lamented for no reason. If we have Wei Jin, our Xinjiang Mountain will not have to worry about the future. I can even give up my position as mountain master to Wei Jin. Wei Jin had asked the Northern Reed Continent's heavenly monarch Xie Shi twice. He was fully deserving of being the number one sword immortal in the Aquarius continent. The woman turned a deaf ear. The mountain master asked, "Are you sure that Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain is in the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden?" The woman nodded. There should be no mistake. The mountain master stretched out his fingers and rubbed his temples. Now that things have come to this, it can be considered a death feud, especially these young people who can't suffer any losses. They are the most vengeful. What if he asks the sword with us as a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect? When the time comes, how will Xinjiang Mountain deal with him? Kill him or not? It's a problem no matter how you look at it. What if he colludes with the Wind Thunder Garden, causing the Wind Thunder Garden and the Dragon Spring Sword sect to target Xinjiang Mountain together? Even if it's not a big problem, it's ultimately not a good thing. The woman said tentatively, I have an idea. Mountain Master, listen to it. The Mountain Master said with a gratified smile, tell me about it. If it really works and solves a potential problem, Xinjiang Mountain has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. When the Mountain Master said that, he glanced at an empty seat that was slightly in front of the woman's seat. The woman understood and immediately smiled, but she suddenly hesitated. The Mountain Master was even more understanding and said, there's nothing important for today's discussion. Everyone, go back and cultivate your swordsmanship. Some old sword cultivators stood up and left, leaving half of the ancestral hall empty. The woman then said, when a female cultivator of our Cheongji Peak was traveling in the Fox Nation, she fell in love with a disciple of the Lu family from the Liju Grotto Heaven in Clearwind City. Why don't we go with the flow and let them tie the knot and become a pair of immortal Tao companions? Then we can discuss with the Su family of Clearwind City to let that man marry into Xinjiang Mountain. This person's ancestral home was Huang County in Dali. He was from the Lu family of Fortune Street and had a death feud with Lu Xian Yang more than once. That disciple of the Lu family almost beat Lu Xianyang to death in a shabby alley. Later on, when Last Tao was traveling in the Liju Grotto Heaven, this person was also chosen by the woman of the Su family of Clearwind City and helped to lead the way. Therefore, Lu Xianyang must have a lot of resentment towards this person. The Mountain Master nodded. He already understood the general idea. It was another unexpected surprise. Could it be that Xinjiang Mountain was really going to put this woman, who always abided by the rules and didn't like to be in the limelight, in an important position? The woman continued, we'll make the wedding more lively, and then deliberately spread the news to Huang County. Lu Xianyang will definitely hear about it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Even if Lu Xianyang causes a ruckus at the wedding and kills that disciple of the Lu family, it's still better than Lu Xianyang suppressing his resentment in his heart. After that, it's actually a good thing. In the future, he won't have an excuse to be entangled with Xinjiang Mountain. The ancestral master sitting opposite the woman smiled again and said, soft-hearted, the woman didn't refute. The ancestral master said, as long as Lu Xianyang dares to make a move at the wedding, I can make that disciple of the Lu family die just right. Not only that, we can make that disciple of Cheongji Peak, who just put on her dowry, commit suicide afterwards. As for whether she really dies or fakes her death, it's not important. It's all up to us. At worst, we can just let him learn from Su Jia and conceal his identity. Xinjiang Mountain won't mistreat him. I don't believe that Wan Jia still has the face to protect that Lu Xianyang after such a ruckus. The woman said softly, Ancestral Master Yen is far-sighted. The Ancestral Master leaned back in his chair. Well said. The Mountain Master said, we still have to think of another reason for Lu Xianyang to have no choice but to come. The Tao family's ancestor smiled. Simple. Let the patriarch of the Su family from Clearwind City attend the wedding. He's still wearing Lu Xianyang's ancestral blackmail armor. I believe Clearwind City wishes for Lu Xianyang's early death even more than we do. The woman exhaled softly. It seemed that she was rather tired after speaking so much today. On a snowy peak of Xinjiang Mountain, A master and servant were admiring the scenery in the corridor of an immortal mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The man was the sword cultivator of the old Zhuang dynasty, Yuan Bai. The servant by his side was called Lu Kai. In front of outsiders, she was expressionless. She was lifeless and ugly. She was extremely unlikable. Yuan Bai was rather dejected. He didn't think that he would lose his home and country after just a trip to the snowy peak continent. The servant's hometown wasn't actually a vast world in the true sense. It was the renowned Tianjing blessed land of the snowy peak continent. The Tianjing blessed land was the private property of the snowy peak continent's Lu family. When it was first discovered, it was still a low-class blessed land with thin spirit qi. It was a high-class blessed land that was forcefully created with the money of immortals. Every year, there would be a grand occasion of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every spring, the young women of the Lu family would wear rainbow-colored robes and scatter snow to spend money. It wasn't that the Lu family didn't have enough money, but that the blessed land was suppressed by the invisible Great Tao. It was at most a high-class blessed land. Even the Cloud Cave blessed land, controlled by the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect, could not compare to the Tianjing blessed land. Being unable to raise the rank of the blessed land was not a problem for the snowy peak continent's Lu family's god of wealth. It was rumored that the son of the first wife, Lu Yuzhou, accidentally made a joke when he was young and smashed a small grotto heaven. Thus, the snowy peak continent's god of wealth felt that it was feasible. After that, seeing the Lu family's attitude of smashing money, even if it was a bottomless pit, it would be filled with snow and money. Thus, there was a joke in the vast world. Whoever could marry the snowy peak continent's Lu Yuzhou would be the richest housewife in the world. The man turned to look at the servant and said softly, "Don't worry, I will help you find the previous owner of the blessed land." The servant nodded. A woman who rode the wind from the ancestral hall landed in the corridor. Yuan Bai and her bowed. The woman spoke telepathically with a troubled expression. She told Yuan Bai about the proposal from the ancestral hall of Xinjiang Mountain. After Yuan Bai heard it, he said without hesitation, "I agree." The woman sighed softly. Yuan Bai, who had not left his house since arriving at Xinjiang Mountain, smiled. "Senior, you don't have to do that." After the woman left, Yuan Bai said to the servant with guilt, "Lu Kai, I will try to help you obtain the identity of a direct disciple of Xinjiang Mountain as a protective talisman on your future cultivation path. I'm afraid I will have to break my promise about finding your master." The servant nodded. "It's all right." The woman slowly rode the wind back to her own mountain. The rules of Xinjiang Mountain were strict. Every cultivator's sword kinesis flight's trajectory had its own rules. When she arrived at a very simple place for cultivation, the woman sneered. She sat on a praying mat and reached out to twist the red string on her wrist. Thinking of the enmity between Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden, it was like a clay doll fighting in the water and a crab flipping the waves in the pot. The only thing she was interested in now was why her senior brother, who had not shown up for a long time, would take the initiative to find her and ask her to help take care of Lu Kai, who had walked out of snowy mountain continent's Tianjing blessed land. There was no need to be nosy. It was fine as long as she did not die. However, she definitely did not dare to make any unnecessary moves, nor did she dare to do anything to her. Otherwise, with her usual style, that Lu Kai, Yuan Bai, and Lu Xianyang could have some marriage affinity. Her senior brother's heavenly plans could be said to be unimaginable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the entire Midland Yinyang school of Lu clan by himself. At most, she could play with and control the flow of a continent's sword Tao fate, and use the continent's general trend to temper her own great Tao. However, her senior brother was far more than that. Her senior brother's eyes seemed to be looking at the entire world. She muttered to herself, "Senior brother, why do you want to eliminate one with one?" In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Xian Yong sat on a bamboo chair and dozed off under the sun. Previously, he had obtained 2 mountain and river court bulletins from Spiritual Grace Mountain, which made Lu Xianyang very happy. The first court bulletins were about the 10 young people of the various continents, and the latest bulletins were about the 10 candidates. Lu Xianyang admired the person behind the 2 bulletins, and also admired the person who could quickly provide more detailed insider information. Could it be that these immortals on the mountain liked to wander around and inquire about other people's news when they had nothing better to do? Lu Xianyang instantly woke up from his nap state. He looked up and greeted with a smile. "Brother, you mean it was Sword Immortal Miyu who was thrown in front of him by Wei Shan Junmi. You carried a bamboo chair and sat beside Lu Xianyang." Then he handed Lu Xianyang a handful of melon seeds. As they munched on the melon seeds together, Miyu said with a smile, "Cloud Pinning Mountain just learned that the young man surnamed Lu from Fortune Street is going to become Dao companions with a fairy from Jiang Mountain's Cheongji Peak." Lu Xianyang chuckled and said, "Then City Lord Su from Clear Wind City will definitely appear at the wedding." Miyu was stunned for a moment. "You didn't think of going there to cause trouble? I've already made plans to accompany you to Jinyang Mountain." Lu Xianyang spat out the melon seed shell and said with a smile, "Didn't my little Pingon tell you early on to keep an eye on me and not let me act on impulse?" Miyu shook his head and said, "I really didn't." Lu Xianyang said angrily, "This guy is so heartless. He didn't even let brother Yumi protect me? Damn it, he forgot about his brother after getting a wife. He probably forgot the taste of a monkey stealing a peach." Miyu felt a headache coming on. Lu Xianyang's brain was not working according to common sense. As expected of hidden official's brother, Lu Xianyang continued to munch on the melon seeds and bent over to look into the distance. "If not for that landscape bulletin, I would have really gone to Jinyang Mountain. But since little Pingon is still alive, it's a different story. I'll wait for him in the future. If he's not loyal, I'll be loyal." Miyu said with a smile, "Among the 10 substitutes, there's Ma Kushwan from Apricot Blossom Alley." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "Poor brother would move her. He must be disgusted to be with that fool Ma day and night." Miyu was puzzled. Brother would move her? Who? Lu Xianyang explained. "Song Jisen from Mud Bottle Alley, the current vassal king Song Mu." Miyu did not ask any more. Miyu was not interested in the past matters related to hidden official. Lu Xianyang finished munching on the melon seeds and hugged the back of his head with both hands and said helplessly, "Uncle Lu is useless. Not to mention that I didn't make the list. Even the North Continent's Treasure Vase Continent's top 10 youths did not have me. Is it because I haven't found a wife? Otherwise, there's no reason for me to be worse than little Pingon." Miyu did not care if he heard about it. Otherwise, in his own Luopa Mountain and this palm-sized Huaihuang County, it was easy for outsiders to become dizzy and not be able to understand. What Miyu was interested in was the 2 lists. There was no ranking for the 10 freshly selected substitutes, except for Zhen Wu Mountain's Ma Kushwan and the head disciple of Savage Land's king, level great demon Lu Cha Zhugong. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du Temple, a certain female disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, a monk from Shou Xian Temple, traveling to the 5th world, a talisman sect cultivator suffered from heat stroke, born in Lu Xia Continent's heavenly pool grotto heaven, the cave master's only son. When he was born, there were auspicious signs. Coincidentally, on the night of mid-autumn, there were white lotuses blooming in the supreme liquid pool. A goddess held a white jade lingji in her arms and personally blessed him, nodding on his forehead. Not only that, she also gave him a language-understanding flower. The flower bloomed with 6 petals, each with a word. A word was natural and eternal. The 7th petal that was about to bloom would most likely be the word new. Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, a young girl, Chun Qing. She was the only disciple of the Green Immortal Mountains Madam. Proficient in alchemy, talisman, swordsmanship, martial arts, there was nothing she did not know. The young girl was also the only one among the 10 youths and substitutes whose age was detailed down to the year and month. She was only 14 years old. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du, a Taoist Wang Yuanlu of the Rice Thief sect that was not recognized by the Baek Okekyung building, Middle Earth Divine Continent, a young man called Su Bai. Born in a small vassal state, there was a wishing bridge in the marketplace. The bridge keeper was surnamed Su and had a son. The young man's charm was extraordinary, like a banished immortal, hence his nickname, Su Xian. It was said that when Su Bai was young and studying, there was a deity spirit behind him that lit the lamp for him. Later on, when he slept on the bridge at night, the young man dreamed of an old Taoist walking towards him with a cane. The old Taoist's appearance was that of the wild mountains and seemed to have the aura of Tao. The young man seemed to be asleep. After suddenly lighting the lamp, he was in the sea of stars and fish in the sky. Liuxia Continent. A young man with great fortune gave a strange saying that he was a dreamer. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du was a pure martial artist. Close to 50 years old, the bottleneck of the peak realm. Apart from this, there was also an 11th person among the 10 substitutes. Because of the previous hidden official's saying of 11th, this person was given the nickname of 22. This person's life was not considered long, but it was simply the most bizarre legend. In the beginning, his aptitude was not bad, so he only became an unofficial outer disciple of the sect. He was looked down upon, experienced ups and downs, and was also hurt in love. Then on a trip down the mountain to train, in order to save others, he unfortunately met with misfortune and was eventually reduced to a half-dead ghost. When he saw the light of day again, he held a grotto heaven in his hands. At such a young age, he was already the sect master of a sect. He reorganized the sect, and within the sect there was a large group of ancestors. Yet he was able to convince the masses. It was rumored that he had interacted with the Confucian school's secondary sage, as well as his own sect's Baek Okekyung building's 3rd sect, Master Lu Chen, Xuandu Monastery's Taoist son, and the #1 alchemist. They all taught him Tao techniques and knowledge. His celestial companion was even more shocking. She was the Ascendant Realm founder of another sect. Regardless of whether it was age, cultivation, or identity, the disparity between the two was extremely great. The key point was that the two sects were originally mortal enemies that had been enemies for thousands of years. So when the two of them became Tao companions, almost half of the cultivators in the Qing Ming world were dumbstruck. Lu Xianyang shook the small bamboo chair, causing it to creak, and muttered, "Luxia Continent's dream tourist. Interesting. Currently, many of the Aquarius Continent's cultivators, other than feeling honored, they were even more regretful. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin had just passed 50 years old, and vassal King Song Zhengqiang had the same logic. If not, Song Zhengqiang and Wei Jin would both be in the top 10 young people, each occupying a spot, and then Ma Ku Xian would follow closely behind, becoming one of the 10 substitutes. Under the heavens, 2 lists, a total of 21 people. The world's smallest Aquarius continent would monopolize 3 people. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned his head and stared at Miyu and said in a serious tone, "Brother Yumi, you are so outstanding and elegant. In the future, if Luopa Mountain has that mirror flower water moon job, you will definitely earn a lot. At that time, bring me along. I will be your green leaf." Miyu was dumbstruck. He suddenly understood the sincerity in Master Hidden Official's eyes. So Miyu immediately straightened his back and said, "Bring Wei Shanjun along. We will enjoy together." Lu Xianyang immediately said, "Let's have some more melon seeds to celebrate." Miyu then took out the melon seeds given by Xiaomi Li and gave half of it to Lu Xianyang. In the bustling Clear Breeze city, people from all walks of life mingled together. It was bustling with activity, all of them seeking wealth. The Sioux family also had the Fox Country, so the Clear Breeze city was a famous hero's mound in the Aquarius continent. There was a young man who opened a perfume shop. He should not have reached the age of 30. His name was Yen Fong. He had a graceful bearing, as though he was a noble young master whose family had declined. A few years ago, in the Clear Breeze city that was filled with immortals, this shopkeeper was still unremarkable. The people that the perfume shop dealt with were naturally females. Most of them were well-off women or young ladies who loved to look beautiful. The man looked like he had not reached the age of 30, but from his eyes, it was as though he was already in his 40s. A man like that, who sold perfume, even if he did not treat his customers well, and was only considered to be courteous, his business would not be bad. A lady's hair, pearl hairpins, clothes, this shopkeeper knew everything. The young shopkeeper liked to shop in bookstores to buy books, and he got to know a bookseller friend from a rather well-off family. The bookseller's family was rich, and in the bookstore business in the Clear Breeze city, he was considered to be the biggest. But in the Clear Breeze city, he was not considered to be a wealthy household. And compared to the residences of the rich and powerful families where immortals frequented, it was not even worth looking at. Today, Yen Fong was dragged to the bookseller's house to drink, and after drinking, the bookseller started to call shopkeeper Yen his brother, and started to complain that it was not easy for him to establish himself in the Clear Breeze city, that it was so difficult to marry a beautiful daughter, and that he was being looked down upon by his future in-laws. He said that his business, if placed in any small vassal country, would be considered to be the richest county, but in the Clear Breeze city, he was being despised for having such low standards. And that daughter of his, who had been filled with hidden bitterness, was no longer washing her face with tears every day. Just like today, she would come every few days to ask her father if there was enough food and wine. Shopkeeper Yen then gave him a rather strange way to make money, as he swirled his wine cup and said slowly, "Brother Yuan, I may not be able to help you make a lot of money, but I can help 3 generations of your children and grandchildren to have a small income." The bookseller was taken aback, and he said softly, "Brother, I am all ears." The young shopkeeper then said with a smile, "I admit that I am proficient in calligraphy, painting, literature, and seal engraving, but I am not too good at it, and I am not destined to become a master. But it is not difficult for me to make a living out of it. But I lack the capital, and Brother Yuan happens to have it, and I can use it to make a fool of myself. Since Brother Yuan is the biggest bookseller in the Clear Breeze city, it will be easy for you to engrave books. Every other year, I will be responsible for compiling a set of seal engravings for Brother Yuan with 100 square blocks of seals, and I will piece together a total of 97 or 98 square blocks. They are all authentic and well-documented works of masters, and the rest are all fake." The bookseller then asked in puzzlement, "Fake? How do you sell it?" "It is not that I do not trust your seal engraving skills, but those who have a lot of money in their pockets are all shrewd and not easy to fool." Yen Fong took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "I have read many history books of various countries and local county records. For example, I will help Brother Yuan engrave a seal that imitates a famous seal engraving master. The seal engraving master will deliberately change the name or a certain word, purposely giving a flaw that is not a flaw. In fact, it is in line with the records of the genealogy. So this business will not earn money from the common people, but from the refined people who have read enough books. As long as they do a little research, they will mistakenly think that they have picked up a big bargain. There are many similar unorthodox methods. The bookseller was slightly moved. Can it really work? Yen Fong glanced at the woman behind the screen and said with a smile, "Let's make it clear first. If Brother Yuan loses money on the engraving, I will drink his punishment and apologize to Brother Yuan. I really do not have money. If you make money in the future, Brother Yuan, remember to treat me to a pot of immortal wine." After a detailed discussion, the bookseller felt that this was most likely feasible. In the end, he staggered to his feet and sat back down. He could only let the daughter send manager Yen off. When the daughter returned, the bookseller was already sitting at the table and asked, "Are you sure that it is the accent of the old Juing dynasty's Yuzhou?" The woman nodded. "It is a pity that he is not a sword cultivator, but a sixth realm martial artist. However, he is already very talented." As long as we can confirm that he is a remnant of the Zhuing people, we can recruit him. The bookseller frowned. He does not seem like a greedy person. He speaks elegantly and is not ordinary. The woman joked. Brother Yuan sincerely treats him as a brother, but he wants to be Brother Yuan's son-in-law. The bookseller could not help but shake his head. A vixen like you may not be able to truly move this person. It is wishful thinking to ask him to serve our Su family wholeheartedly. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, "We can ask our ancestor to do it himself." "Are you joking?" The bookseller hesitated and began to weigh the pros and cons. There is no need to mobilize so many people, unless, the woman nodded, unless this person can reach the Golden Body realm. It is best if there is a glimmer of hope that he can become a far-travel grandmaster. Our Clear Breeze city does not lack literary luck, but martial luck. The bookseller said, "There is no hurry. Let's observe for a while. Whether your ancestor will appear or not is not up to you and me to decide. We have to ask Madam." Yen Fong walked back to his shop in a drunken stupor. His expression was desolate as he muttered to himself. Beside the Vermilion Bird Bridge, at the mouth of the Black Cloak Alley, in front of the Wang Xie Hall, in the homes of the common people. What day was yesterday? What day was today? What day was tomorrow? Parting with you in the snowfall, meeting you again in the falling flowers. When not drinking, one's wishes come true. When drunk, one's dreams come true. A pedestrian walked quickly behind him and accidentally bumped into the young shopkeeper's shoulder. Unexpectedly, that person staggered, apologized, and continued to walk quickly. This person took a deeder back to the bookseller's house and repeated the young shopkeeper's words word for word. Then he said, "The foundation of a sixth realm martial artist is very good. It even makes me suspect that this person is already at the seventh realm." The bookseller and the woman looked at each other. This martial artist who had been temporarily transferred here was a true sixth realm martial artist. As for whether that Yen Fong would be suspicious because of this, it was not important at all. Perhaps it would not be long before they would be colleagues in Clear Wind City. Near a spice shop, on a secluded street that was somewhat similar to the Dragon Rider Alley, the young shopkeeper slowly walked down the steps. At the bottom of the alley, there was a young girl in a cotton-padded jacket being chased by a large white goose. She was dirty and black. At first, she was laughing as she ran. After being pecked, she was crying as she ran. Shopkeeper Yen stopped in his tracks and looked at this scene. When he smiled with narrowed eyes, his expression was gentle. A woman happened to be at the bottom of the alley and slowly walked up the steps. When she raised her head and saw this scene, she could not let it go. Yen Fong brushed past the woman. A light breeze blew past the young man's sideburns, and his body swayed slightly. The man had the faint fragrance of the sachet at his waist, and also the smell of wine. When a man did not have a woman in his eyes, it was possible that the woman would pay more attention to him. When he returned to the temporarily closed shop, it was still early. There were already some women waiting there, complaining endlessly. When they saw the young shopkeeper, they immediately smiled like flowers. Business was still very good today. The shop had not yet closed, but there were no customers for the time being. Yan Fong carried a small stool and sat at the door. He saw a young boy and girl who were childhood sweethearts walking together on the street. After a while, the youth returned the way he came and came to the young shopkeeper. He squatted down and said in a muffled voice, "Shopkeeper, I did not dare to give that sachet to her." The youth then raised his head and encouraged himself, "Tomorrow, I will definitely give it to her tomorrow." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "It's all right. You gave her a gift, and she accepted it. It's better than the sachet." The youth was puzzled and said, "I didn't give her anything." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "You gave it to her. It was even a box of rouge." The youth was puzzled. "What?" The young shopkeeper raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky and said softly, "When you look at her attentively, she blushes." The youth thought about it but did not fully understand. He picked up the small stool and closed the shop. Returning to the backyard, he waited until the imperceptible ripple of qi gradually dissipated. The young shopkeeper was still lying on a wrought-tan chair, gently fanning himself as a cool breeze blew. All these years in the Clear Breeze City, this foreign businessman had always been so languid. The folding fan in his hand had been known as a cool friend since ancient times, and was also known as a facade. One day, a woman with 2 maids came to buy spices. Her eyes were rather picky, and the young shopkeeper leaned against the counter, answering whatever the woman asked. After that, the business of the spice shop was too good, and the young shopkeeper felt that it was too busy, so he hired a woman to help. Unexpectedly, the shop's business took a nosedive. The young shopkeeper was still not too concerned and left the shop's business to the woman to manage while he hid in the backyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Under the moonlight, the woman lifted up a bamboo curtain and stood at the door to the backyard. She looked at the young shopkeeper lying on the rattan chair and asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" The young shopkeeper was still fanning himself with his jade bamboo fan. Languid, he said, "It's not that Madame Sue." The woman said, "You've actually met her before." The young shopkeeper made a sound of acknowledgement. The woman said, "I know, you've covered up your face. If you're willing to see me with your real face, I'll see you with my real face." The young shopkeeper closed his folding fan and twirled it lightly before he held it tightly and tapped it lightly on his forehead. He said, "But I'm used to your current face." The woman was a little embarrassed, and she bit her lip lightly before she glared at him and said, "Since you've known that I'm not some common woman, why have you always pretended not to know? Or are you actually plotting something against the Clear Breeze City, deliberately keeping me by your side?" The young shopkeeper turned his head slightly and looked at the woman, who had used the camouflage technique. He then said with a smile, "You have the final say." The woman asked, "Who are you really?" The young shopkeeper turned his gaze back and looked up at the sky. "Me, just a drunkard." The woman sneered, "If I remember correctly, you never drink." He said casually, "I'll drink tomorrow." The young shopkeeper, who was about to become the Sioux family's worshiper, still had a hurdle to overcome. But the woman had been with him for a long time, and for the first time, she could not bear to see him like this. But when she thought of the Sioux family head's methods, and the fact that she was living under someone else's roof, she removed the camouflage technique and called out softly to Yan Fong. He slowly turned his head when he heard her and immediately opened his folding fan to cover his face. He no longer looked at her and said with a smile, "So it's the ruler of the Fox Kingdom. The human world is really blessed." The woman frowned, and with a wave of her sleeve, She slapped the folding fan out of his hand. She came before him in an instant and stretched out a finger to press against his forehead before she asked a few questions. She breathed a sigh of relief and retracted her finger. Looking at the young man who seemed to be asleep, she smiled and stretched out her finger again to press against his temples and tugged lightly. She could not help but take a few steps back. Her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with one hand and her other hand over her heart. The man frowned slightly and woke up. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Get out." She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's a hidden golden body realm cultivator." He reached out and grasped the folding fan in his hand. He stood up and suddenly smiled. He walked to her side and gently tapped her cheek with the folding fan. He smiled and said softly, "Good girl, be my maid from now on. There's no need to repay me with your body. You're actually not good looking, and I'm afraid I'll be taken advantage of." She tilted her head slightly and looked away before meeting his eyes again. She raised her hand to push away the jade bamboo folding fan and said with a smile, as expected of a drunkard, "You really like to talk drunkenly?" When the folding fan was pushed away, he slapped her face with the back of his hand. She seemed to be a little stunned. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom, a nascent soul realm cultivator, actually got slapped? He looked up at the night sky as if nothing had happened. She smiled sweetly and turned around. Quietly, she accompanied him to look at the night sky. Strangely, a full moon just happened to disappear into the clouds. The bright moon hid in the clouds, ashamed to see the people beside it. Zhu Lian used his voice to form a line and asked, "I've been waiting for you for many years. I can't take the initiative to look for you. I can only wait for you to come see me and wait for you to show yourself. What I'm going to say next is not drunken talk. Listen carefully." She began to feel conflicted. Based on her intuition, she didn't dare to listen to what he was going to say next. She said, "You'll soon be a third-rank consecrator of the Sioux clan in Clearwind City." Zhu Lian smiled. "Of course I'll continue to be a consecrator." She shook her head. "I advise you not to say unnecessary words. It's easy to draw legs on a snake. As a golden body realm cultivator, with a little effort, there's hope to become a first-rank consecrator in the future." Then she felt a chill in her heart. Something's wrong. This person definitely isn't just a golden body realm cultivator. As expected, that person said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't have that much free time. At most, I'll stay for another 3 years. A Clearwind City really doesn't have the qualifications to make me spend more time." She sneered, "You'll die. It might be tonight, or at most tomorrow." Zhu Lian said to himself, "Do you want to move the entire Fox country to a place where your body and mind are free? At least it won't be like it is now. Every year, there will be a fox skin talisman leaving Clearwind City. I'm not in the 6th realm, 7th realm, or 8th realm, but in the peak realm. If you don't agree, I can only kill you with one punch," she said in a trembling voice. "Are you crazy?" Zhu Lian held the fan to his chin with an intoxicating smile. He said, "Forget it, I really can't bear to kill you. If you don't agree, then go and inform the mistress of the Sioux clan in Clearwind City, and then let the city lord come and kill me. I want to experience the strength of the number 1 person in the Aquarius continent below the 5 realms. The premise is that he is willing to destroy half of Clearwind City. But if you agree, I will tell you the specific steps of the relocation in detail. 3 years is enough. After hearing it, you should be able to confirm that I'm not talking nonsense with you." She turned her head and stared at the side of his face. She didn't dare to look, but she had to look. This person's nonsense had moved her a little, but for some reason, she felt that he was more looking forward to her not agreeing. Zhu Lian took out a mask from his sleeve and gently covered his face. It was exactly the same as the young face from before. His movements were gentle and meticulous, like a woman putting on yellow flowers. It was as if he had expected that there would be a day where she would personally tear off the mask and agree to his request. So he used the mask. Zhu Lian lay back on the rattan chair. She stood in the same place, but when she turned her head and looked, she could no longer see the face from before. It made her feel relieved, but also a little regretful. She asked, "What is your real name?" Zhu Lian pointed at the bamboo curtain with his fan. Bamboo curtain, homophone Zhu Lian, and the Sioux clan of Clearwind City was very concerned about the Luopa Mountain in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. As the mistress of the Fox clan that was related to half of the wealth of Clearwind City, she was very clear about this matter. She said angrily, "Do you really think I won't tell Clearwind City?" If this person hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the heavenly secret, she would never have believed that the person in front of her was the stooped old steward on Luopa Mountain. He waved the closed fan, saying, "Come and rub my shoulders." Her face was gloomy. "Do you believe that I won't send a message to that lady?" He said, "Do you believe it yourself?" She said dejectedly, "Tell me about the steps. I'll make a decision after I hear it." Unexpectedly, Zhu Lian tapped her shoulder with his fan. She gritted her teeth, walked over, and crouched down. She was about to suppress her shame and anger and help him rub his shoulders. Unexpectedly, Zhu Lian lay on his side and looked at her. He said with a smile, "Don't sneak into my room tonight. It's summer, there's no need to warm the bed." She asked curiously, "Take off your mask." He tapped her forehead with his fan, then lay back down. "On such a bright moon night, you and I spoil the mood." She was speechless, then suddenly said something that Zhu Lian had said before. "Actually, I'm still used to your current face." He grunted in agreement. She asked, "Are you really a peak martial artist?" He nodded. Senior Chui had passed away. Li Urjing had left Aquarius Continent long ago. Her young master had not returned. Even Pei Qian had gone to another place. In the current Aquarius Continent, there was only Song Zhangqiang left, who was a 10th realm martial artist. If he could not quickly become a 10th realm martial artist, no matter how much face he had, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was just short of 1 or 2 fights. So the intuition of the master of Fox Country was not wrong. This martial maniac truly hoped that she would send a message to Clear Breeze City's Sioux family. In the past, when young Master Zhu Lian was roaming the Jianghu, when he was drunk and punched, it was the most mesmerizing to women. It was enough to make them drunk. She took a stool and sat beside the rattan chair, admiring the moon with him. The two were speechless. Zhu Lian gently opened his fan, fanning a cool breeze. The cool breeze brushed past their hair. She said, "Zhu Lian, can Fox Country really successfully move to Luopa Mountain? Can I really trust you? I'm afraid of death, and I'm even more afraid that the entire Fox Country will be implicated by me." He said, "Believe in yourself first, then believe in me." She was silent for a long time, and finally could not help but ask, "A person like you, why are you willing to work for Luopa Mountain?" He did not answer the question. Who isn't a bird in a cage? Who isn't a guest in the human world? Zhu Lian, Zhu Lian, you're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.